来ました。あ、すいません。ちょっと試しにいいですか？入っていただいて。マイクも一回。
マイクのテストです。マイクテストです。マイクテスト、どうでしょうか？マイクテストです。マイクテスト。
一回ありがとうございます。
そこは入る。そう。 始めようかなと思います。ようこそ JSConf JP2024 年ということでよろしくお願いします。So welcome to JSConf JP 2024. Yes, I already stepped 10,000 steps. So hi, so my name is Yosuke and I'm the organizer of this event. So 私の名前は陽介と申します。JSConf JP のオーガナイザーをやっております。はい、よろしくお願いいたします。はい。で、the first information is the new logo. JSConf JP recreates our logos and every year. So this year, so we decided this logo. So that is an taco-san winner. Taco-san winner. I couldn't explain this image in English. Taco-san winner octopus. And the winner is it is from German. Sausage. Yeah, sausage. Octopus sausage. Okay. So this is new logo. And we can get T-shirt in the room D. In the room D. So if you'd like to get T-shirt, you can go there and get one T-shirt and one eco bag. Yeah, and so room D に行けばさっきのロゴが書いてある T シャツが手に入ります。で、ルーム D にエコバッグもあるんで、そこも持っていってください。はい。あと、すごい大事なことを言います。So, at the first, so we need to talk about the code of conduct. 行動規範ってやつですね。行動規範。これは、まあ、一つ目、てか、基本的なルールとして、so basic rule is anti-harassment. So, アンチハラスメントルールというのを持っています。何か嫌がらせを受けた、harassment. So, if you get some harassment, so you can report our form and that's under there. So, you can Google so JSConf JP harassment form and then so you can get this form. So, JSConf JP のハラスメントフォームっていうのがあるんで、もし嫌な思いをしたとかがあったら、この、フォームに登録してください。そうすれば私のところに連絡が来るので、そのタイミングでちょっとこう行動アクションを取らせていただければいいなと思います。So if you send some report and then so I can get the escalation and then I can take some actions. So I would like to say that don't be evil. You understand that, I guess. あと、会場、venue information についても、お知らせします。So JSConf JP venue is hard. So I guess this is dungeon, right? so ここってダンジョンじゃないですか。So seventh floor is, so you need to use an elevator or yeah, so stuff like that. And so JSConf JP venue is really hard. So this is a map, JSConf JP map. So you can enter from here. So the entrance room is second floor. So that is really hard. So normal entrance room is first floor, right? But the second floor is the entrance room. Yeah, in this area. で、ただ、if you would like to go to room A, so you need to use an elevator. And if you'd like to go to room B or C, you can go to, you need to go to there. Yeah. So, room B とか room C に行くんだったら、その、ステップですかね、階段を下がっていけないんですね。あと、ここ T シャツですからね、その、room D。Here is room D. T シャツ here. So, I printed coffee, but so coffee isn't here. So, yeah, コーヒーエリアがあるって書いちゃったんですけど、コーヒーエリアないです、今回。ごめんなさい、用意できませんでした。ただ、そこに一応、その、コミュニケーションエリアはあるんで、そこで自由に話していただくのは構いません。So, here is the entrance. So, I guess you can guess the card keys from here. And so, how to go to room A and entrance, turn right, seventh floor, and then room A. So, here is room A. So, room B, entrance, go straight, walk on the slope, and third floor, and 301, that is room B. And then 302 is room C. Room D is really right, and really easy. Entrance, turn right, go straight, and room A is join, is room B, room D. yeah, here's an updating information. And the schedule is the cycle schedule. Well, so here is the schedule. Okay. Okay. So current topic is opening talk. So this is the opening talk. And the next session is in room A, lightning talk, connecting the dots, web accessibility through internationalization, localization, and stuff like that. And so room B is for example, try, room C is UI, headless, UI, library, stuff like that. And so if you'd like to go to room B or room C, so you need to go to there immediately because then it has takes time, and then like 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, from here to room B or room C. Yeah. もしここからルーム B とかルーム C のやつに聞きに行きたいと思ったら、今すぐ行った方がいいですよ。2、3分かかるんで、はい、しかも10時10分から始まっちゃいますね。はい、そういうところですね。もうみんないいことしてるのか。はい。で、So the next session is room A, and so Sahil my pronunciation is Koka. Sahil Koka, yeah. And the last topic is sponsor. So these are sponsors. So we have a lot of sponsors, and so yeah, the sponsor こんなたくさんいます。で、JSConf JP が開催できているのはこのスポンサーたちのおかげなので、はい、皆さん一回拍手しましょう。特に最後のメッセージ。このイベントを楽しんでほしいなと思います。So, please enjoy this event. So, thank you so much for this talk. And, yeah, thank you so much. So, the next session is the accessibility talk from Sahil Kokar.
Hello. All right. Sorry, just give me a second. No. All right. Sorry for the technical difficulties. And good morning to everyone, and thank you all for being here. So before we start, just want to clarify 2 things. First, no, this is not a keynote speech or a talk. I just want to manage expectations. And secondly, a big shout out to the amazing organizing team. Thank you for putting together such a fantastic event.
Thank you.
Alright, so today I want to talk about something super important when it comes to going global, which is accessibility, internationalization, and localization. So we will all look how these pieces fit together and why they are a key to creating a truly inclusive experience. So one of my first introduction to accessibility was through this statement shared by the lovely Cindy Lee during her keynote about inclusive design. So we are all just temporarily abled. So this simple statement highlights that at some points in our lives, we will all need our surroundings to be a little more accommodating than they usually are. Now, how many people out there can easily read this? Maybe people at the back who are finding it a bit challenging? How about this? Maybe people who can read and understand Japanese? How about now? Maybe even a few people. I see a few Indian people here. So these are all the same statements but translated to different languages, and this is Hindi, which is the official spoken language in India. Now the point I'm trying to make is, even though most of us here would consider themselves as fully abled without any disabilities, we would probably have the same level of difficulty in understanding this as someone who might not be able to see at all, for instance. So now accessibility is not just about designing for a specific subgroup of people, such as people with permanent visual or motor challenges. It's about designing for everyone, including our future selves. So we have to consciously build products and experiences that empower every individual, ensuring inclusivity for all. A little bit about me. So my name is Sahil, and I work as a front-end tech lead for my career in Tokyo, Japan. And I'm originally from India, have been based in Japan for over 5 years now. If you use Twitter or X, you can scan this and come say hi to me. Alright, so moving on, I'm pretty sure like all of us here have heard various definitions of accessibility. So I really love this particular definition. It helps to convey that knowing the users is the key. So you understand their capabilities, their constraints, and design for when designing or creating for them. So and work towards the technology from there onwards, and not the other way around. So when discussing about disability, we often limit our thinking to something that is permanent in nature. For instance, someone who cannot see or cannot speak at all. With that, we overlook and exclude a significant number of individuals. So what do I mean by that? Let's try to relate to that. So someone who can't touch, for instance, we only often consider someone who might have one arm, for instance. What we often knowingly or unknowingly neglect is any form of temporary disability, such as someone recovering from an arm injury, or a situational disability, such as a new parent, for instance. Now, the similar concept can be extended to individuals who can't see. We often ignore someone who might be recovering from cataract, or someone just stepping out on a lovely sunny day. Okay, now moving on, talking about a little bit about internationalization or IEDN. So in simple terms, it refers to the architecture of your application or product, so it can easily be adapted to any culture, region, or language. So since most of us here love JavaScript, for this talk, let's try to focus on how this can be achieved using React.js. So now there are a few React libraries out there that can help us achieve the internationalization architecture in our applications. So if you are interested, I would highly recommend you to check these out. Okay, so talking about localization. So while internationalization is more focused towards the architecture of the application, localization focuses on actually adapting your experience or your application to a particular culture, region, or language. So now there are various aspects of localization, some of which I try to list here. Please bear in mind that these are not all inclusive. We have text translation, text expansion, bidirectionality, date and time formats, currency conversions, and so on. So now looking a little bit more into text translation. So there are a bunch of ways you can maintain translation in your services. One common one is like this, to use a JSON key value pair. I think most of us have experienced this before. So there are also some amazing translation management systems that can be utilized to maintain these strings, such as we have the phrase and localize services. I would recommend you to look into these if you are interested. So now there are various ways in which these translations can be made available in your React code bases or applications. Like we previously discussed, we have libraries such as React IDE Next that can help you achieve that. But for the sake of understanding, there's another way. Like you can also create a translation context provider such as this and try to wrap it around your pages of the application. And this basically exposes a use translate function that can be utilized in your components, like this, for instance. So it's quite a simple call to use translate function, and you can pass in a specific key and get the translation for that particular key. Okay, now talking about another important aspect of localization, which is date and time formats. Everyone loves dates and times, especially when working with JavaScript here, I imagine. As you may know, date and time formats are significantly different from region to region. For instance, this is how a date is written in Japan, while this is how it's written in India and in the United States. You see how this can be really confusing to users if your application is not supporting proper localization of date and time formats. Now there are also various libraries out there that can help you achieve the localization of dates. Please check them out if you're interested. Okay, let's talk about Disney. So there's a fascinating detail in the Inside Out movie. So I'm pretty sure like most of us here might have seen Inside Out. So in one of the scenes, Riley, the main character, doesn't like the vegetables offered to her. So in the US version, which is on the left of the screen, the vegetable is broccoli, which many American kids tend to dislike. But in the Japanese version of the same movie, it's replaced with green bell peppers. Because in Japan, kids generally don't mind broccoli, but they often tend to dislike green bell peppers. So this small change is an excellent example of how localization and adapting your content to a specific region to align with a specific culture preference can play a key role. So it's simple yet powerful way to ensure your story connects deeply with the audiences around the world. Now both internationalization and accessibility rely on separation of concerns. So however, it's not enough just to adapt to a specific region with internationalization or ensure accessibility in isolation. So to create a truly inclusive experience, it's crucial to address the intersection of these two areas. So this is where I believe that the complexity lies. For instance, consider an application primarily designed for the Japan region, which is trying to expand globally. The needs of an elderly user in Japan would significantly be different from a blind user, for instance, in Spain or in India. So now the intersection of these two areas can feel complicated, but this is where I believe analyzing key user scenarios in your application become essential. So the user needs differ widely based on the demographics, and understanding how these intersect can drastically change the number and type of user scenarios that you need to consider. So the bottom right corner I try to visualize here is the intersection, and it shows the number of possible scenarios that can be generated when thinking about the intersection. So it's quite easy to get overwhelmed with this, but what you can do is start with the most critical scenarios, as I said. such as in your application or service, signing up for a new account or purchasing a new product can be a critical scenario. And try to focus on making those scenarios truly inclusive. So this approach ensures that addressing the most critical and impactful areas first, while building a foundation for a broader inclusivity. That will be all from my side. Thank you all for being an amazing audience.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nick. The next talk is, so that can be fun. So speaker is there. Okay.
Yes. I can follow you next.
I think we really like it.
So many toys.
Yes, so many toys. So many toys. Wow. Okay. Controller, camera, keep some toy, and something.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep. Good.
Ready? Okay. Cool. Okay. Take the mic. Okay, let's start.
So, good morning, everyone. So, before we are going to get deep dive into like a very intense session that's going to happen for the rest of the day, why not we can just have some fun, shall we? So, let me introduce myself. So yeah, so my name is Rifi. I'm working as a full stack software engineer at Agoda, and at the free time, I also do a community event with my friends called Creators Garden, which we just held a large JavaScript conference a month ago. But we usually have so many events running all year round. So if you just happen to be in Thailand, hit me up and we can just get some food together. So, when I'm giving a TED talk in Thailand, either like it's a public or a private event, I usually talk deep into technical level, maybe about render hydration, web performance, or even accessibility. Even on my 9 to 5 jobs, it's inevitable to like working on the web in a very intense manner. So isn't like our job is supposed to be fun? So let's just break the cycle to see on like what we can do in the web to get the job done. So please did you guys know this website? Anyone? Can anyone guess? Alright, let me show you. So this site is called uselab. Basically, it's a JavaScript that tracks your mouse position on the horizontal on the x-axis. And as you can see, as if I move my mouse along, it share a picture, share a video into the correct position, and you can do it effectively anytime. So is it stupid? Yes, but this is fun. Yeah. Yeah, so you can find like plenty of interesting useless website in here called the uselessweb.com. So I'm really recommend you to looking into in the future. Okay, so when I'm working on so many of my personal projects, I have to do some stuff like this. So let's find some interesting use case, shall we? So does anyone in the room use Arc browser? Yes, 1, 2, 3, yes, 4. Oh, sorry. Okay. So did you know that in Arc browser, when you customize your theme, it's a CSS variables. yeah, it's exposed, it's everywhere, every time you go to any site. So you can personalize your web with specifically for our browser. So I have, unfortunately, the computer that I bring with here today is a company laptop, so it's prevent me to using our browser. But then I already pre-record the demo before I'm here in Japan. So as you can see in the video, the web demo itself, I will put it in the end. You guys can get it and try it by yourself. But as I talked before, our browser use CSS variable to control their theme. All we have to do is to consume this variable to work in our app. So yeah, as a result, as you can see on the box in the background, you can see a text color changing with my related with my team, which is also fun. But the real fun happens when we also change all the theme color and so on. So this is just a use case of normal CSS. All that I do is just consume CSS variables. So let's get to play some of the web API we can play with. Okay. So first of all, did you know that the web API itself, you can also read the battery status? So yeah, whoever going to use that anyway? No one, right? Yeah, I know. But that's a cool thing. So, and it's also ready to use as well. So you can just get your battery status by using the navigator.getBattery. So then you can just listen to any change, like when your percentage has gone down. Now we can do something with that. Let me show you some web demo. So what I did here is just a hook of the battery status. So I just get information from them, set the initial value, and then listen to any change over time. So as a result, where is the? Yeah. So on this website, what I did is I used the battery level as a opacity. So as my battery, so this entire content of the website is going to fading away as my battery dies. Yeah, but you can do something more cool than that. So you can see that I also have a status call is not charging. So I have my small power bank here. I hope that it can charge my laptop. So as I charge, it's going to say the status of charging has been changed. See? Now you can also check the status that is charging as well. So all of that is just a bit of few line of code. Yeah, of course it does not work. It does not work everywhere, but especially for Safari browser due to their privacy and stuff. But is it useful? Yeah, it is. If you are having a website where it has like very intensive JavaScript work, you can also indicate to the user as well that as their battery is running out. Or when their battery running low, you can just disable some animation automatically. The next is another API is called WebMidi API. So what I have in my hand here is the sync engine from Teenage Engineering called OPC. So I can create some sound with it. Yeah. What cool with this is I can also enable the MIDI, the wireless MIDI feature, so I can interact with the web directly. So the API itself, you just need to call to get request for MIDI access, then list all of them, use and then consume each device to listen for any events. So in this case, I just listen for the events when the node has been turned on or turned off, and then I render and then I consume it and render to the web. So as I scan my device, you can see I already connected the device beforehand. So when I hit any keynote, so you can see that the node itself is triggered, and on the blue line below, you can also count on how many keys that I press as well. But when I playing some sample song here, so you can also like trigger some stuff. Maybe you can like each node, when each node is triggered, you change the color and so on. Yeah, it's fun. This is fun. And the next API is also Web Bluetooth API. With this API, you can interact with the Bluetooth device or BLE device directly. The BLE device is the Bluetooth Low Energy, so you can communicate and talking with it without need to connect it to it directly. So I have interesting use case here as well. So this is my regular jeans jacket, but it's actually a jacket that made by Google. So what I have here is on my left sleeve, there are some tiny device at the end of my hand. What I can do with it is when I swipe, it can recognize my gesture and send Bluetooth signal to any device. Yeah, but unfortunately, before I travel here, my dongle just died unexpectedly. I cannot get my battery to charge, but I also have a video pre-recorded here. So what I do here is I inject the script into the test website, and what I can do with it is I can play Tetris with just hand gesture. Yeah, and another use case is a possibility as well. On the right hand side, I have a custom PCB that connects with a Bluetooth device. I can send signal to insert the coin into my second-hand arcade machine. Yeah, it's fun. And we also encourage to like try to maybe not in the terms of hack to order to make something bad, but we hack the device to make something cool. So in our couple days ago, before I'm arriving here, we just finished organizing another competition called Browser Automation Challenge to solve any problem by using any automation tools. But basically, we also do a live streaming to send an image from the site to any online participant who cannot be able to join here. We are using this tiny camera here called Insta360 link. But the problem with this device is the built-in AI tracking feature is very bad, and also the control itself is not smooth. So in this case that I'm going to show you, I solved these two problems by using two experimental features. One is called Shape Detection API and another called Game Type API. So usually when you want to control the camera, you have a built-in application like this, and what you have to do is you have to scroll it by dragging using a mouse. But the problem is if you want to go from one side to another, you have to drag so many times, so the motion itself is not smooth. So what we did here is this. So what we did here, we have a control. We listen for a controller chain. So as I move my controller, I forgot to connect the device. Oh no! Shoot. Okay. Is it working? No. Okay, now it's working. So as I move my controller around, my camera also affect with the change. Also, I can also use like my left and right trigger to do a zoom in, a zoom out as well in the one continuous smooth motion. So this is much better than moving by a mouse, but can we do better than that? Yeah, the second problem is about the built-in AI tracking. It's very bad. But in the Chrome itself, it has a very experimental feature called Shape Detection API. This feature is so experimental that you have to enable flag. You have to enable dangerous flag in the Chrome by itself. But what you can do with this is, if I turn the camera back to me, and when I enable it, the shape object recognition can recognize a face. Not only a face, you can recognize multiple faces at a time. And what I do here is like when I'm moving along, So I command it to pan left and right to track the speaker and keep them in center. So this is one of the very useful feature that we try to make it work, and yeah, it worked. So these are just some of them. There are so many unusual web APIs that still out there. Usually, when I say I want to say like we use the platform, but now I will say we abuse the platform instead. So yeah, just getting when you do something cool, you also open source your project as well. Getting inspired and get someone else inspired as well. So maybe when someone goes to look into your stuff, you can say maybe you will give smile to everyone else. Yeah, and also yeah, just keep working when you are working on a job. Just make sure that like we are creative. We are also creative individuals. And when we are working together, be sure that our jobs is like supposed to also be to have fun as well. So yeah, I'm Rifi. So yeah, thank you for listening.
Good. So next talk is our normal schedule is 10:40 start, but so we have to get some we will have to get rest. So 休憩取った方がいいと思うので5分遅らせます。So 10時45分、so 10:45 is next speaker, next session. next talk is the stay fit for better. So, thank you.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for joining me today and take your 10 minutes time to me. I am really happy for it. And today I would like to talk about how you can stay fit and code better. But I would like to a little bit connect the previous presentation, and I can tell that fun is one of the most important things to keep yourself healthy. And another really interesting thing related to the first presentation, I don't know you know about it, but I came from Hungary, and in the Hungarian and the Japanese language, only two languages in Earth which has the same date format. So we are only use the similar date format. We start with the year. It's like isolate, and it's really interesting. We use the same things in the naming. So for example, we use that as a given name at the second place. So for example, my name is Tamás Csaba, and my given name is the second, as in the Japanese language. So there are some similarities between the two languages. But today, let me introduce myself. Just short things about me. I came from Hungary. I'm a front-end architect. Mainly I work in Angular and Angular-based projects. But outside of my work, I'm a competitive powerlifter and bodybuilder. And if you don't know about powerlifting, it's a sport which combines the main bodybuilding exercises like, for example, squat, bench press, and that thing. And today, this is just a lightning talk, but there are some reasons because of them. It's this topic what I would like to talk about it. It's not JavaScript, not so JavaScript related. So, and I know it's a JavaScript conference, and you are interested about the coding things and all the other stuff. But I try to collect a lot of studies and statistics, and I try to give you the most of the takeaways what I can, and I hope you will be able to enjoy it. It's just 10 minutes, and maybe you will be able to have a better life with my small tips. And if you are interested about the JavaScript thing, I have some dark slides which contains only JavaScript. And I can tell if you are interested about the statistic and the slides, please scan this QR code. I made all the links and studies available in the slide, so you can download it and check in details. And another really interesting thing, this slide is made by Mark. It's a presentation system which has a Japanese author. It's, if I hope I pronounce it correctly. It's Yuki Hattori. It's a really good project. I really like it. So feel free to check out this Mark presentation ecosystem. It's worth to try it out, and check the slides so you can download it. But let's start with my favorite topic, which is strength. And I can tell you it's really interesting statistic. Today, an average teenage boy has the same grip strength than 70s women. So grip strength is when you would like to grab something and hold it. It's a really basic movement. It's it's important for the daily task. It helps you everything to take home to the groceries and like that. It's really interesting how it became weaker and weaker time by time. And I would like to talk about this because in the 2020 studies, it's turned out if you have a lower grip strength, it's modify your mortality as well. So if you start to develop your strength help you to make a better quality life, and there are a lot of other really good advantages as well. I would like to talk about how you can improve your strength. It's really easy. Just you need to grab some weights and lift it. And I don't know you know about, but one of the most ancient sports is the traditional Japanese stone lifting. So you can just lift a stone or everything else. It's a really good technique. If you're interested in, there is a YouTube video down below, and you can check it. And if I can tell a really good advice, it is the best when you start the weight training with, for example, an adjustable kettlebell. It's perfect for any beginner. It's you are adjustable. You can adjust the weight as well. It is the Swiss Army knife of the weight trainings. And let's move on to some dark slides. How you can calculate your maximum performance with JavaScript. It's a really interesting thing. You can use your most important muscle. You know what is it? It's your brain. So we can use our brain to calculate our maximum in JavaScript. There are multiple methods, as you can see, and it's not all of them has the same result. You need to define your maximum use weight in keyword. So you can define your use weight and your reputation number. For example, you are able to bench press 5 with 100 kilogram. You can calculate your maximum, and it's really good because you are able to keep yourself not injured, because at a really high weight you can injure yourself easy if you use really high weights, and it's a really good method. I use the first one, which I think for me is the best, but it depends on your body and your movement and a lot of things. I mainly use it for bench presses. But let's talk about another really important things, which is outside of the code. It is your workstation. On the right side, you can see my workstation. It's sorry about this little bit unorganized. I made these pictures 2 days ago at night. As you can see, I am using a standing table with a walking pad. You know, I work from home and I don't have such amount of steps, and it's really important to have a daily activity. For example, an average 10,000 steps is needed to keep yourself healthy, and it's necessary for your body. So I use this step pad to reach enough amount of steps. And I use the curve monitor. It's also good for the eyes. It's better for your vision. And I don't know if you can see it, but there is a lamp here. I learned from my Danish colleagues. I worked a lot with Danish people, and you know, at winter time there are not so much sunlight, and you can hack yourself. It's really good. I really recommend you to try it out if you feel it. At the winter time you are not so happy because the sun is also perfect your mood. And yes, if you are interested about the statistics and anything else, please check the slides. And let's move on and check how much the idle breaks. You know, if you work a lot, it's necessary to have breaks. And for your eyes, there's a really good rule, 20-20-20 rules. So if you would like to have a better vision, it's really important to have a 20 seconds break in every 20 seconds, and just look far away. Outside of the window is perfect. You can keep your eyes healthy with this method. Another really important break is to have a 10 or 5 minutes break in every hour. It's help you to relax, and you just you don't need to just a little bit walk around and refresh your minds. It's also improve your performance. And you can use this. I wrote down some break reminder application. All of them are quite usable. So the main thing that I would like to advise you is the small consistent breaks equal the better performance. And another dark side, is how you can use notification API if you don't want to install any application. Is this 20 line is perfect for a notifier application. I also use this method to have a break, so I get a notification in every 20 minutes about the show, about see something else in your eyes need a break. And I also have another break, which is in every hour to get up and take some rest. And let's move on to another really important thing is that it is the power of the deep sleep, because sleep is really important for your recovery and your productivity. I can tell it depends on it's really interesting because not the quantity of the sleep matters, the quality is more important. So there are 3 stages of sleeping, and the third stage is the deep sleep. You need to take more time in deep sleep because the deep sleep is more important, and some people is enough 7 hours. For me, the 8-9 hours is the optimal. But the most important thing is to take enough amount of time in deep sleep, and not to break this deep sleep period. So I have a really good advice. Please do not use the default alarm clock because it's immediately wake up you, and it's stuck during the deep sleep. A lot of time, for example, it was it was the same with my case as well. Instead of you can use the sleep cycle, for example, it's a really good application to track your sleep and do not wake up in the deep sleep. There are plenty of sleeping applications. Sleep cycle is just on and creating sample. I use it, but there are a lot of others as well on the market. So you can use it. And let's talk about a little bit of the food. It's part of all the health-related presentation, and I can tell it's a really interesting thing, but the Japanese food is one of the most healthiest diet on the earth. So I only have one advice: just eat your foods. It's really good. I really like it. I need to talk. I have to talk about the biggest health issue because I think it's important to mention. It is a problem in Japan. I can tell I also suffer because of them. It's the overwork and burnout. Earlier, I was also worked a lot, and as you can see in the statistic, in Japan, for example, more people work 8 hours. So it's a really big problem. And this is the reason of my final takeaway as well, to find a balance in your life. It depends on what you like. So, for example, if you like to develop projects and if you would like to do any of the sports, just find your balance in your life. I think is the final takeaway that I can advise to you. You know, life is like a Scott. Scott is when you have a big weight on your shoulders and you need to, go down and up, and it's really important to keep your balance. And I think this life is similar. So I would like to thank you for your attention. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Is the LD building a creative coding library for fun and learning. So, Anushka, she ready?
No, she's at
Oh, pronunciation. This jacket. Oh, すみません。
Yeah. I swear I'm gonna switch to Edge next one. That's the just for this. Okay. Is that
Hi everybody, I'm Anushka and I also go by Ophelia Game. So on GitHub or Twitter or Instagram, that's my handle. I'm going to talk about a tiny creative coding library that I wrote called Joy.js. 日本語をちょっと喋れるんですけど、あまり良くないので、日本語の方だったらThree.js で多分翻訳されると思いますのでよろしくお願いします。はい。Okay. So Joy.js is a tiny creative coding library. For people who don't know what creative coding is, it's not what it literally means. All kinds of coding, when people are writing code to solve problems, I think that's creative. But in this time when we need creative coding, it usually means people making images or videos or sound. A lot of interactive stuff, a lot of stuff that lies at the intersection of technology and creative expression or art. The picture on the left is a work by John Simon Jr. It's called Every Icon. It's a work that cycles through, as the name says, every icon in a 32 by 32. So that's 32 by 32 pixels. That's when Apple icons first were made. That's the pixel grid that they were made in. And this work cycles through all of these pixels. So to cycle through all of the permutations and combinations in just the first row, I think it takes, I'm unable to see my notes right now, but I think it takes 5 million years to just cycle through the first row. Any guesses how long it takes for the second row? Not 10 million years, a lot more than 10 million years. And to cycle through all of these icons, it takes a couple of 100 trillion years, so we will be dead by the time this installation finishes. For somebody who has learned programming since school, I thought I knew all the math when he first told me about this, but it was still so surprising to hear. And when you see this visually and you connect the dots, I think that expression of this being an installation and people understanding the math through that is really powerful. The second image I have is of a column animation. Column is this daily art practice, mostly done by women. So you take rice powder and you make patterns. It's usually outside the house, like on the floor. And a lot of times, you wouldn't think of these women, a lot of times they're housewives, you wouldn't think of them as being super good at math. But if you look at, and if you search about column later, column is also used to understand protein structures. And so these women are doing this daily art practice, which seems very different from the kind of math, the linear algebra that creative coding is associated with. But they're doing this math, they're doing all of this computation and calculation, but in a very different format. Meg Kolar is the name of the person who made the animation, and it was made in a software called Notebox, which is a node-based visual programming software. I have been doing sketching. I had a daily art sketching practice during COVID. That's when it started. And so I was losing track of time. My days were just going by and I had no idea what I was doing with them. And I think of myself as somebody who draws but not too well. So with code, there was the chance of making something a bit different. Because I really also like code, but I have no, but having no educational background in design, a lot of the sketches that I was making were ugly. But I decided to do them daily and share them with people because it was more about the practice and it was more about the kind of ideas that I was forming and the kind of feedback that gave me rather than how the sketches were looking. The image, so this is just kind of what sketching has come to mean to me and how people that are not engineers, people that are very far away from computers, use programming to express themselves. The image on the left is of a gathering with friends. It's called Coding with Friends, and Computation Mama is a very close friend of mine. She's a designer, educator, artist, creative technologist, and she does a lot of things, but one of those things was to gather her friends, and then we would just sit together and make something that we wanted. And it was a way of catching up. It was a way of spending time with each other while also doing this thing that we really liked, which was coding and making images or sound with code. The one on the right is by Karen, who's also a really good friend of mine. She is a painter and an illustrator. She's written children's books. So she's very far away from somebody that you would think of when you think of somebody who's writing code. And she started learning coding during COVID, I think when she was in her 60s. And she is the one who made this. This is a game that you can play on itch.io. It's a game that helps you think about how cauliflower turns to broccoli, because that's how the genetic mutations happened, actually. And this funny thing is, because she's based in India, there's an inside joke about bulldozers and how bulldozers just destroy everything. So that's a little joke she put in there. There's a lot of other artists. A lot of them are in Japan. There's a processing community foundation, and a lot of people who maybe did not have an engineering background but started learning how to code with simple tools like P5.js, and now have a daily practice. So I'm just going to skip through this because I think maybe I'm running low on time. But CC Sunday is also a creative coding community that Mathura and Karthik started in India, and it's also just a bunch of people coming together to discuss what we work on, what people have been exploring, and just learning from each other. This is some of the things that I've made. I really like text, and I find this is kind of meditative and relaxing for me. So after a day of work, if I've had an idea and I can make a sketch out of it, it just feels really rewarding. It feels good. The one sketch I want to talk about here is the one on the right. This is a sketch I made at YCamp in Yamaguchi, where recently they had a workshop for 3 days focused at beginners, people who've never ever written a single line of code. And all of these people came together to work with P5.js and a lot of other tools, and also use ChatGPT. So there was like you kind of gave them the basic tools of how to make a circle, a rectangle, a line, and then just let them do their thing. And with ChatGPT, these people made really wonderful images in just a span of 3 days. It was really inspiring to see. If you've been on Twitter and you're somebody who knows this field of creative programming, this is a hashtag that's really popular in Japan, where people try to make P5 or processing sketches that fit in a Twitter. So this whole thing, if you copy and paste it, it will give you the animation that you see. It's really fascinating, and people make really complicated stuff with very little code. But it's a little hard to understand, for sure. I don't understand all of it. How I started making Joy. So I've never thought of myself as an author of a library. I don't think I could ever have if it wasn't for Anand. And there was a hackathon, and he had been working on the original API, which was the original library written in Python and runs with the SVG renderer. So it's not very web friendly, but the API and the ideas, the core ideas, were made by him. And he suggested that I port it to P5.js, which would help using textures, images, doing a lot more other fun stuff. Stuff like live coding. If it were to be web-centric, that would be really simple to do. So he suggested that I port Joy to P5.js, and that's how it began. And because I had like strong shoulders to stand on, it seemed like a tractable problem, and it wasn't a problem that I kept for 5 years in the future. When I'm that smart, I will solve it. But it was something that I could challenge myself to. It was a little challenging, but it didn't seem out of my reach. So in 3 days or 2 days, I wrote the initial JavaScript library, while also doing a lot of mistakes. Finishing this was really helped me think of myself in a different way. And so this year, I came back to what I had started. This was 2022, I think. And I wanted to clean things up. I wanted to finish the things that I had left unfinished. And I ported things to TypeScript, and I wrote this program on the right, which is usually not. This is the absolutely wrong way to write a Joy.js program, because you don't need sign, as Anand says. If you're writing a program in Joy.js, sign and the cos and the tan, the trig, the math is what we're trying to avoid. We want to make it simple. But I wrote it in TypeScript, but all of those ideas were still not with me. This is a little funny thing that I saw this, and then I went back when I was making the talk, and I found this thing that Anand said, and I was like, oh, I did something wrong. And so when you think about languages, I don't think it's just a way of communication or writing, it's an entire way of thinking. When you're speaking in English, if I speak in Japanese, I have a very different personality. English is very different. If I'm writing in P5.js, the way that I think is different than the way that I think when I write or try to write something in Joy. And so language is not just about communicating. I think it's more about thinking. It's more about forming the ideas and having the tools, the basic tools that you have to solve a problem. Yes, JavaScript programmers. Okay. JavaScript makes something simple. But other programming languages are not very happy with it. And so, in the same way, P5.js makes something simple. And a lot of times when I talk to people about what I do, or I tell them about my sketching, people who've never written a line of code ask me, do I need to be good at math to do this? And I do tell them that no, because I'm not good at math, definitely, even though it might look like it. You do have to have a willingness to think about the concepts and a willingness to fail. For all your trigonometric functions to fly out the window and everything goes wrong, but you don't necessarily need to be good at math. What you need to do is, for anybody who studied P5 or anything else, the first person you see is Dan Schiffman. He's the god of creative coding. It's how I started, it's how almost everybody does. And he makes it look so simple. I think the best thing about watching Dan's videos is how close he feels. Even though he has been doing this for years and years and years, he still doesn't make you feel stupid for messing up. Because he messes up all the time, and just the way he does it, it's okay to mess up. It's okay to make mistakes. But a lot of people do find, when they're starting, that some things are not so easy, or some things take a bit of time to get around. But maybe that is because P5.js is a very broad set of tools. It is not opinionated, it allows you to do whatever you want to do with it, and so it doesn't impose a lot of opinions in terms of how you should handle things. They don't really want to add extra magical syntax. So they want you to have simple for loops so that when you go outside of P5.js, you can deal with all of this stuff. But a lot of times, there's a lot of code. Like for example, the code on the right is similar to something you would write in P5. You do push, you do all your transformations, translate, rotate, scale, then you make your shape, and then you do pop. And if you repeat this a number of times in a certain way, you get a certain pattern. But all of this takes a lot of typing. So, for example, if you're live coding, if you're doing this as a performance, P5.js is not the best way to think about things when you're doing everything live and you're writing all the code live. On the left is probably the most important function in Joy, which is repeat. It does the same thing as the right one. It's just a different way of thinking. So you have transforms, and you have the number of times you want to apply that transform. And based on how the transform function looks, this can give different results, which I will show in a second in a live coding format. So even in P5.js, but also in Joy, you make a shape, apply transformations, and you repeat. And that's how you get a pattern. That's how you also move things around. That's how you make static images. It's kind of the basic tools. So maybe this is the time for. Difficult. Okay, thank you. I'll finish it quickly. So, sorry, I wrote this morning. It's not very. Okay. Okay. So to make a simple shape, you do something like Joy.shape, which is a circle or a rectangle or a line or a point, and then you can add those things together to compose shapes together. If I'm going to fill somewhere, I think. And so here's a donut with a circle inside a circle. To translate, you do the same thing, but so this entire thing is a shape, and so the way things work is you call a shape, you call some transforms on it, and you call some more transforms on it, and you can add some more shapes on it. So basically, everything you get after this line and more complicated lines is a shape that you can use with a renderer. So I'm using the P5.js renderer, but the way they are structured, the library is that you can have an SVG renderer, a Three.js renderer, basically any way to interpret the shapes and the transforms, and you get something out of it. Okay. Commenting is out. Okay, this is a rectangle, and we rotate it and scale it. Okay, let's move on to other examples. Okay, so you have a line. Okay. I want to repeat it 18 times, and every single time I just rotate. So I make a line with the center point, I repeat it 18 times around the center point. That's my shape. Okay, so now I have a circle. I want to repeat it these many times. But every single time, I want to apply one rotation and one scale. And that gives you this. I think this, when I made this for the first time, as you've seen before, this was really surprising because it's a very small code. And the more you add on to it, the more the shape is going to transform. Okay, I will. Okay. Yes. Okay, let me just show the good stuff. So here's another shape. I'm just going to cycle through these. This is the pilot axis animation. So only this is the part that's making this. And then I've the angle is changing and the time. Based on that, the rotations change. Okay. This is some more rotations. And if I add on this to it, so what's next? What I want to do next, I think this can really shine in a live coding environment if you want to add on things to each other and comment them out and kind of just play with it by writing everything real time. I want to add more renderers and stronger transforms, and that's what's next for the library. Thank you for listening. This is the GitHub link for the project, and that's where you can find the slides. Thank you so much.
So I'm gonna skip the next rest time. Then so the next session is the beginning. So WebAssembly Unleash powering server-side application. Chris is okay there. So this is Okay, let's go.
Hello. Hello everyone. Good morning. Thank you for being here this early. Thank you for joining us in this knowledge festival about our beloved friend, JavaScript and the web. So today I'll be talking about a little bit different from JavaScript, but still related to the web. So, and I know it's something that you might be finding it cool and happy to be know about. So to start, I'm going to introduce myself. Well, my name is Chris Fuentes. I'm a geek singer as I was born, so therefore I just became a software engineer as an adult, of course. And I've been mostly a strong backend engineer around these years, but I've also been recently working more with the front end, so I came here with a mix of both in this topic about WebAssembly and how to use it in server-side applications. So I'm from El Salvador, but I'm currently living in Tokyo around for 1 year, but still my Nihongo is not pretty good, so sorry about that. I'm open source lover, and today I'm going to speak of one of my favorite projects around the community, especially because it's being very pushed from the Cloud Native Foundation. If you don't know the Cloud Native Foundation, you may know one of their most famous projects, which is Kubernetes. And I'm a community lover, so I became a Google Developer Group leader back in El Salvador, so I host events and online events and offline events back in Latin America too. So I would like to put this question at first in this presentation, and it's what if the same code could be used anywhere? We can talk about the web, we can talk about the cloud, embedded devices, or even your cluster. I would like to introduce this question, and I hope you can be connecting the points along the presentation, and finally have your answer at the end. So let's talk about portability. Portability is one of the biggest goals in software development, and we have visually seen this in the JavaScript ecosystem since Node.js was born. Probably since we are JavaScript fans, we know already that basically you can use JavaScript to create mobile applications, desktop applications, web applications, even robotics and IoT, and basically everything you can imagine. So, but what if we can be polyglots in the terms of not only using JavaScript for this and just using any language that you can think about, and have the best performance we can. So this is the main idea of this presentation. So I would like to introduce WebAssembly to this. You might have heard about WebAssembly in the past because it has been around there for around many years, but this has evolved very much in the past years thanks to the Cloud Native Foundation. So we have WebAssembly, our old friend. This first appeared on March 2017, so it's been there for 7 years, and it's been disrupting the way we develop software from the first beginning. We have a high-performance portable binary instruction format, and this is because the output of WebAssembly is under a standard for the machine code. we can have most of the best performance we can achieve on the web. The third point is that this was designed for browsers because, as the name indicates, this was just having to support and extend code to the browser. We can port server-side code to the browser because basically when you work with WebAssembly, what you're doing is compiling server-side code to a standard also binary code that the browser can understand. You can use Go, Kotlin, Ruby, Python, and any modern language at this point. And the last point is that this generates models, and this is a keyword that I would like to remind, because this is the name of how the generated binary is called in the community. So, if it's designed for browsers, can we use it somewhere else? And the answer is yes, we can do it. Because we have WebAssembly runtimes. As I mentioned before, we have in the browsers, we have our own runtime to support WebAssembly, because this is a standard that we are currently having now. But why don't we think of having this separated from the browser and being able to run it outside of it? So, thanks to this, we have WebAssembly runtimes. We have some of them called WASMer, Wasm Edge runtime, Wasm Time, and JWT, and many more because the community has been growing a lot in the last years. Thanks to these utilities, we can just run WebAssembly in the server side. For example, Wasm Time is one of the most used at this point, is the one I'm going to be using in this presentation. You can use it for Ruby, Kotlin, Go, Rust, Node.js, Python, and C#. So the first bullet point for this runtime is that it's easy install as a library, because you only have to install the dependency, and it's basically just plug and play and just asking for some basic configuration. And of course, the WebAssembly binary. The second is that this runs in a sandbox runtime. So this allows us to be protected in the code that we're running, so we can avoid malicious code, of course, even if you download any WebAssembly model pre-built from any repository, you can be sure that it's not going to access anything, because this runs in isolated memory from the host. And because this was mostly done because when WebAssembly appeared in the web, many people were creating this malicious website where they were just mining cryptocurrency, of course, back then. So now we just have it separated from everything. And this allows us to use the WebAssembly models inside of a host language. A host language basically is the server-side language you're going to use, for example, Go, Rust, Ruby, etc. And we can just interact with the encapsulated code. So now you might ask, are we ready to use WebAssembly in server-side language? Yes and no, and let me explain why. You probably, at this moment, you can do a lot of things right now that I have mentioned before, but we might need a bit more of if we really want to take it to the next level. For example, at this point, as I mentioned, this is a sandbox runtime, so we cannot perform I/O operations in a server-side runtime because this is protected. So, for example, we cannot write or read files. So this is very important for data processing, for example. We cannot access to the network, so we cannot do HTTP requests, we cannot open sockets, we cannot do stuff like that. So this is very limiting if you think about to applying a strong backend architecture, right? The second one is type safety development. Because at this point, we are going towards type safety development in the world. So right now we have Rust that's being very trending in its strong type. So if you need this static type validation either in build time or runtime, so you won't have this because the WebAssembly binary is just something that you don't know what is inside, right? So how can we make sure that the code can be safety and we can avoid bugs? That's the main idea and the main challenges we had in this point. So I would like to introduce a WebAssembly system interface, which is called WASI. This was an effort that's been in the past 3 years that this basically project appeared. And now we can talk about this. And basically, as a summary, this is a group of standard track API specifications for software compiled to the WebAssembly standard. WASI is designed to provide secure standard interface for applications that can be compiled to Watson from any language and that may run anywhere. Why is this secure? This is secure thanks to their capability-based security. If you don't know what is, you can remember a little bit about the Linux kernel, which is you allow and you grant specific permissions in order to have access to some system resources. It's basically the same idea. You need to allow specific permissions to the runtime in this case. So, and even then, it doesn't have all the access to it. It just have limited access to the kernel. And the second point is that WASI P2 was released on February 2024. So it's very recent. So it's been there like not even for a year, but the community is building a lot of stuff around it, and it's now reporting the third iteration of this project. So I'm going to talk about what APIs are available at this moment. I'm just going to focus on what I consider what are the most important ones, so we can build a full application in this point. The first one of the most important things when working with server-side applications, of course, especially when you have to process bulk data, is to be able to read and write files to the system, or even if they're temporary. So we have access to these, for example, APIs, where you can read via stream, you can write via stream, sync data, so you can basically write to that disk, and read directory, and we have many more. I just listed the most important ones. But basically, you can now interact with the file system from a WebAssembly module in a host application. So this is a very important thing. The next one is basically HTTP APIs. So of course, how can we miss this? We love making HTTP requests because basically this is the way we can interact with the outside world, or we can just be the server of these data for someone else. So in this case, we have two basic functions, which is outgoing handlers. This allows us a model to make HTTP requests. You can see this as similar to a fetch operation in the browser, so we can just call any external server from our WebAssembly model. The second one is that we can do incoming handler. This allows us to, we receive these HTTP requests and just serve the response as we were the server. So now, you know, yes, we can build basically HTTP servers just with a WebAssembly binary. And that's it, that's all your backend. So yeah, we can respond to this HTTP request. And if we are talking about HTTP requests, of course, we have support to sockets. So, and this for me is a very game changer. And I just love this capability now, because basically this opens a lot of possibilities that we're going to be talking a little bit later. And a lot of, some of them is basically instance network, so you can just access to the network interfaces associated to the server. We have IP name lookup, so you can just resolve DNS to identify what the IPs of the domains or something like that. We can create TCP sockets, and we can have utilities to interact with this TCP to open and close connections. So I know you might be thinking now, like, what possibilities can we do now? And the same comes from UDP, so if you're a game development guy, so you probably will be fascinated with this, because now you can have better performance with your multiplayer servers. So yeah, we can do that, and with this, now we can build models that can read, write, and files. Like I mentioned before, for data processing, temporary file generations, AI generation, all this kind of stuff is very important for us in the backend side, because it's one of the basic operations we usually perform. Now we can have models that perform HTTP requests. And for me, this is very useful, especially for HTTP-based microservices, which is the ones I have most experience in my last years. So in this case, I see a high value for this in terms of development experience and performance, because basically if you work in a microservice architecture where all the services communicate between each other with HTTP requests, and you have one main upstream service that is serving the core data for the rest of the services, that means that you can just make the code once, and you can create a client or an SDK, call it as you want, And you can perform all the resilience strategies you want. You can have retry strategies, exponential lookup, timeouts, secret breaker, everything just consolidated in one code. Maybe in ROS, if you want to be like strong in performance, you can build this code and you can just use it in any microservice you wish, and you will have the same functionality and the same performance as you were just using ROS. So this is, for me, it's a game changer because this reduces a lot of development time and this just ensures quality, and you have to maintain only basically one code base, and you will impact the whole microservice architecture. The third point for me is that modules that open sockets connections with databases. Of course, if we're working in the server side, we need databases access, right? So if we have access to open TCP sockets, now we can just interact with SQL database. And with this, we can now have basically full applications that can work with WebAssembly. So can you imagine just having a full stack application? Because now we have HTTP and we have a database to access, and we have access to the database, and we can just serve any HTTP request. We can have a full stack application. We can just have Next.js running in a WebAssembly application. So it's just as this easy? Yes, it is. And I want to tell you that right now the community has a stable version of a port of Redis, so you can have a key value database and also Postgres SQL as a package to be used inside WebAssembly. So now I want to see what projects can you think about at this point. And the last one is the modules that can instant queues in message exchangers. If you work, for example, in an event-driven architecture and you are using CQRS, basically you might be hating the way that we work with this, because basically you have one main service just publishing events to other services, and you need to support those events in the other services, right? In that case, you might be setting up the same almost every time and just changing a little bit, maybe the structure or just a database connection in where this data is going to be stored. So in this case, you can build just, again, the same example as the HTTP client. You can just build one code that can be reusable and can instance these queues and be connected, for example, to Kafka. And just as a spoiler alert, the community has a stable version to be accessing Kafka now with WebAssembly 2. So yeah, basically you can just build, I wouldn't say everything, but a lot of stuff in the backend that we use in production code now with WebAssembly. And of course, we have many more utilities. I just mentioned this because it's what makes me feel excited about this technology, and for me it's a game changer and probably a new wave that is coming in these backend communities. Especially because it is being very pushed by the Cloud Native Foundation. So we have other APIs that are maybe not that crucial, in my opinion. So we can have access to the CLI, so we can just bring to the console or basically just subspawn another shells. We have a utility for random. This is basically because the way that the memory and the types are handled between languages are different. So they created a random utility so you can basically just generate strings and integers that are safe in every environment. If you need any ID or something like that. We have clocks, so you can have access to the time of the host, the time zone, and what time is it, or any time zone you might need, any time zone conversion. So yeah, we have these APIs at this moment, and we're the community is building more, and hopefully we can have more for the next year. So great. Now, the second challenge, if you remember, is how can we make it type safety in this point? I would like to mention what's WASM interface type, or as abbreviated, is WIT. In this case, WIT is an interface description language, IDL, so that this describes the imports and exports of a model. I would like to talk about this as a TypeScript the type definition file. If you remember, like when we were just using JavaScript and you just created this .d.ts file, so it's basically something like that. Because this allows us a good developer experience because it's easy to read and write and provide a foundational basis for producing models from a guest language. And when I say guest language, it's the language you are building this WebAssembly model. as well as consuming models in the host language, because host language is the one we use this model. So keep in mind this. And we have two main concepts, basically interfaces and words. And I'm going to explain a little bit about this. So let's talk about interfaces first. Basically, an interface is a named set of types and functions enclosed in braces. And an interface, this is important, can reuse types declared in another interface via a use directive. If you see this example, this is basically very developer friendly. It's something that we are kind of used to in the type definition, for example, of TypeScript and also Rust. So at the top, we can just have the interface types, which is declaring that it has a property called dimension, and it has another struct called point with x and y values, right? And now, at the bottom, that we have the second interface called canvas, we can make use of the previous type, and we can just import dimension and point from there. So if you see, the syntax is basically just use the name of the interface, dot, braces, and what are you going to import. Now let's talk about words. And a word basically describes a set of imports and exports for the host to know the full type definition enclosed in braces. For me, you can see this as a namespace in TypeScript. So the namespace declares everything that is being exported, and that's it. In this case, this is a different thing because a model can import another model, so also you need to declare what are the necessary imports here. That will be like slightly different from what we know from TypeScript. And this describes basically the contracts of the model, the contracts for the input and the output. And if we take an example here, we have two interfaces at the top, which is printer declaring that it has a function called print, and another interface called error reporter, which have a function called report error. And at the bottom, we have this board. This is basically the model that we are going to be exporting, and it's saying that this is going to export the whole printer interface, so that means it's going to export print as a function. Then we can just have an inline declaration, which is exporting the scan function directly. And the last one is just declaring that it needs one import. It needs to receive the error reporter as a model. So in this case, we have two exports, one using one previous defined interface, the second one being an inline declaration, and the last one being one import. So, as a quick recap at this point, I would like to talk about what we have been seeing right now. So we have WebAssembly, which is our core model, basically our main code. We have WebAssembly runtimes, which is basically what we can use in the server-side implementation. We have WASI, which is basically the system's APIs, the interfaces that we can extend for to have more capabilities in our code. And we have lead, which is basically the type definition of contracts, of course. So we have all these four things that at this point they are not together, right? So how do we unify them in once? So that's something that I would like to talk about. And I would like to introduce the component model. The component model was the main project that came with WASI and with in this point. So this is a new mindset that we can apply to be using this WebAssembly architecture. So let's talk about this. So what's a component? Let's define first what's a component in this case. Because we have been talking about modules, but what is a component? A component is a portable, interoperable WebAssembly binary. Basically, it's a WebAssembly file that implement a stateless logic. Because again, we cannot keep this running all the time. This is just being called on demand. So the moment it's finished, it's just it's removed from the memory. Components may be compiled from a variety of languages, including right now in this moment, Rust, Go, Python, JavaScript, C, and C# at this moment. And because components can be compiled from many different languages and then interact with one another. They enable developers to break down language silos and utilize libraries and tooling in new ways. You can see this as the picture, like Lego bricks. So I want you to think about this in software, but now thinking like you can just have many responsibilities split and you can just merge them as you wish. And the component model basically leverage WASM, and WAIT all together. Okay, we're going to talk about the features now. So one of the main features, and it's the first definition I introduced in this presentation, is portable. Because WebAssembly binaries executes against a virtual instruction set architecture, basically essentially a tiny virtual machine, and this means that they are agnostic to the architecture and the operating system kernel itself. They just run isolated. And because they are also very small compared to the containers, and with this I mean Docker containers or any type of containerization that we can use, they can easily run in embedded devices, so they can be very useful for IoT and robotics. Because basically a WebAssembly binary can be just about 8 megabytes if you like try to do a lot of APIs and a lot of stuff, but if not, it's going to be less, way less. The next feature is that they are interoperable, because the idea of the component model is that you can be connecting different models all together to generate one model at the end. So components can interact with one another over high-level APIs that are being provided by the component model, regardless of their respective languages of origin. So for example, if a component is written in Rust, this can utilize the functionality of a library from Go. And they are composable because multiple components can be combined into a single binary, and this just enables to build applications with Lego bricks, satisfying dependency with other components as needed. So, why components if we already have models? In this case, a model corresponds to one single WebAssembly file, and with functions, memory, imports, and exports, and so on, the things that we have been talking about. And this can be run in the browser or via separate runtime, of course. But core models are limited in how they expose their functionality to the outside world, and at this point they can only return basic types like integers and floating point numbers. So any runtime needs to be performing these translations when you want to interact with these models. Richer types such as strings, lists, records, or structs or objects in JavaScript have to be represented in terms of integers and floating point numbers. For example, by the use of pointer and offsets, that this is what the runtimes are doing. And even then, we have an issue because languages doesn't handle the types in the same way. So, for example, the way Java handles strings is not the same as Rust, so you can have some conflicts there. So, for a WebAssembly model to interpret between them, there needs to be an agreed open way for exposing those richer types across model boundaries, and this is why the component model is achieving. In the component model, these type definitions are written in a language called WAIT, which we checked before. And basically, a WASM component is just a wrapper around a core model that specifies its imports and exports using WAIT. This is a summary. Basically, we are placing all together to build basically a component or WebAssembly. So, in this picture, you can see a little bit of an example. We have the languages that support component model at the left. We have C, C#, C++, Rust, Go, Python, and JavaScript. We have the utilities we can use. In this case, for example, for Go, you have to use TinyGo. This is compiled to a WebAssembly binary. And just with this, you can just run it in the browser, in the server, in the edge cloud computing, in IoT, doesn't matter where, because any architecture is supported. So you only have to use it, make it once. And I want to bring this image again, because now that you have heard about all the benefits and the features about the component model, I want to think about this about separate Lego blocks. So they can have their own responsibility in being reusable across all your architecture. And keeping in mind that this allows security, this allows maintainability, and this allows also performance. So I'm going to show a little bit a quick example. Because JavaScript is the main protagonist of this event, I'm just going to create a WASM component using the JavaScript utility as a main language. So for this, you only need to perform the install of bytecode alliance JConf. This is basically running under SpiderMonkey WebAssembly runtime. And the second part you have to do is to do a with file. So we're going to create a file called Pokemon HTTP client because we're going to use the Pokemon API. Inside the file, we're going to define the word that we're going to export, which is Pokemon HTTP client. And inside there, we're going to define an interface with the type of Pokemon. In this case, I'm going to retrieve ID, name, and weight only. This API returns a lot of more fields, if you're familiar with it, for your personal project. But we're going to use just 3. And we define a function called getByName, which is going to receive name as a string, and is going to return this Pokemon object, right? And how do we make the code? This is pretty easy. This is pretty easy. So at the top, we can see the definition of the API. And now, if you remember, we have a function that receives by name. And you can just do a fetch directly because it is being provided by componentized.js in the runtime. And we just need to export it. And with this, we only need to run the componentize command. It's receiving the JavaScript file first. You're receiving as an argument the with file, so it's the type definition, and the output is basically the WebAssembly model. And with this, after that, we now have our component created, and we can just test it out. So JGo also allows us to transpile WebAssembly to ES models. In this case, basically we can just use the transpile command, which receives the WebAssembly and the output folder. And with this, we have the import of this WASM JavaScript created, and we can just use it. It basically is just making this log, fetching the Pikachu and the Ditto information. If you notice, this is returning only the specified fields on the width, even though the API retrieves more fields. So I would like to talk about this because basically this is how easy we can just build a component using JavaScript. And now this WebAssembly, you can just use it either in the web, in the browser, you can just use it in any favorite language you have, using Wasmtime or just using Wasmer, for example, as a runtime. And that's everything you need for this. So I would like to highlight some key takeaways for this talk. And it's basically that, remember that WebAssembly is not only designed for browsers anymore, it's being pushed very hard by the Cloud Native Foundation to be used everywhere, even in the architecture in Kubernetes. Keep in mind that this is very secure because it's running with a capability-based system. So it doesn't have access to all the resources from the host. And basically this allows us to have interoperability and be composable with our components. We can just build a lot of code, just splitting the responsibility and just being used whenever you need it. So I think that's all what I wanted to present today. So thank you everyone for listening to me.
Thank you. And okay, next talk is.
Is it on? Yes. Okay.
Creating fast-hitting application.
Hello everyone, I'm going to run a time for 29 minutes from now. And first of all, before we start, if you wanted to move closer to the screen, because I have a lot of code, that's a highlight. That's probably probably not easy to see if you are sitting a bit further away. And yeah, maybe you just spend 10 seconds for people to move to the front row if you feel like. Not necessary, but I think that's interesting. So if not yet, I haven't started the timer yet. So. Right, let's do it. So, in Japanese, minasan konnichiwa. Good morning. Hello everyone. So, welcome to my talk on creating fast-filling web app. And in this talk, we basically talk about web performance in general. So we see it in the upcoming slide. But if you noticed recently, not sure if you're following on social media, on Twitter, there's this website. People start to talk about it because it feels so fast. It's like notice how when you click a link, it just runs at the page. There's no visible delay kind of stuff. It just feels so fast, even when you search for something. Notice like when they type on the search bar, the results just come in. It feels so fast. It is fast, but it also feels so fast because you never really see anything kind of similar in the web. You likely need to see a bit of delay here and there. And something like that. Probably that's what you may see a lot of times. So if you see a slow website, maybe you get frustrated. When you see the fast website, you kind of enjoy the experience a lot more. I think that's the whole point. And if the user sees that the website is fast, maybe they kind of trust the website a little bit more and stick a bit longer. And that is understandable why web speed is considered one of the most important factors on the user experience. Because if you are not able to see the web page at all, it doesn't matter, what is the value that the website brings to the user. Or you don't even see like the design, if the aesthetic like side of the website is important. They don't even see it. So web speed is considered the most important. That absolutely. And in the topic of web performance, we obviously talk about how to make website fast, and sometimes we call it web speed. But there's one other factor that less people talk about is considering is making a slow process seem fast. I know this kind of sounds quite interesting, but I want to show you an example. So when you search for the flight ticket on Embeddings.com, you notice like the loading spinner here, it's not just the deterministic loading, it kind of displays like flying around and there's some text here and there. Even though it's quite slow, I mean, like when we talk about it, it's kind of like 15 seconds. I timed it. It doesn't feel that it is 15 seconds, even though it is 15 seconds comparing to this thing. This is not my feel. I think that's just a perspective. So in the topic of how to make a website feel fast, technical term we call it perceived performance. It has a name behind it. It is very subjective. It is not actually a metric. But if something the user feels fast, I think it's fast. Doesn't matter how fast the API is. But if they feel it slow, then it's considered slow, very true. And the user expectation about web performance is increasingly over the year. Where starting the web, it's just, 8 seconds. And now it's 2 seconds. And maybe 1 day, if you go to the website, you see the speed, it's just slow here. So, we talk about a few subcategories in web performance. I think there's resilient overall load time, there's making the website as fast as possible, loading as fast as possible. The bit of smoothness and interactivity, and the last one is perceived performance. There's many things to talk about, so I'm not trying to do it in just half an hour today. I want to, but I don't have enough time. So we're gonna just pick a few small topics that we can by heart and quick that could have an immediate effect, which is 3 simple things: loading spinner, instant experience, and lazy loading. Sound very common and not that high level, but let's see what we can do. Before we get started, my name is Chung. I'm the Google developer expert, and I'll run Angular Singapore. I also speak at conference. Then Japan is absolutely my favorite country. I'm not sure how many of you are based in Japan. I come from other country. But I've been going back and forth in different seasons. There's Sakura, there's Momichi. I went to this Totoro cake shop many times. I just went yesterday, just so you know. And I'm, in the past 10 years, I've been living in Singapore, the sunny tropical country.
So our video is here, so you're
Okay, sorry. This is affecting the live stream experience. And yeah, let's talk about Singapore. I'm not sure you visit Singapore. Nice, thanks. Yes. Beautiful, I assume. Yes, so I have something to for everyone. And lastly, with Ascenda, a Singaporean-based company, we've been trying to making loyalty as accessible as possible. And that's what we're trying to do. So that is the company, you can check it out. I want to share the slide as well, so you don't have to scan anything. Talk about loading spinner. It's probably when I think about 10 years ago when I started the career, I just, everything that I thought I was right. So simply when I press data, I show the spinner. It doesn't make sense yet to you, because it's so totally normal. Until one day my boss came to me and said, why so slow? And it's interesting, because when I look into the API, it was, yeah, like 250 milliseconds. It's okay, you know. And the code, that's just a few lines of code, you have some state. Sorry, there's some state, you know, the loading, the errors, the data, you show the loading to true when it is start loading, and you hide it when it's done. Simple. So I was like, it's kind of okay. It's working on my machine. But he said that his speed was slow. And the more we have a conversation, it's when I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. So he pointed out to me something that I didn't realize. That for some people, when you have a very simple data structure, and you just keep seeing the spinner on the screen, I shall show you one more time. You go inside one, you see the momentary, this blue thing. And if you just interact it every 10 seconds, why so slow? Can it be faster? And that's what he tried to tell me. And when we are looking into all the API responses, we said maybe we cannot hide it. That's absolutely. Maybe the user network is slow. Maybe our API server is down. I don't know. It's take like 2 seconds. We cannot just hide it completely. And we agree that because Singapore internet is actually very fast. If you notice, I think one of the fastest internet in the world, and our base customer is in Singapore, and the API is returned quite fast, like 90% of the time was less than 200 milliseconds. So we agree that maybe we can delay the spinner. We are not showing it immediately for the user that has a fast network connection. Maybe it makes sense. So then I want to do it. I'm a software engineer. And I just remove all of the unrelevant code here, but you get the idea where I just set a timeout. I mean, that's the easy thing to do. I don't know. I mean, you think of it, you don't set the thing immediately. You set it in the next 300 milliseconds. And if it is so fast, then it's just clear. The set loading through doesn't even get run at all. So you don't see the spinner. But if it takes longer, it really takes longer, and set loading through is cold, then I have set loading to fall. So it's kind of has a backup, and the result is quite interesting. It's not crazy, but it kind of feels a little bit smoother. You don't just see this flashing. And if it takes a bit longer, like 300 milliseconds longer, then you still have it working. You have this backup option where you don't really completely hide it for every single user. So that is kind of considered working. And I know it sounds like a very small consideration, but we got a case study from talk. I take from a talk in Australia, where really the loading indicator sometimes can be perceived, make the user perceive that website is slower, even though maybe not necessarily the API and everything, the server, everything is considered the same. But if you just keep seeing it all the time, it could be a factor for the user to feel less slow. So I want to give you a real example. That's the Spotify. probably using it every day if you're listening to music. And notice how when I go into a playlist, it is slow. But you don't see the three dots all the time. Because Spotify could have you deep down into the edge, very close to the user. The API can be so fast. And if you're just changing playlist every single minute and you see the spinner, I think that's a problem. That'll be like, there's something wrong. Why they are so slow? And then you might just look on YouTube. No, just kidding. I don't see the view is a bit different here, so I was like, okay. Some of you might ask, if your API fast and it is easy to fix, but if our API is slower, because it needs to really, talk to a lot of suppliers, collect a lot of data and stuff, it is slower. What can you do about it? And I think that part is very related to perceived performance, where you can still possible to engage the user a little bit further. When you notice that in Coursera, you see there's a loading, and then see the text, there's a progress bar. But after a while, they just added more text, say, whole time, your lab will be ready soon. Like after 5 seconds, they give you a bit of hint that, hey guys, we're still loading it. Don't give up, don't close the tab. So it's giving a bit of confidence on the user that the site is loading. One more example, maybe you see it more, is lighthouse analyzing, where it can take really long, 20 seconds, could be longer. And after a while, you see that they just give you a bit of hint, there's something, there's some text on the screen as a pen note, whatever, right? There's some hint and trick that just kind of keep you engaged a little bit more while the site is still loading. So it is stating on the MDN that it is possible to keep the user engaged, even though the process can take long time, by showing some speed, some tip and trick, and sometimes with a joke if it is appropriate. So that is something to consider when you are really dealing with this kind of problem, where doesn't matter what you're trying to do. The supplier API just so long, takes just so long. It's not our problem. It could be other third-party language problem, and that's the best you can do. That's it. You cannot. There's nothing you can do. So I think with that we ended the loading spinner. I hope this kind of bring some new perspective. But the next one is hope to elevate the third part even further, where we call it instant experience. It's similar to what you see in the beginning. They did a lot more things to make that kind of instant experience. But I want to talk about one thing, where you see this data structure. Maybe on your mind, you might think, if I have the same object when the user goes to the detail page, maybe I can just reuse the data. I'm not sure you ever thought about it, but I thought about it a lot. Like, they just go into the list, they look for something, they go into the detail, and maybe we just reuse data. And we don't need to look into this, it's very complicated. But in the code, it looks so simple. Like you introduce a new variable, global, a state somewhere, a state management, global thing. And you set the data when you load the list. How easy is that? I have the list already. I set it. When you look for the detail, I try to find from the list first before I'm trying to make an API code. That's the easiest thing you can do. But of course, in the computer science, it's not about setting the class. It's difficult. It is the easiest. But the question you might have is like, how long can you rely on the data before you need to get it fresh again from the server? That is super tricky. Like, is it when you load a new list, or when the user make some changes, or after like 2 minutes, after 30 seconds? All of that is like a code you need to implement to make it work. And the more code you write, the more things to implement. So the short answer is let's use the library. And I don't know if maybe you're not very straight with React Query or SWR, but basically React Query now can support like different framework accesses. Depends on the wrapper that they build, and SWR is just React. So we look to React also to make things easy. Right? Let me see. So in the old code, that's the old code I had, that's the old hook I had. Right? So it had which means initially I didn't really use a minor. Okay, sorry. I just noticed that just now when I move the mic closer, then I hear my voice a bit. Okay, anyway, sorry, for this one. But you get the idea, you know. You had more data to maintain what you want. You want to have a state to maintain the loading, you want to have state to maintain error, and have the data. And use query, React query, it just bring one hook in, and you can use it, which is called use query. It does most of this stuff behind the hood for you. Like, they're gonna take care of the loading and error, and there's more useful thing. Let's say you have 3 different components that try to fetch the same API at the same time. You write the hook, then likely it's gonna make 3 API code. The good use query is they know it good enough to just say, hey, I just do one thing. Right, so things like that is something to consider. And it is achieved by passing the query key. I have like 15 here. And then you pass in the query function. Query function is how you fetch data from server. As simple as that. Nothing crazy. And when you use it, you still have the same, almost the same thing. You have error, you have ease loading. Maybe the name is a bit different. You have data, and you can name it to different thing that you want. And then there's more things like I mentioned. And let's do it the same for the list of vehicles. So when you do it, let me run this thing again. When you do it, you have a first API code initially. When you go into one, notice there's one API code, that's normal. You go back, there's the list. You go into one. Just wait for it, you go into one. Notice there's API code. But the difference is you see the UI immediately because the data you have been loaded before. So it is still showing you the data from the cache, but at the same time, you try to make a background request to get the fresh data from you. And in uquery, they call it a stale data, which you still get the data from the cache, but the API request can still be happened. It is opposite to something we call a fresh data, where the data can just be returned from the cache itself. No extra API code is being made. And the next question I have is, how do I make this thing fresh? Now I know how do I make this thing fresh. It is super simple. You add in something they call it stale time. 30 seconds. I put it 30 seconds. It's just a number. I mind fun. But sometimes there's an API that doesn't get revalidated that fast. It's something that the user doesn't change a lot. So you can put a bit longer. But the idea here is that this stale time is 0 by default, which means every single data when they get it, it's just stale immediately. You still get from the cache, you got this benefit, but you still need to make an API to validate it in the next time. So by setting this, it within like 30 seconds, they will not try to make an API code again. So I'll show you a video. Notice I already have the vehicle here. And when I go into the detail, that's an API. That's easy. But when I go back to vehicle, and I go inside one, 30 seconds. Right? Because that 30 seconds, it can guarantee that you go in so fast, the data is still considered fresh. And then after 30 seconds, and if you need to visit the same place again, then we need to make an API. So we kind of get really closer to what we want. That's the first time when the user load the data. That's what we want. We have to set the initial data. But before that, I just show you how the difference is. Like stale time now is fresh, and then without stale time, it's just stale. Alright, so that's the difference. That's what you can see. And like we said, we want really to have an initial instant experience, and you just do something we call initial data. That's the trick. It's like a function that provided by use query. You can provide it, and what you do is that, like when I try to fetch a detail, I'll try to look for the key of the list of the vehicle or whatever, and rename it. And even inside the cache, And I'll take the data. I'll try to find my ID. And even if inside, I'll just return the ID. So I return the object to you. So you don't have to make an additional API. And of course, we need to put in the stale time for 30 seconds. So it doesn't really try to fetch it very often. And the end result really sustained. I have only one single API call, and I go into one, I go into other, I go into two, I go into another 5. It's still relying on my data. And if the time is exceeding, you can configure it, and it will try to fetch a new thing again. Or when you go to the detail page, immediately, where the list is not there, it's not inside the cache, then it will try to still fetch data from the API. So you are safe, there's no issue. You just try to set the initial data, and that's it. And which make you kind of have similar, not same, but similar experience you got before. Initially, when we show, just feels so fast. You click it, it doesn't like try to lose anything at all. This can help the user to fill up the website faster. So if you know, it's not gonna help you on all the instances, but you build something like an admin panel or like CIUD, where this operation is happening all the time, and the data structure might be shared. Like it could be helpful or something. We never rethought of it, but it's gonna help our CS team maybe something in the internal team. They are using it every day. They just configure something. So it's working. And we are going to the last part. I have 10 minutes left. Which is lazy loading is an iframe. It is very easy thing, but why I wanted to mention, because images is becoming a super expensive asset on the web. Like the top 10% of the website, they just load it in I don't know, like 4 megabyte of image, and you have 1 gigabyte of data money. I don't know. It's not good. I want to talk to you. But what you can do is just put in a lazy load, which is simply if the image is not in the viewport, not the in the visible, and it's not in that offset screen, you are not trying to load it as the user scroll, and you load it simple like that. And with JS, you have a different option. You have you can put in the data sources, you read this class, and then there's a JavaScript library. This is gonna try to load it when you see it, when you're scrolling. Or you have different way. You can have a low quality placeholder, a dominant. All of that can be done in JavaScript. We are not gonna talk about it today because this is old stuff. But I don't know, for some reason, like a lot of people doesn't know that the browser can help you to lazy load English by just putting loading equal to lazy into the image tag. And most of the developers when I speak to, they don't know. Wow, I'm not sure if you know it beforehand. You can raise your hand. That's 1. Great, awesome. 2, okay. 3. Now you know it. And what does it look like? It actually been supported since 2019 in Chrome. It's been long now ago, like 5 years ago. And in Safari was like 2022, which is 2.5 years past already. You can free to use it. And if it doesn't have support, then it just load as usual. There's nothing crazy. So I'm going to give you a very extreme example of trying to load 400 images of a cat when I load the UI. It's not very clear. Okay. Is it? Right? Try again. Sorry. Try. Okay. Notice how this one is just keep increasing. So keep increasing. Because it's like 400 images a lot. And then when I change the code to inside, it's just any loading to lazy. That's it. That's the only line code that I change. That's the only. That's fine. When you load it, that's fine. That's it. That's fine. And as you scroll the page, you notice how there's more images being loaded before the user even reaches them. So it's ready before they go there. So it's kind of lazy load, but it's not like when they go in the view and they see it and they try to load it. It has the offset sizes where you try to load when this threshold is exceeding. Right, so it is super helpful. And I'll just give you some stuff like, comparing 23 megabyte and then 100 kilobyte. That's too easy to see. Like 5 images and 400. But the question you have is, I don't have this 400 images. I don't want to try to do it. What you're trying to say? Actually, we also not trying to do 400 images at once. But at center, we have this, kind of search result. And we have like 24 in the page, but each one of it is carousel, like 10 images for once. So we have 240 requests when you just open the page. That's it, 240. Cannot be. So we try to put just the image loading. What we just thought, I tried only one thing. And you can get down to maybe, I don't know, 20, like 30, like between like 240 and 30. That is a lot. Not like saving like 7 times. But of course, it's not the best thing you can do. Right? The more you can do is like put in a bit more optimization. You can get down to 1 megabyte. So from 70 to 1 megabyte, I think you can just put it in terms of CV. If you want to really do it, I optimize it 70 times. So fast. But you can notice this a lot more optimized is done by putting some query parameter at the end, and it's just simply a service that we use. You can use a lot of other services that provide this capability. So just give you an example here. Is the original was almost 500 kilobytes. The after one, because you don't really need that big size, like maybe the image coming from the other supplier, it could be so big, it could be like, I don't know, like this. And you might just need like 500 high, that's it. And it can get you to like 8 times differences. That's something to consider when you do web application, depending on a lot of assets like images and video. That's some of the real stuff, like we are serving original size at 16 gigabyte, but the one that we deliver to user, it only costs like 5 gigabyte, after 6 gigabyte. So it's a lot of saving for the user. It saves time and the data for the user. So that's something for you to consider. Even though the user might not see it, it's just loading, right? Well, we want to save the data, for sure. Better experience. And it's going to work with lazy as well. Right? I'm sorry, with iframe. Loading lazy work with iframe, so you can consider to use it. You are relying on iframe here and there. And the only caveat is it doesn't work if you disable JavaScript. So if you disable JavaScript, it's just trying to load everything. It's no error usually. But it doesn't break anything at all. Like you don't put in the data source and using a JavaScript library, and it might break the site if the user doesn't allow JavaScript. And I think we are very close to the end, but I'll just show you one last use cases. That's Netflix, right? You can see that, preview page. And that was considering a lot of options when they view it. There's a initial page load, and then after initial page, they try to load for the user everything without the user will asking for it. So they're still doing it in subsequent, like 2 phases. But after they do a lot of testing, they found actually we don't really need this full payload at all. We just keep the initial page, and if the user is scrolling, then we start to load for them. So what Netflix found is that is the best performance approach that they found when building this kind of complicated UI. And it saved them like 70% of the image size, which is a lot. And yeah, I think with that, we come to the end. Of course, there's a QR code. You can download the slides and take a look. But for loading speeder, do remember to delay when appropriate, show only one if necessary. For instant experience, use a library. Right, so if you're using React, it's simple. And for the last thing you can apply next day is browser support, image and iframe lazy load. So you can apply it today, tomorrow, next week when you go back to work. So that's something to consider. And actually that was the real thank you slide. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thanks so much.
Thank you. ありがとうございます。ありがとうございました。じゃあ、今から、40分間休憩になります。40 minutes です。And so we can eat some lunch and food from here. And so, ランチとか来てから戻ってください。1時10分スタートです。So, 1 p.m. 10 p.m.
Nice. Nice one.
Thank you. じゃあ、次のセッションを始めようと思います。ルーム A のセッションを始めます。次のトークは、Building AI Apps with JavaScript というところで、プレゼンターは、ID です。はい。じゃあよろしくお願いします。拍手でお願いします。
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Perfect. All right, so we're gonna talk AI. It's been around for a while, so I figured, as JavaScript developers, we want to know how to build those things and be on what everybody's talking about. Could you raise your hand if you've heard about SearchGPT? It was about 2 weeks ago. Yes? Okay. So this was an interesting approach that I really liked, and we're gonna build something very similar. We're gonna build a search experience. And this search GPT was basically that. Usually when you look for something, you go to, I don't know, your favorite browser, and then you show something, but then you want to, you jump between different pages. But what if you didn't have to do that, right? What if all the information is out there? Usually when you go to ChatGPT, you go because you're looking for something. You know what you're looking for. So that's the experience that SearchGPT is for. You're looking for something, and then it's gonna enhance that experience inside that app, not outside and moving around, okay? So today, within the JavaScript realm of a next app and Node, we're gonna build something very similar. I hope you like that. So, I'm Eileen, I'm from Mexico. This is my second time here, and I'm really, really excited to continue talking about AI because this has been evolving from year to year. And yeah, so really happy to be here. And just before we get started on building the complex things, I want us to get started with some key concepts that we need to know because we're going to work with those things. And the first one is, what is a model? We're going to interact with models, and it's important for us to understand how we're going to interact with them. So I want us to think about a model as a black box that it's trained with data, with algorithms, with weights and bias, and that we're going to give some input. And that input might be a document, an audio, an image. That's basically how we interact with models. And then they provide us outputs, like an API, right? That's basically how we are going to interact with them today, and on especially large language models. Today we're going to talk about two kinds of models, but I'm going to start with large language models. And what are large language models? They're basically models that are good at understanding and generating human language. That's basically the core and why they're so powerful. Because it's very complex to do human language. They're based on the transformers architecture. There's a paper called Attention is All You Need. So if you want to understand like the base block of this, you can definitely go look for that one. And then of course, they're large because they're trained with large amounts of data. And also, they can work for many tasks. Many tasks, I mean, you can summarize things, you can question answer, you can translate, so you can do many things with a large language model. There's two types of models. So there's the closed models. Maybe these are the ones that you have been more used to, or maybe you have already used them. And there are models like ChatGPT 4.0, like Gemini, Cloud Sonnet, if you have used it, or any of the Mistral ones. And what's the difference, or what is the characteristic of these specific models? These are accessed via an API. They, of course, come with a cost, and you can download them. You cannot manipulate them. You can just use them as an API. That's cool because you don't have to worry about the infrastructure. As I mentioned, if they're large, they're going to be heavy, and you have to have the right infrastructure for it. So you don't have to think about that if you use the closed models. And of course, there's the open source ones. You can find many of them in Hugging Face. If you know Hugging Face, it's like the GitHub API. You can find models, you can find datasets, and papers. There's a lot of them, and they're open source. And what's the main advantage of this? You can download them. You can have them, you can see how they were trained, so it's more transparent, it's open source, right? So how do I use these open source models? So you either have the infrastructure to download them and host them somewhere, or you could use Llama, which is the one in the middle, and you can download those models and run them in your computer. Of course, you'll have to have the right hardware to run those, but there's still today some models that are not that heavy. We mostly might know models like Llama, they're heavy, but also there's Gemma, which is also open source, but also Microsoft recently, well not recently, but there's one called Pi, so it's a little smaller. So maybe you can run those in your computer. Okay, so we talk about models, we talk about the different types of them, and then I mentioned that we were going to build something like Smart Search. To build this, we need something called RAG. Have you guys heard about RAG? Alright, we're going to talk about that. So RAG is short for Retrieval Augmented Generation. And this is going to be like the secret sauce to actually create these smart searches. We're going to go through each of these processes to actually create this smart search. This is just for you to show that at the end we're going to cover this. So data, split, store, retrieval, and generate. So let's get started. Data. In order to provide something, we need data, right? To provide that is accurate, to provide the experience that we want, we will need data. So for today, I'm going to use Kaggle. Kaggle is another platform that's also open source. You can find datasets and models, and there's a huge community there. So if you're into data science, you should go there. And it's basically a CSV. It's a CSV of Amazon products that has name, reviews, ratings, and a lot of things. So I just thought, okay, that's a good dataset. I'm just using an open source dataset, but your data can be different things. Your data can be a PDF, your data can be your database, and your data can be, I don't know, a CSV, like in this case. And if you see, that is like the format of the CSV. I just copy and paste it so you know that that's the data that we're going to use today. Splitting. So, splitting is very important if you have a big document. Remember, we have the data, we need to store it somewhere, so we later retrieve that. If you have like long text and stuff, you might need to split it because it might not make sense to store everything, and then it might be very difficult to find it. So you need to split that and provide context to each of those things. So LangChain is a library that can help you with that. LangChain is more than just splitting. It's very interesting library, but in this case we're not going to use it. But I just want to mention that you need to split the things that you want to retrieve. So if you'll have a PDF or something, you'll have to split this into characters. But in our case, since we're going to use products, we're going to split by products. We're going to store each of that product so we can know what that product is, right? So that's the splitting in our side. But if you were to create an agent that needs data, you will need some splitting to cut that information. Next up, embeddings. This is a very interesting concept, but I'll try to put it down to word as I understand it. And hopefully you can understand it too. So, we have a graph here. It's a 2-dimension, right? X and Y. And this is an image from Sukabase. Sukabase, we're going to talk about that today. But it's a sentence. The first one says, the cat chases the mouse. And then it's pointed in that 2-dimension there. There's another sentence very similar in meaning, with just changing the word slightly. The cat for kitten and the mouse for rodent. It's like a synonym word. It means the same, but it's not the same. So they're close. So if you see 1 and 2 are very close in this 2-dimension. And then there's another sentence. I like ham sandwiches. It's nothing related to the cat or the mouse, so it's gonna be other, right? And so in this case, if it's a 2D, we will just have an array of 2 points, right? But embeddings, we're gonna use a model from ChatGPT, or there's open source models. They have 1042 dimensions. So it's no longer a 2D, it's 10,000, like thousands of dimensions. So we're gonna input our sentence through these models, and we're gonna get back an array of thousands of vectors. And that's basically an embedding. We're gonna use the models to transform those so the model can give context to it. We're gonna leave that job to the model to give it a meaning. We're no longer giving a meaning. We're using the models. And that's the second model that we're gonna use today. Remember we talked about large language models? And then we're gonna use embeddings. And so, I'm gonna put up the sentence, an input, and my output would be a vector. Okay? Up to this point, good? And so, how do I do this? Like in code, what does it look like? So, as I mentioned, you can use locally Olama, and if you have, this is Node code, so if you have your environment variable to use Olama, it would use Olama, and there is this open source model called Nomic Embedded Text. But if not, you could use the OpenAI text ARA, and you already have imported it, so I already have that available, which is the OpenAI embeddings. So, in my constants embeddings, I have, depending on my variable, what model I'm using to transform it. So I mentioned we have products. So for each of the products that I have, I'm going to create a text to embed. So I have the const text to embed, and it says the product name, and I add about the product, so I try to give context to it. And then I'm going to use that text to embed, which has a name, rating, something to give it context, and pass through the embedding model. So at the end, I'm going to have a constant called embedding, which will have the context and the product. And so, which is just the vectors. Later on, I need to store this somewhere, and this is the structure that I wanted to give. This is very personal, I think it's good, but because I want to show this experience, so I need all of this data from the product. So I have the ID, product name, category, but in the end, I have the embedding. Okay? So I created a sentence, and I created the sentence into an embedding. So I have my structure of the product that I want to save. Where do I save this? So since we're using vectors, we're going to need a special type of database, and this is a vector database. There's different kinds, there are different products. For this demo, I'm using Supabase. It has a free tier, so you can use it. If you don't use it in 7 days, it will shut down. But it's, I mean, for demo purposes, it can scale, but we're using this just because it's open source. And how does it look in Supabase? So remember, I stored the ID and also the embedding. So if you see the embedding, which was the sentence with the name and everything, is all of the arrays. So that is what I have in my database right now. And so why do I need this special type of databases? This is because we're going to do a different kind of search. So maybe you're used to doing key searches, like you go and look, okay, is it similar? Yes, it is. Let's bring it back. We're going to need a different type of this. And this is the similarity search or semantic search. And this is basically, it's going to map those embeddings and those vectors to see if they're similar. We're going to see more about that. Okay. This is a process that might just happen once because your data might be the same. But you only do this once, you have your data. Now, how do I retrieve that? Let's do the right thing that we talked about earlier. We need to retrieve that information back. We need to send it to a user. How do we do it? As I mentioned, you might be related your search with keywords, but there's other type of searches, like semantic or hybrid, which is a combination of those. But today, we're going to do semantic, okay? And how is the retrieval process going to work? First off, we're gonna have the input of the user. The user is looking for something. Then we're gonna transform that query from the user to an embedding, because the only way to search for something in our vector database is using the similarity. So I need to transform that search also into an embedding. We're gonna find it, then we're gonna retrieve it. So how does that look in code? First, this is an API, a Node API /search, and I'm gonna have my query, which is basically what the user is looking for, and then I have a limit. This is very specific for Supabase. I'm telling Supabase that I want just 5 matches of that query that I'm sending, and a threshold of 0.5. This means that it's going to be 0.5 above probability that matches. Okay, that's my low. I can be more, or it can be less, depending on your use case. And so I have my query, and I'm in the, okay, this is the generate embedding, but I'm going to show you how it looks. So again, we're going to transform our query into an embedding, remember? So we can do the same search. And then this is basically choosing between either your OpenAI or your local one. And so I have my embeddings, and what happened next? I need to retrieve that information. I need to find what is similar. This is a function very specific also from Supabase, and I can show you how it looks like. But if you see, it says the perform search, we're gonna go supabase.rpc match products. That is the name of the function that I have in my Supabase database. And that is going to create a matching, a similarity search, which is going to return, and I'm providing again the threshold, which is the minimum amount of probability that I want, but also how many of them I want. So the query embeddings, threshold, and limit. And what do I get back? The products. I'm also adding, if you see in the bottom, a similarity, because I want to show that later on to you. It's not necessary that you need it, but I just wanted to show it to you how it looks in the UI, and why it should be, because we mentioned 0.5, so nothing below 0.5 should show. Okay? So, we retrieve that, and then what happened? I have my queries, I have what the user is looking for, I already matched them. How do I show it to the user? So remember, when we talk about large language models, we mentioned what they're good at, generating and understanding human language. So here it is when we're going to use them. I have the format, I have the objects, but how do I provide this understanding? Like, yes, of course, I know what you want. This is it. We're going to use those large language models. So, we have the context, which is basically the answer that I got from my vector database, and the user input. I no longer need to transform this into an embedding, because our models understand English, Spanish, or whatever, right? So I have the context, the user input, and I will use any model to generate the answer. And this is how it looks like. Here I'm using a prompt, and I'm going to be using Gemini. So, in my prompt I'm saying, you are a helpful shopping assistant helping someone find products based on their search for the query. This is how you interact with the large language model. And I'm going to say, please provide all of this information. This is just for the sake of the experience that we want to provide the user. And I want also, please provide concise summary of the search results. Provide why these products match the search. And some things that I really wanted to add just because I want to create this amazing experience for my user. You can change your prompt as you wish, but in the end, it's just the prompt, the query, remember, and the context that I needed, which is the one that I got back. So I'm going to put const response, await the model. Model is already instantiating the Gemini model, and it's called, the function is generate content, and it's basically the prompt. The prompt is everything that I got back. And so basically the return would be, it's inside a response, so response.text function. Okay, so let's see if all of this actually works. So I mentioned that this is locally running. Let me show. this, I have a Next app on the front end, and then I have a Node API, which is doing the search thing locally. So I'm gonna try. Remember, I don't have to be specific. It can understand me, right? So I'm gonna try this. It's very general. I want a podcast setup. What do I need for a podcast setup? So let's wait. Perfect. I have my first AI analysis, which is the one that is provided from Gemini. So first up, hey there. So you're looking to create a podcast. Awesome. I've found some product that would help you get started. I asked, please provide a summary of the search results. And it's providing. It says, I found 5 products. Remember we put the limit of 5? Related to the podcasting. So I think you need microphones and headphones. And prices vary, but I brought everything that is under 600. And I wanted also to provide why. Why are you returning this to me? So, all products include microphone, crucial component for recording a podcast. I'm not sure if this happened to you, but when I was in pandemic, I wanted hobbies, and I wanted to look for something. So, if you usually want to buy something or have a hobby, you need to buy things usually. And it was really hard to go within, okay, what's the best microphone? What do I need for it? Do I need certain stuff? So I think it's amazing that you actually don't have to go anywhere. And it's explaining why you need each of these things. And, it already checked the reviews too. So it's more of those things, of the ones that I asked for. So since this is a CSV, some images weren't available. These product statistics, but the URLs were broken. So remember I mentioned I wanted to get back the similarity. It's 79. It couldn't be below 50, right? So I'm getting here a product, some features, and some customer review that I wanted to add. This is me. This is a UI that I created, right? Also, 78. Again, 78. Nothing below 50, because I asked for that. That's the threshold that I want. And so basically you're creating a better experience, right? You don't have to go to another page. You don't have to, okay, what about checking blogs and stuff? You have all there. Of course, you will modify that to create a better experience for your users, but I think it's super fully, like, you're there. You know what you want to find, and it's there. Perfect. So we created this, but we're not done. So we're in a JavaScript conference, and it's important to talk about WebAI. What is WebAI? It's been in a movement for some years now. Hugging Face, it's a big, as I mentioned, it's like the GitHub of AI. They have transformers, which also, it's a library that you can use to use the models that are inside it. But Senova, one of the main contributors that works at Hugging Face, provided transformers.js. So basically, the models that you have in Python, you can use them in JavaScript. And why is that possible? Because now the browsers have different engines like WebGL or WebGPU. We just saw talk about WebAssembly. So that makes it possible to have those models in the browser. And I'm not talking about any type of model, it's like big models. An example of that is this. This is running locally. This is Transformer.js. And this is a Gemma 2 model trained in Japanese. So this is going to run in the WebGPU. And how does this work? It's going to load the model. So we're going to store that model in the browser, in the client. And it's loading. And this is basically a Gemini, or well, not the same, a Gemma model, an open source one that is out there in Hugging Face. So it's going to take a while because it's heavy, right? But it's going to be worth it. So my model is ready. I'm going to type something. Because I'm a tourist, so it's in English, right? Okay, and I got some things. Okay, that's interesting. It's not going as planned, but it's the model. I'm not sure how to understand that. Okay, I'm not sure why it's saying that. But okay, I like it. Okay, what's the powerful thing here? I have it in my browser, and I turn off my Wi-Fi. And I'm gonna ask them to do something. My Wi-Fi is off. Let's hope it works. It's generating the content. The model is in my browser, and I don't need internet to do that. So imagine you're working on the fields. Imagine you're working somewhere. You have those models available in the browser. So I think that's very powerful for Edge, which is something that we're also looking and moving forward. But this is not only it. I mean, it's this model, but there's other models available in Hugging Face. And also, just recently, this year, Chrome launched something called like Build with AI, which is basically having the model as an API in your browser. So this is still in beta testing. You can actually subscribe and get all the news that are coming. So you can use these API models available in the browser. So I think that's super incredible. We're having more capabilities as web developers, and we need to know these things because it's coming. It's out there, and it's going to be published sometime soon. So I hope this is really exciting for you. But I also want to mention that not every app needs AI. It's important to mention that. But I do think that AI really can help us enhance our user experiences. Not everything needs to be reinvented, or innovation is not only AI. But I think AI really helps in enhancing these experiences. And so, yeah, thank you.
Amazing talk. Thank you. Okay, so next talk is why. So next talk is why build a secure supply chain management. So the presenter is DJ. You have previous t-shirt. So this is the last year t-shirt.
Okay, thanks everyone. So let me give you a small story behind this topic. This is like one of the favorite topic of mine.
Oh, sorry. 2 minutes left. So yeah.
Okay.
We will just timing the answer. Yeah, 2 minutes later, so we will begin. So sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So the story is this.
Okay.
I can maybe give the story a little bigger so that
Okay,
it can cover like
of course, it's okay. Of course, it's yeah.
Okay. So I was actually reviewing doing the code analysis of one of the internal projects, and when I asked the developer that, hey, I'm saying like you're using lots of third-party components as part of your project, so where do you use it? And he responded saying that it's open source, right? So we can use it. I was like, okay, that's correct. It's open source, you can use it. But have you actually checked that how many third-party libraries or the component actually got installed as part of this project? Then he started like thinking, right? Because he didn't have any clue that how many third-party components actually added as part of his actual package, what he added in the project, right? So this is why I'm here, and I'm going to talk about why build supply chain management and how it is going to help us as a developer and where it is going to help us in the long run, right? So the software. Yeah, and before that, let me introduce myself. I'm Vijay. I have been working in the security domain for quite a long time, and currently I'm working as a lead security engineer at Observe. So let's first understand what is actually the software supply chain, right? So in simple language, if you see what is software supply chain, it's actually the ecosystem of the software, or you can say the component, the third-party libraries which we are using, or the most important part is the developer who is actually writing the code, okay? And they are the maintainer of the application. They are actually writing the code. They are doing all of their stuff. So they are also part of the supply chain. And obviously, developer plays a fundamental and key role in the application development, as well as in the security of the application, right? And you see that today, more than 90% of the code actually is coming from the open source in your complete project, right? And that's a huge. But why developer do it? Because it's open source, and developer want to deliver fast. So the open source is readily available. You can use the open source and deliver it fast. Why? Because you have customer commitment, right? You can't miss. You have deadline to ship, right? So this is very, very important that we end up using the open source because there are like so many different reasons of it, right? So what you do as a developer, you do npm install, and let's say you are asking for one package, you get it. But what you are not asking for, but you are getting as part of the package is this one, right? So you are getting this, and you think that, okay, this is the package, what I'm getting as part of the actual package. But actually, it looks like this, right? So you're installing one package, and you're getting so many hundreds of different packages as part of it, right? And you don't know that the dependencies, which package, let's say your package has some dependency, and then your package has dependency of dependency, which is very crucial, right? And you don't know whether this particular dependency, which is like the end dependencies, it has some vulnerability or not. You don't even know, right? Because we are not going to check each of these the dependencies of dependencies, whether it is fine to use or not. So to quick sort, if you see CNC.js is a small library. When you install this, it installs almost 722 packets. That's huge, right? So you are going to add 722 packets as part of your application and as a component in your complete software cycle, and you don't know like which of 722 packets has vulnerability and which not, right? So quick of this, let's say, and by the way, how many of you use npm ls command to see what the tree look like for the third party? Yeah, that's like a good way to see that what is the third party library which you are using in your application and how it is look like, right? So I'm saying it's not coming, but yeah. So let's run this command and see what's happening. So if you go up, you see I install a super agent, which is actual, the library which I wanted to install. And these are the direct dependencies of it, right? So you have component emitter and then the second one. However, I didn't ask to install this particular library, right? But it got as part of my package, right? And this particular library is called as the transient dependency. So it's like dependencies of the dependency. So if tomorrow you get some vulnerability in this particular, let's say, dependency, it's very difficult for you to see how you're going to fix it, right? So let's go back into our slide. And at the end, if you see your complete application, right, you see more than 90% of your code is actually coming from open source. So it looks like this, right? So you see everything is open source, and there is a very small portion of it is actually your own code, what you have written, right? So this is the problem, right? Because there are so many open source added in your product that you don't have clue that, okay, what is going to get something malicious or something bad into my product. And Strict says that if you are installing an npm package, then you're going to trust 79 third-party package and 39 maintainers of those packages. It means you are trusting all of them, right? And that's why you're adding into your in your software, right? So the question to you is, who do we trust, right? Are you going to trust the third-party libraries, which is part of your application, or the maintainer of those libraries?
right? And that's really important. So we understood what is the software supply chain look like. Now let's understand what is the attack, right? Because this is also very important to understand that from where the attack can come, right, in your complete software system. So usually we say that if I'm using a vulnerable component, let's say I'm using an NPM package, and there is some vulnerability in the NPM package, then that can impact my software and my software can get compromised. But it's not only the NPM package and the dependency of NPM package, it's more than that, right? So it can come from, let's say, malicious code injection. It can come from the dependency confusion attack, or maybe the third-party component which you are using as part of your software. So there's a nice framework called SALSA. It's supply chain level of software artifacts. It actually helps us to understand that where is the gap or problem in my complete supply chain, right? And it is actually, it's in very early stage, but organizations like Google and other big giants, they are actually helping us to build this so that we have a guideline to see where is the problem and what and how we can secure the complete supply chain. So let's see from where the attack can happen, right? So you see here you're writing code, you're a developer, you are using some kind of source, SCM. Then you have build, obviously, because this is how the software build cycle is look like. And then you are getting a package, maybe some NPM package out of your build, and then you have some dependency, right? Let's say you are running a bad code. There is some problem, or the code is actually bad, and you might get attacked from that place, because these are the connection points, right? Or you can say the entry points in your complete software cycle. Or it can come from, let's say, somebody modified the code in your team, and you don't know, let's say you're not aware that what actually he added. It can come from there, right? Or you have compromised build platform from where you can get the supply chain attack, and there are like a lot more. Now, in organization, we see that the source threat, which is the developer and let's say your laptop, your machines, it is come as a source threat, and then you have a build threat, right, where your actually code is getting compiled and you are getting a package out of it. Organization have security team, have CISO, so they are able to deal with source threat as well as the build threat, but they are not able to deal, or let's say they are not able to handle is this particular one, right? The dependency, because that's not your code. It's coming from the third party. It's coming from somewhere else which you have not written the code. And you can't control it, because if you are using a third-party library, and if the third-party library has vulnerability, it will automatically add it in your product, right? It automatically gets added in your software, right? So that's a huge problem, right? Now, we have seen what is the supply chain, what is the supply chain attack look like. Let's understand why supply chain attack is critical in today's era, right? So we'll go through some of the examples of supply chain, and we'll see that, at what extent this attack can happen. So there is very famous, vulnerability came in 2021, Log4j. I think you must have heard of it. So Log4j is actually a logging framework used in Java application. It's a logger, so you don't have to write your own logger. What you can do is you can go and use this to record any error messages or user input in your application, right? So what was the vulnerability? Vulnerability was that it is called as Log4 shell, and the vulnerability was that how Log4j, the older version of Log4j, actually handles the JNDI, right? So JNDI is actually Java naming and directory interface. It's an API which tells your application that okay, go and fetch some specific file or script from the remote server. So what attacker did is, let's say you host your own LDAP server where you added or you created your own malware. You do call to the LDAP server, get the file and execute it. There is no authentication. There was no authentication, and the older version of Log4j was not able to handle or see whether the file which got downloaded in the application is actually vulnerable or not, or it is malicious or not. Right? So this was the the vulnerability, and it was so widely spread, used across the world that it was categorized as a catastrophic security vulnerability of the era. And I think still we talk about it. So what was the impact? Impact was huge because people are not knowing how to fix it. It was categorized as zero-day vulnerability. It means no patch available, right? It was so widely used that it is also categorized as the remote code execution vulnerability, because attacker don't have to come here and do this. They can execute the command from anywhere in the world. And it was so straightforward that they don't need any special permission to run this particular vulnerability. So it's like so easy to use. Like you can go just host your own malware and just put the JNDI lookup command and get the file done. So it is that simple. The other one is polyfill vulnerability. It came in this year, 2024, February, Feb 2024. I think you must have heard of it. So what the polyfill? Polyfill is actually an open source, obviously JavaScript library, which add modern functionality to the old browsers, right? So you can use this and you will get the modern functionality. So Andrew, who was actually the maintainer of this particular package, so what he did, he tweeted about this particular package, saying that today's almost all the major browser has this the adoption of this new functionality, and we should not use it, because from where the script is actually getting downloaded, right? That place you are actually creating a huge risk for the organization who is actually trusting on these kind of third-party libraries. And what happened to this? After this, we are seeing that the attack happened. So how it happened? Let's see. Let's say you have application and you have defined an environment saying that it requires polyfill, and we say that okay, I don't want to use it. So you are safe, no problem. But let's say you want to use it, right? Then what will happen? It will load the polyfill, and before this, the attack, what attacker did is he actually modified this JS file, which was getting from cdn.polyfill.io, right? And he was able to get this particular file modified, and there was some malicious thing added in this polyfill.js file. So as soon as your application load polyfill.js, it started downloading the malicious code, right? Because this file has a malicious code. And as an owner of the organization, or let's say you are maintaining the application, you don't even notice that something got changed because you have not changed anything in the application. You are just loading, the polyfill as it is, and then it will execute it in your app. And what will happen? Instead of going to some legitimate site which you have requested, you will start going to some malicious site, right, or some spam site. So this what happened, and it was also widely used. So immediately after a while, what happened is Google, Cloudflare, and other big organizations, they came forward and they started flagging this. So you might have seen this kind of error. If you might have noticed in I think April or May, during that time, it got flagged by the Google. So it's Chrome browser, the error which I got. And if you go deep into it, you see that there is a signing base, and it's actually the source is polyfill.io, and it's taking data from your cdn.polyfill.io. Again, Andrew, tweeted saying that hey, if you are using polyfill.io, you should remove it immediately, because he never owned the site, right? He never owned the domain from where it was actually downloading the script, right? It means the cdn.polyfill.io, he never owned it. So what happened is anybody who owned this can go and change the file, and your application is automatically vulnerable. Right? It was that simple, right? Before this, and then it got mitigated. And again, we have seen even Google, email to his customer saying that polyfill.io is actually affecting websites. So if you are using, you should stop it. Now, what was the impact? Impact was huge again, because it was used by more than 100K plus websites across the world, and everybody got impacted because everybody was using this and trusting this particular library. And what we have seen is not only this particular library, even some of the domains also got impacted by this. So you see obviously the cdn.polyfill.io, boot cdn.net and couple more. And some additional indicator of compromise was also observed after the analysis of the logs. So you will notice that this is not Google Analytics, right? It's Google Analytics. But what happened is when you do a code, let's say when do your log analysis, you go very quickly. Okay, there's no problem. Let's say if something happened to your app, what you do is you go and see the logs. You see the log, you say that okay, no problem because this is coming from Google Analytics, I'm good. But if you don't notice, you will obviously going to skip it because that is how attacker is trying to use your ID, right? So he wants to skip. He don't want to be noticed. So that's why he thinks like this. The JS file is coming from Google Analytics rather than Google Analytics. So this is how actually the attacker is trying to trick the person or the maintainer who is actually doing the review. Another very famous one, I'm sure you must have used your parser, right? No? Then let's see who haven't used it. It's another JavaScript popular library, which is used to detect a browser, and it is the OS CPU and other things from the user agent. Okay, it is maintained for 15 years. You will use it. Okay, let's see. It has more than 13 million weekly downloads. Now you will use it, right? You will not think about it. It is used on millions, including Google, Amazon, Facebook. So even though you say that, hey, I'm not using it, you're using it anyways, right? So it's indirect. But what happened before, like 5th October 2021, everything was fine, and the maintainer of this particular package, the core maintainer named Faisal, everything was fine with him, nothing happened. But on 5th of October, it was noticed that it was under sell, and if you read it, it says that I sell a development account on npm.js.com, and it more than 7 million installations every day. So it was like in March 2021, and there is no 2FA to the account. It means his account is already unhacked, right? So the maintainer account got hacked, and the Russian attacker actually hacked his account, and what he did is, so Faisal noticed that okay, something happened to his, and the attacker published 3 different versions of the UA parser. Interestingly, these all released very quickly. So even if your application, let's say in auto update mode, it will automatically install a new version and you will get it. And if you say this carefully, so there is something called sdd.dll. This file is get created as soon as it gets updated, and there is some malware or some malicious code will get added to your application, and what will happen is amazing, right? So it can steal your password, it can read the browser history, right? So it can do crypto mining, it can do even account takeover as well as the system takeover. So it can do a lot, right? So it was so easy, and for the attacker who actually did this, it was very hard. If your application is in auto update mode, it's very difficult for you to keep track of it or make sure that you are not impacted by this. Another example, we have seen that how good packages become bad when it go into the attacker's hands. But this is something interesting, right? There is no attacker in this scenario. There is actually the maintainer of this particular package called Node.js. So let's see. Brendan is also a nice person. He actually maintains 42 packets. If you see, this is a recent screenshot what I have taken. And there is a very famous package called Node.js, which is actually maintained by Brendan. What he did, again, this is maintained for 10+ years, so you will not think using any such package. It has good downloads. What he did is he actually added one line of code, just one line of code, and it was so obfuscated that you will not be able to read it, what is there. So if you convert it into base 64, you will see that what he added is actually trying to find, he added a IP geolocation. So he's trying to find that from where the system is actually using this, right? And if you convert it more, you will see that he added some more things as part of the code. What is the country? What is the, it is Russia or Belarus. And what was the impact? Impact was delete, 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 right? So what it does is, it tries to find whether you are using his API, and let's say if your location belongs to Russia or Belarus, it will do delete, 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 delete the parent directory, right? Delete the grandparent directory, delete the root. It means your system is cleaned up, right? And it did message in GitHub saying that it is open source, documented, and you have it's open source license. And if you have downloaded my software, I'm allowed to wipe your computer. So now see, if somebody who have used it and visited Russia and try to find that okay, you are in any of these locations, you are done, right? So this was happened. So what we have seen is the supply chain attack is actually a very critical problem as of today, right? And since 2017, we have seen that more than 700k plus malicious component is already detected, and we have seen all of these examples. So what we can do is, so this is a reference which we can see Sonatype, and all the history of the supply chain attacks since 2017 is actually maintained here. So if you want, you can go through this. This is nice resource. Okay, so whenever you are using any kind of third-party libraries, you should review, obviously you can't review the complete code, but you should at least review the important things of it, whether it is not, it is going to impact your application at any point of time or not, right? It's very, very important. Now, because we have seen the supply chain attack is critical, it can impact you at any point of time. Now, we need to understand that how we can manage this. So, supply chain risk management process actually help us to see that how we are going to manage the supply chain, vulnerability which might come in the system. So there is a nice flow which was given by Nish. So what it does is it's actually help you to create a flow as an organization to have a nice view that how you are going to manage any kind of supply chain attack if it happens, right? So what you can do is you can create a business process or the key, what is the key you require. You can maintain the inventory of the software licenses, what you are using. You can check whether the supply has actually license support or not. You can analyze the key rule in your complete software. And then if there is any vulnerability coming, how you are going to disclose the vulnerability, right? So I'm showing you about some details about how we can manage and maintain the inventory of the software. And there is something called SBOM. It's one of the a good way to understand the software bill of material. So bill of material is from a long time, right? So you drink, let's say some software drink, and then you see that there are ingredients in it. So you can understand in the same way that software bill of material is nothing but it's the component, and it's the inventory of all the component what is being used in your software. So it's not the normal inventory. It has like the license, the version, the dependency of dependency what you're using, and a couple more things, right? Now, SBOM can help you to deal with supply chain risk management, and where it can help is, you can deal the vulnerability proactively, right? You can enhance, as an organization, you will get enhanced visibility and transparency on usage of the software, the third party, right, which is part of your application. Obviously, it is going to help in the risk reduction of your complete supply chain attack. it will help you to manage the license, and there are like a couple more, it will help you to see whether actually, the library is coming from the legitimate source or not, and obviously it can help you to take the decisions, right? So there are a couple of ways to create a SBOM. You can create in different ways, and these are like some of the famous ways through which we can create the SBOM. So I'll show you how we can create in JSConf. It's actually a flagship of OS, and because this is security, so I'll use the JSConf. So let me show you a quick demo, because we have seen this super agent. Now let's see how we can create a simple and nice the SBOM of this particular project. So if you hit enter, if you see here, this is JSConf npm, and by the way, I'm using this npm package. You can follow. It has like good documentation. I'm using the same npm docs to actually create this SBOM of my actual the library what I have shown. So if you hit enter, you will see that it is going to create the SBOM. And let's go up. Yeah, and you see here, it has all the libraries and everything what you have used. So let's go. What we want to say is, so this is the library what I'm using. This is the name of the library. This is the version. This is the reference. And the interesting part is the component, right? So let's see. This is a component, right? This is what I'm using. I'm using a library called superagent. Version of it. Who is the main author of this particular library? What is the description? And the important is the license, whether it is GPL, MIT, or whatever. You will get everything here. And not only this, we have seen that we have dependency of dependency. So you will be able to see that what is the problem in the dependency of dependency. So let's see if you go, and here I'm already checking the authenticity. SHA-512, it's checking whether it is coming from the authentic source or not. And then you see here debug. Debug was the direct library, direct dependency, MS, right? So MS was indirect dependencies, and that also added here, and you will have all the details of this particular library, what is actually added in your product. So it means that if you create an SBOM, you will have very good understanding of all these components which is part of your software, right? And it will help you to obviously understand that, let's say tomorrow you see that there is some vulnerability came in one of the dependency, you don't have to go here and there. You can go to the SBOM, check this is the version, this is the vulnerability. If it is impacted, then you need to fix it. If not, then it's good, right? So you don't have to take time to even think and see that, okay, from where this particular library is coming, what is the version, whether I'm impacted, not impacted. You can go check the SBOM and quickly you can solve the problem, right? So this is fast, and this is actually an easy way to see how we can manage the complete supply chain security, right? And really interesting one. So let's see the takeaways, what we have learned till now. We have learned about what is supply chain, what is software supply chain. What is the supply chain attack look like for us? Why supply chain attack is critical, right? That's very important to understand, because as a developer, we end up saying that, okay, use this library and you are done. It's not done, right? You need to think twice before using any third-party library, whether that is good to use, okay to use or not. It's very, very important. Then we have seen some of the examples from the past, like polyfill answer was an interesting one. We have also learned about how the risk management process for any organization is look like and how we can create it. And lastly, we have learned about SBOM and how it is helping in the complete supply chain security, right? These are the some of the references you can go through, and some interesting ones. You will learn something more, obviously. and you are awesome, right? With this, my first intensive talk is delivered, and I'm super excited. Thank you for listening. Thank you for having me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, the next session is rest. 10 minutes rest. So 20 minutes. So we will start at 2:20. Yeah. 始めます。
はい、じゃあ、ちょっと急遽発表させていただきたいと思います。React サーバーコンポーネンツとは何であって何でないのかっていうことで、ちょっとこう、React サーバーコンポーネントに関するこう誤解みたいなのが結構たまに聞くなと思って、そういうところをこう問題提起というか、提唱したくて、ちょっと資料を作ってました。急遽ですね、発表なので、ちょっと今日発表する予定なかったのと、僕がパソコン持ってきてなくて、この資料作りかけのやつで、大体できてると思うんですけど、ちょっと荒いところがあったりとか、あと、ちょっと時間配分とかも全然考えてなかったので、ちょっとそこら辺余ったら、ちょっと温かい目で見てもらえたらなと思います。はい、ちょっとじゃあ、最初簡単に自己紹介させていただきたいと思います。佐藤明文と申します。X とかだとAKFM っていう名前でよく活用しております。Next.js とか Rust とかテストとかとか、このあたりが僕の興味範囲です。直近の活動だと結構、Zen っていうサイトに、Zen プロレブですね。このサイトに結構記事とか本とか書いたりとかすることが多くて、最近だと Next.js の考え方っていうZen の本を書いたりしました。興味ある方、見ていただければと思います。あと、ちょっとアップデートできてないんで書いてないんですけど、来月12月18日に、オファーズさんの、ファンディさんの、まずいですね、そこ間違えたら。はい、ファンディさんのイベントで、登壇する予定がありまして、12月18日に Next.js のアップルーターの、勘どころと、キャッシュの未来というイベントをさせていただくので、興味ある方はぜひ見ていただけたらと思います。はい、今日話すこと、話さないことなんですけど、React サーバーコンポーネントとは何かっていう話を主にしていきたいんですけど、あとは何でないのかと、よく PHP っぽいとか、グラフ QL との関係とか、いろんな見方されたりすると思うんですけど、そこら辺をちょっと深掘っていきたいなというのと、あとは、React サーバーコンポーネント、のアーキテクチャって、従来とどう違うのかみたいなところだったりとか、あとは今後の話ですね、ちょっとしていきたいなと思っております。で、今日話さないことは、React サーバーコンポーネンツって、こういうコンセプトで、そういう結構、ベースの部分を今日結構触れないつもりなので、ちょっとそこら辺は前提として、ご認識いただけたらと思います。ただ、フレームワーク固有の話とかも極力しないようにしようかなと思っております。はい。React サーバーコンポーネンツとは何かっていう、一番今日の主題のところを早速話していきたいなと思うんですけども、React サーバーコンポーネンツ出て以降の実装、こんな感じになりましたよねっていう話ですね。これだとデータベースに触ってますけど、こんな感じでサーバーリソースに、例えばデータベース、フェッチでも、ネットワークとしているところへのフェッチでもいいし、何かしらこうやってサーバーリソースにアクセスするところをかなりシンプルに書けるようになったっていうのが、React サーバーコンポーネンツ発表以降の、世界観かなと思ってます。で、ここで例えば、見えますかね、大丈夫かな。こうやってポストとかデータベースから引っ張ってきて、その結果をもとにこうやって分岐してっていうときに、例えばこの場合だとコメンタブルかどうかっていうので分岐して、コメントエディターみたいなコンポーネントを呼び出しているわけですけど、これが必要なときにしかバンドルされない。要は下の向きに入ったときはコンポーネントコメントエディターのJS とかCSS、HTML が、クライアントサイトに送られない、要はバンドルされないっていうところが、この React サーバーコンポーネンツで得られるメリットの一つになっております。あとは有名なのはこれですね、ユーズクライアントって書いて、今までのコンポーネントみたいな書き方をするときは、このユーズクライアントディレクティブを頭につけましょうという部分になりました。これをつけると、クライアントサイトでもハイドレーションされたり、レンダリングされて、インタラクティブなところが実装できると。で、あと、めぼしいところで言うと、こんな感じでサーバーファンクションズ、サーバーアクションズと呼ばれる機能ですね。アドコメンツみたいな機能とか実装して、それをインポートして、フォームのアクションとかにそのまま渡せるよというのが、従来との違いになっています。はい。アドコメンツとか、こんな感じでユーズサーバーって書いて、 各サーバーファンクションというですね、ちょっと今日さらっと話しちゃってるので、ちょっとこう説明つかないんですけど、ちょっとご了承いただければと思います。はい。で、今ちょっとバーッと話していったんですけど、これが React サーバーコンポーネンツが発表されて以降の、世界観の実装かなと思うんですけど、この中で、React サーバーコンポーネンツに当たるものはどれでしょうってなったときに、さっきの PostTSX、一番この外側ですね。ないしは、このコメントエディターだったり、このアドコンメンツだったりとか、もしくは全部、どれでしょうって話なんですけど、ちょっといきなりですけど、これ A だと思う方いらっしゃいますか？ A だと思う方、ありがとうございます。B だと思う方、C だと思う方、D だと思う方、B が一番多いですね。はい、ありがとうございます。ちょっと、はい、おっしゃる通り、答え B、すべてになります。これがすべてのことを React サーバーコンポーネンツというわけですね。はい。で、ここからがちょっと僕が話したかったところなんですけど、サーバーコンポーネンツとReact サーバーコンポーネンツっていうのは別なものになります。なんか結構ここが、場合によって同じ意味で表現されているケースも見られるんですけど、実は違うものです。React サーバーコンポーネンツっていうのは、アーキテクチャの名前になります。React サーバーコンポーネンツっていうアーキテクチャの中に、さっき言ったサーバーコンポーネンツっていうのが、属している形ですね。クライアントコンポーネンツとかサーバーアクションズっていうこのコンセプトも、それぞれ React サーバーコンポーネンツのアーキテクチャの中に登場する人物になっています。実際これはReact Dev の、サイトですね。こんな感じでReact サーバーコンポーネンツっていう、これはサイドメニューのところに書いてあるんですけど、くくりの中に、これらが書いてあります。はい。じゃあ、React サーバーコンポーネンツとは何でないのかっていう話もぜひしていきたいなと思ってるんですけど、これちょっと一個ずつ話していきたいなと思います。よく言われるのが、Next.js 固有のものっぽく考えられている方も結構いらっしゃるんですけど、その React と Next.js の境界が曖昧になっているみたいな言い方とかもよくされるんですけど、実際はNext.js がこれ書いた時のあれですね、現状 Next.js のみがって書いちゃってるんですけど、これは正確には他のフレームワークも今サポートしてるし、Remix とかも今サポートしようとしているので、どんどん広がっている流れがあるのかなと思うんですけど、結構Next.js 固有のものと勘違いされることも多々あるんですけど、別物です。で厳密に混ぜていくとこんな感じで、React の関連機能としてサーバーコンポーネンツっていうのがあったり、クライアントコンポーネンツ、サーバーアクションズ、React キャッシュ、ストリーミング SSR とかがあります。じゃあ Next.js 固有のものって何かっていうと、キャッシュとかですね、あとインターセプティングルーツとか、結構細かいところ、キャッシュを細かいって言っていいかはちょっとわかんないですけど、このあたりは Next 固有のものです。だから大体が React の関連の機能で、それを Next.js が先行して実装してたっていうのが正確なところなのかなと思います。はい。あと結構言われるのが、React サーバーコンポーネンツの世界観って結構従来より複雑なんじゃないかっていう意見を聞いたこともあります。で、ちょっとここについては僕の主観の話になってくるんですけど、正しく比較してみると、正しく、保守という人って結構やっぱ主観の部分強いと思うので、ちょっとうがった見方かもしれないですけど、こうやってデータフェッチとか、データ操作、バンドルサイズ、コードスプリッティングとか、それぞれ見ていくと、やっぱ従来は、データフェッチってフレームワーク依存のところがすごい多かったと思うんですね。これがRSC の世界観だと、React サーバーコンポーネンツの世界観だと、広いコンポーネントで第1級のサポートされていると。で、データ操作の部分も、サードパーティーライブラリそれこそ Next.js のページズルーターとか使ってると、グラフ URL だったりとか、TRPC だったりとか、いろいろ、何かしらライブラリサードパーティーのライブラリ入れてやることが多かったと思うんですけど、RSC の世界だと、そこもサーバーアクションズっていうのを使えばいい。これは Next 固有のものじゃないので、他のフレームワークでも同様のサポートとされれば、使い回せる知識になりますね。はい。あとはもうバンドルサイズ。バンドルサイズもやっぱり プロセス .env とかの値とか見て、ノード env かなとか見て、分岐を、消したりとかする最適化があったりとか、いろいろあったと思うんですけど、やっぱりある程度限界があったと思うんですね、従来の世界観で。それが結構サーバーコンポーネンツの世界だと、ゼロバンドルサイズって呼ばれるような特徴を持ってて、例えば例えばマークアップの、マークダウンの解析をして、HTML 作るみたいなのを、こう、従来の世界観で実装すると、その解析の、マークダウン系のちょっとライブラリの名前忘れちゃいましたけど、マークダウン系のライブラリもフロントエンド、実際ブラウザに送られてたわけですね。そういうのがサーバー側でだけ1回だけ実行すれば、その結果だけを送るみたいなことが RSC の世界だとできるので、ゼロバンドルサイズ、目に受けるわけですね。そういう形で結構バンドルサイズもサーバー側でのみ実行するコンポーネントが出たことで、結構可能性が広がった。あとはさっき言ったようなそのコードスプリッティングですね。さっきコメントエディターみたいなのをバンドルするしないの話をしたと思うんですけど、あんな感じで、愚直に分岐してれば必要ないときはバンドルされないっていうのが RSC の世界観なので、結構こう従来みたく、そうですね、NEXT だったら、NEXT すらダイナミックってとこからダイナミックインポートの関数使ったりとかすることあったと思うんですけど、あえて結構開発者が意識して最適化していくっていうコードスプリッティングしていくって世界から割と勝手にやってくれるような世界観だったのかなと思って、こうやって見ていくと割と従来により複雑化っていうのは総合的に見ていくと従来サポートしてなかった範囲を結構シンプルに実現しようとしてるから従来より総合的に見ると結構シンプルになったんじゃないかなと個人的には思っております。はい、あとは、リアクトサーバーコンポーネンツ、これ PHP じゃんみたいなこともですね、一時期言われたこともあったかと思います。これはちょっと T 和田さんとかが言ってる技術の螺旋って言葉ですね。やっぱ螺旋上で似たような技術が流行るんだけど、前回とは違うところがある。そこをちゃんと見ていくと、やっぱり違いが出てくるなって思ってて、だから似てるけどやっぱ違う技術だなと思ってます。具体的にはやっぱそのデータフェッチ、PHP っぽいよねって言われてたのは多分そのワードプレスとか、あとはその PHP 書いてるときにHTML のコード上にPHP のコードを埋め込んでデータフェッチしてみたいな実装することがあったから、そういうのを想像してると思うんですけど、今回も同じですね。ドーム構造というか JSX の近くに、データフェッチのコードを書けるようになったので、そこが似てると言われれば似てる部分もあるとは思います。ただやっぱ前回と全然違うなと思うのは、リアクトってやっぱコンポーネント思考で CSS、JS カプセル化してるし、リアクトサーバーコンポーネンツってやっぱ同一のデータフェッチをメモ化したりして重複配置しているので、結構こうスケールしやすい形にはちゃんとなってるなっていう点がPHP とは、PHP 単体とかと比べると大きく違う点なのかなと思います。はい、あとこれですね、アイランドアーキテクチャと、どう違うんですかとかいう話もたまに聞くので、ちょっとここで挙げておくと、リアクトの第一人者の一人、ダン・アブラホムって方、ダン・アブラホムさんいらっしゃると思うんですけど、あの方は全部これらは2層アーキテクチャであると。従来から、だから古くから使われるその2層のアーキテクチャっていうのにのっとってどんどん発展しているんだよっていうことをおっしゃってました。具体的にはその PHP と jQuery みたいにPHP の層と jQuery の層、アイランドアーキテクチャだと、外側なんて言うんだったかちょっと思い出せないんですけど、外側の層があって、そこに島が浮いているような2層のアーキテクチャですね。で、リアクトサーバーコンポーネンツも、サーバーコンポーネンツっていう島に、クライアントコンポーネンツの、世界があって、中にさらにネストしてみたいな感じになってるんですけど、そんな感じでこれらは2層アーキテクチャっていうところが似てるのかなと思います。はい、あとは、時折見る議論のもう一つとしては、グラフ QL を控えるものなのかどうかみたいな話をですね、たまに聞くこともあって、これはリアクトサーバーコンポーネンツって最初の RFC が出たとき、 ちょっと読み方間違ったらすみません。ジョー・サボナ氏が書いたという話でした。この方はですね、Facebook の、メタの、社内でリレーとか、あとはグラフ QL を先導して、仕様を作ったり、コアの実装を作ったりされてた方です。それでジョー・サボナ氏がグラフ QL の世界観のデータフェッチをどんどん進めていって、その先として RFC も一つ書いて、RFC の RFC を書いてあったりですね。そういう、やっぱ、Facebook はじめメタの大規模なプロダクトを支える技術として、もう一歩進めた設計をするために、考案された部分があるので、精神的な後継というか、直接的に置き換えるものじゃないけど、やっぱ受け継いでいる思想があったりとか、もともと提唱している人が同じだったりとか、っていう部分があるので、似ている部分があるのかなと思います。はい。で、あとは、これと今話したところが、React サーバーコンポーネンツって、何なんだっけって、アーキテクチャで PHP とはこう違ってって話をちょっと今してきたんですけど、あとはちょっとお話したいなと思ってたのが、従来のアーキテクチャとの比較ですね。結構 React サーバーコンポーネンツで、初めてNext とか触ってると、結構やっぱ今までと全然違うねって混乱される方いっぱいいらっしゃると思うんですけど、何がどう変わってきたんだっけってところをちょっと整理したいなと思います。はい、従来のですね、Web のバックエンドに、マイクロサービスみたいな構成をちょっと考えてほしいんですけど、結構昔ながらの WebMVC とかで考えると、別にブラウザから、Rails とかも、こんな感じ、Rails だとちょっとバックエンド違うか。何でもいいんですけど、そのブラウザからリクエストを受け取って、例えばエクスプレスみたいなバックエンドサーバーがあって、HTML を返す世界。で、Web のバックエンドの裏側にはさらにマイクロサービスの場合はいろんな API が入っている。こういう世界がもともとあったと思うんですね。こういう形で作っている、システムを作っている会社さんがいっぱいある。でここに React が出てきましたと。で React が出てきて以降、どういう形が多かったかなと考えると、React で CSR フェッチしてみたいな形にする構成が結構増えてきた。その場合はもうブラウザからはリクエストしてホスティングサーバーから HTML 返すだけですね。でそこからブラウザでReact のアプリケーションがレンダリングされて、各コンポーネントが必要なデータをそれぞれ、ここはSWR に単スタッククエリなり、そういうので今だとやれると思うんですけど、そういったものを使って API を呼び出すと。こういう構成が、React 出て以降、今も結構使われる形だとは思うんですけど、アーキテクチャなのかなと思います。でこの後、というか、React にさらに SSR という概念が出てきて、Next.js とかですね、ちょっとNext.js のページサーバーで書いてます。リクエストを受け取って、サーバー側で HTML を作って返すという世界に、また戻ってきました。この場合は API リクエストは、Next.js の Get サーバーサイドプロミスとか、そのあたりでやると思うんですけど、その裏側に API がいっぱいいると。だから、さっきとの違いで言うと、必要なものを自分たちで取ってくる世界観じゃなくて、リクエストを受け取って、そこから必要なデータを集めて流し込むっていう、そういう世界にまた戻ってきたわけですね。こういう世界ですね。で、じゃあコンポーネント思考は消え去ったのかっていうと、もちろん生き残ってて、HTML 返した後、ハイドレートでこのコンポーネントがそれぞれ復活していく。復活というか、ハイドレーションされていくと。これでインタラクティブなそのUI コンポーネントを作るためのリアクトとしての責務と、データフェッチは一番外側でやる。そういう責務分けがなされたのがページズルーターだったわけですね。でこれを、じゃあさらにリアクトサーバーコンポーネントの世界で考えてみます。リアクトサーバーコンポーネントの世界はナビゲーションされた後にこうやって Next.js のサーバーがあるところは変わらないんですけど、自分で必要なデータをそれぞれ各コンポーネントが勝手に取ってくる。だから一番上で一気に取ってくるんじゃなくて、必要なコンポーネントが必要なデータにフェッチをかけるという世界に戻ってきました。前回と、この辺りと違うのは、それがサーバー側で起きるということですね。でさらに、 こうサーバー側でデータフェッチして終わった順にサスペンス境界とか作っていくと、ここがストリーミングで HTML をちょっとずつ流していくみたいなことができるようになりました。これによってさっきの、この形だと、例えば、極端な例でじゃあ10個 API だとします。最後の1個だけがめちゃめちゃ重いですってなると、やっぱそこに引きずられて、どうしてもページの表示遅くなると思うんですね。そういうのをサスペンス境界とかで送ってあげれば、この2つはとりあえず早いからすぐ返す。で、一番下のやつ、ここだけすごいコンポーネントの API が重いです。なった時に、そこだけ遅延して、画面に返すみたいなことができるようになったので、そこら辺も結構技術的な大きな進化なのかなと思います。はい、ちょっと細かい話をすると、これはwith SSR って書いてあるんですけど、実際にはその HTML を返すだけじゃなくて、RSC ペイロードって呼ばれるものですね。これはレンダリングの結果のフォーマットなんですけど、従来だと HTML とか JSON でやり取りして、いわゆる SPA っぽいことを Next.js は実現していたんですけど、今だとJSON とかじゃなくて HTML をやり取りするか、いわゆるソフトナビゲーション、だから一回画面来て、その後内部遷移ですね、していくときには、この RSC ペイロードっていうのを、Next.js サーバーとやり取りして画面を表示していきます。ここら辺がちょっと今5枚の例で説明しましたけど、こうやってこう従来の Web の作り方からだんだんこうリアクトの目線に立つといろんなシンクを得て、クライアントに行って自分の必要なものを取る世界に行ったり、はたまた、必要なものは一番上で取る世界に戻ったり。で、今だと、必要なものは自分で取るんだけど、それをサーバー側でやるっていうのが今回の RSC、リアクトサーバーコンポーネンツのアーキテクチャなのかなと思います。はい。最後かな。リアクトサーバーコンポーネンツの今後の話をですね、ちょっとしたいと思うんですけど、多分、ちょっとここら辺資料を作ったのが、ちょっと前だから古いかもしれませんけど、今だと Next.js がとりあえずは一番本格的にサポートしていると思います。で、この後、レッドウッドってもうサポートしてるんじゃなかったかなって気がするんですけど、Linux も、今 V3 でリアクトサーバーコンポーネンツのサポートをどうするのかっていう話をいろいろされてると思います。あとはバイクっていう、コンポーネント、フレームワークだったり、ちょっと書けてないですけど、状態とかの作者さんの、ダイスさんが作ってるワークっていうフレームワークですね。あたりとかもリアクトサーバーコンポーネンツをサポートされていると思います。今、ちょっとレッドウッドが僕は記憶が曖昧なんで、Next.js とワークはとりあえずもうしてるはずで、してるというか、リアクトサーバーコンポーネンツベースで作られてるやつだったと思うので、あたりとか、どんどんこうサポートが今広がってるし、いくつか出てきてるし、広がっていくっていう段階なのかなと思います。はい、ちょっと最後まとめです。ちょっと今日早口でだいぶ喋っちゃった気がするんですけど、リアクトサーバーコンポーネンツとは、ちょっと改めて言うと、アーキテクチャの話ですと。サーバーコンポーネンツとは厳密には違うものですというのはまず覚えていただきたいなというのが一つ。あとは、このアーキテクチャが考案された背景には、Facebook とか、ああいう巨大なプロダクト、なんかメタ社内だと10万とかコンポーネントあるなんて噂も聞きますけど、なんかそういう本当に巨大なプロダクトの技術基盤、だからスケールを考えうる限り、どんどんしていくための基盤として考えられたアーキテクチャがリアクトサーバーコンポーネンツだと思います。で従来とは従来の技術とは似てる部分も確かにあるんですけど、よく見ると技術的な、螺旋的な違いがあって、サーバー側におけるコンポーネント思考、だからここが今一番違う点だと思うんですけど、クライアントでレンダリングしてデータ取ってくるとかいろいろやったけど、今はサーバー側で必要なコンポーネントが必要なデータをコンポーネントがフェッチする、そういう世界になってきたのが今回かなと思います。あとはグラフ QL と、精神的な後継、ジョー・サブナ氏が、もともとグラフ QL の第一人者で、今回、リアクトサーバーコンポーネンツの RSC を出してて、というような同じ人が、この Facebook みたいな巨大プロダクトの技 技術基盤の構成として考えて、さらに進化させた面があるので、まあ、やっぱり似てる部分があるといったところが、まあ、リアクトサーバーコンポーネントについてちょっと今日お話したいなと思ってたところでした。はい。ちょっとあと付録ですけど、付録多分何も書いてないんで、何分まででしたっけ ?50 分まででしたっけ？ちょっと時間余っちゃいましたが、以上にしたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
では次の発表いこうかなと。はい、アカン社お願いします。ネクストトピックはじゃあ拍手。
Okay, konnichiwa, JSConf Japan. So, may I request all of you to please stand up? We'll just do a small warm up to freshen up ourselves. Hands up like this. Hands up. Yeah. On my count of 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. Maybe you can count in Japanese. 4, 5. We are close. 6, 7, 8. We are very close. 9. And here goes the last one. 10. Awesome. Thank you so much. So I'm very excited to be back at JSConf Japan, and today I'm going to talk about web crypto APIs and how can you use them to encrypt the data in the browser, and how can this help you to enhance the security of overall security of your web applications. So before I dive into my talk, let me quickly introduce myself. So I am Akansha. I am an associate, one of the co-maintainers of Excalibur, React Tags, Mermaid to Excalibur, and a couple of more libraries. And these are my socials. I would love to connect with all of you. If you want to talk about front-end, JavaScript, open source, canvas, security, I'm all in for that. So yeah, let's connect. And let's get started with the topic. So what is encryption and decryption in simple words? So you take a plain text, lock it with some key, and you get some gibberish text which is unreadable. That is ciphertext. Now you take a ciphertext, unlock it with some key, and you get back the original plain text. That is decryption. Now broadly, there are two categories of encryption. The first one is symmetric encryption, where you can see Alice and Bob, they have the same key which they are using to encrypt and decrypt the data. Now, since it's the same key, so it has to be a secret key, you cannot share it with the entire world. This is symmetric encryption. And the next one is asymmetric encryption, where Alice and Bob have a pair of cryptographical keys. One of them is a public key which is available to the entire world, and the other one is a private key. So Alice is using Bob's public key to encrypt the data, whereas Bob is using his own private key to decrypt the data. Now let's look at a traditional client-server architecture when we build our web applications. What happens when there is an exchange of data between client and server? So whenever there is an exchange of data in the network and the transit, the data is encrypted with the help of HTTPS or TLS. But if you notice, we are storing the data in raw format in the server. Now what if tomorrow your server gets compromised or gets breached? The data could get breached because you are storing it in raw format. So is there any way we can avoid this? Let's look at that. So how about this model, where instead of relying on HTTPS to encrypt the data, we encrypt the data first on the client and send the same encrypted data over the network and store the same encrypted data in the server as well. This way, even if tomorrow the server gets compromised, the data is still secure because the data is encrypted. And this can actually give you the maximum amount of security, because if there is an exchange of data between me and you, there is no one in between who has access to the data, not even the server. So this is basically give you the maximum amount of security. Now, to encrypt the data and the client, we have something called web crypto APIs. And WebCrypto APIs have been there for quite some time, and their support has evolved over time. As you can see, it has great support over majority of the web browsers, and it's also supported in Node.js. So it's like write once and run everywhere. You don't need to install a separate module for Node. The same API, the same code, you can use it in the Node as well. Now, vendor or crypto module is divided broadly into 3 categories. Get random values for generating randomized values, random UUID for generating unique IDs, and crypto.settle is the main API which I am going to cover in my talk. Now, the API is named settle because this crypto.settle has some strict requirements which you need to fulfill to get the maximum security out of it. And all these APIs are available in the secure mode. By secure mode, I mean HTTPS. But only the get random values is available in non-secure mode as well. So, we already have math.random. Then why do we need get random values? Now, I had this curiosity. Has anyone of you come across this particular info in the ambient docs, which says that you should not use math.random because it doesn't give you cryptographically secure values? Now, I agree with it, but I had this curiosity that why? Math.random, the numbers does sound random to me, so why is it not secure when it comes to cryptography? So I digged in a bit, and I came across this interesting article, which is a very old article, as you can see. It's a 2016 article, and in 2016 there was this powerful jackpot worth $1.5 billion, and for this to create an environment. An excitement Los Angeles Times released a simulator. It's still live, you can actually check it out, where you basically need to guess the numbers and you win the prize. Now, Douglas Goddard, he actually wrote this blog and he dig into a bit more if he can guess those numbers. And when digging in, he came across this. So, this is the V8 engine source code, and it's a random number generator. And this is how the random number generator works in the V8 engine. So it uses XOR shift 128 algorithm, which is basically nothing but a mix of XOR and shift operators, bitwise shift operators. But the thing to note, it's a CPP code. We are not going to dive into this, don't worry. But the thing to notice, it depends only on these 2 state variables. And if by some way we can guess these 2 state variables, then we can actually guess the random numbers, because as you can see in the code, the numbers are guessable. And by some interpolation, just imagine it as a math equation where you need to solve x and y by interpolating it with some values so that you can guess the future values. And for this, let me actually show you a quick demo. This is a Python script which Douglas Goddard has shared in the same article. I have just modified it a bit, and you can actually find the script there as well. So let's try this out. I hope it's visible. Now I'm going to generate 5 random numbers in the browser. So these are my random numbers, as you can see. Now I'll be copying the first 5 random numbers because I need some initial value, some initial input to the script. So I'm going to copy these numbers and see how it works. So now you can see these are the state variables which the script is predicting, and these are the next random numbers. Now let me see what are the next random numbers generated. Okay, I hope the numbers are visible there, but if you notice, 0.5281664890239, it's present here. 0.5281664890233. Okay. The next number is 0.002059933. 0.0205933. It's also present. 0.95827918. 0.95827918. That's also present. 0.2445. 2493, 0.2445, it's present. So this, I really love this article because it resolved my curiosity, and I understood that okay, math.random numbers are actually guessable, and that's the reason you should not be using it when dealing with cryptography. And yeah, if you want to deep dive, I would highly recommend to read this article. So with this, let's go back. And I have a quick performance demo just to make you understand what is the performance difference between these two APIs as well. So let's do it for 10,000 numbers. So when running for 10,000 numbers, math.random is taking 1.6 milliseconds, whereas crypto.getRandom value is taking 23.8 milliseconds, which it's like a good difference. And if I run it for 100 elements, then it's 13 milliseconds versus 105 milliseconds. So math.random is pretty fast than crypto.getRandom values. The reason being the entropy is very high for crypto.getRandom values. That's the reason you are not able to guess the numbers as well. So depending on the use case, decide which one you should be using. It should not be like you just prefer one over the other for no specific reason. So if you are, let's say, generating some hex code for your colors, go with math.random. But if there is any reason for the security you are generating security specific code, go with crypto.getRandom values. So let's go to the slides. So let's understand crypto.subtly. Let's have a generic overview of this API. It's only available in HTTPS, as I mentioned earlier. It has generic APIs, which means you don't have different APIs for different algorithms. Rather, the API stays the same. What differs is the algorithm parameters. So different algorithms will have different parameters, but the API will remain the same. It deals with only binary data. So the input and output of the crypto.subtly API is always going to be binary data. And we are going to deal a lot with binary data in the future slides. All the APIs return promises, so we are going to use the same return as well. Now these are the crypto.subtly APIs which you can get in the docs as well. I'm going to cover encrypt, decrypt, generate key, derive key, import key, and export key in my talk. Now, as I mentioned that we are going to deal a lot with binary data. So for that, we have something called typed arrays, which helps you to interact with the binary data in the browser. Typed arrays is not really an array. It's basically, these are basically array-like views into binary data, which helps you to interact with binary data right from the browser and manipulate them. So these are the basically typed arrays which are supported. We are going to go ahead with UA data array because it covers the majority of the use case, especially because we are going to deal with the text element, the text, and UA data array works for that. So U basically stands for unsigned. Unsigned means you can only store positive numbers. Int is integer. The range will be 0 to 255, which is for integer. 8 is the size of each number in this array is going to be 8 bits, and it's a typed array. So let's consider a stream of bytes. Now what happens internally is it gets divided into 8-bit segments. Each 8-bit segment is converted to its equivalent decimal, and this is what you see in the browser. So this is when you log the UA data array, this is what you will be seeing. So this is what a UA data array is, and now how to use it. So there are many ways to use it. You can initialize it with some arbitrary length, and it will be filled with zeros. You can initialize it with some values, and it will be initialized with those values. You can represent string using the text encoder.encode API, and that will also give you the bytes. And it works for emojis as well. So it pretty much covers a lot of use cases. So now, before actually finalizing an encryption algorithm, there are some minimum criteria which we definitely need to fulfill before going ahead with any encryption algorithm. So let's look at those minimum criteria. The first one is confidentiality. So when I'm sharing some data with you, only me and you should have access to the key with which you can interpret or decrypt the data, and no one else in this room should have access to it. That is confidentiality. Integrity. When I'm sharing some data with you, when you receive the data, you should be able to verify whether the data was manipulated. If the data was manipulated, you should be aware of it. You should be able to identify it. So integrity is something which you should be able to verify on your end. Authenticity. When I am sharing some data with you, you should be able to verify whether it's really me who sent you the data or someone else. So these three are the minimum criteria which we need to fulfill. Now let's look at the encryption algorithms which are supported. So these are the algorithms which are supported. RSA is an asymmetric key algorithm. whereas AES is a symmetric key algorithm. So I'm going to cover AES in my talk, and there are these 3 different modes when it comes to AES. AES basically stands for Advanced Encryption Standard, and this counter mode, blockchain, and Galois counter. So let me show you a quick demo so that you can understand what is the difference between the various modes and which one you should be picking. So let's go to the demo. Okay. So let me type some text. See, I am super excited to be back at JSConf Japan. Okay, and let me encrypt it. So now this is the output which you get. It's in bytes, and I am using and I am actually using the counter mode right now. So let me copy this and try to decrypt it. So it works fine. It looks good. Now let me manipulate the bytes. Let's say some eavesdropping happened and I manipulate these bytes. Then you notice that AM changed to AL. If you didn't, let me manipulate it more. Now I think it should be clear that there is a greater sign available there. So basically when you receive this data, you will think that I have sent you this data, but I did not send you this data, right? So you are basically not able to verify the integrity of this data. And that's why we cannot go ahead with the counter mode, because there is no way for you to identify whether the data is actual data or the data was manipulated. This data is actually manipulated. So let's try the other mode, which is the CBC mode, the blockchain mode. And let me see what happens when I try to decrypt this data. This is using the blockchain. This is fine. Now let me manipulate it. Okay. Again, some of the bytes are invisible, but rest of the bytes are visible. So when you receive this data, you will still think that Akansha has sent you this data, but I did not send you this data. There is some eavesdropping happened, and the bytes were manipulated. So again, this also you are not able to verify the integrity. Now let me, try out the GCM mode and see if that helps us. So this is the GCM mode, and now let me try to manipulate the bytes here. This failed. This is what you want. So when you receive the data, and if there is some manipulation, some tampering of the data, you will realize that when you receive it, because the operation just fails, and that's what we want. You should be able to verify the integrity of the data, and so as the authentication as well. Both of them actually go in parallel. So that is the reason GCM is the recommended one, because it comes with integrity and authentication. So with this, we can say every algorithm comes with confidentiality as long as you are not sharing the keys with someone else. So counter mode and blockchain mode gives you the confidentiality but not integrity and authenticity. But GCM mode gives you confidentiality, integrity as well as authenticity as well. So with this, GCM internally uses the counter mode, but it also adds a 16-byte authentication tag, which helps you to verify the integrity and authenticity. So whenever there is a tampering of data, this authentication tag actually gets impacted, and that's why the operation fails. So with this, we will be going ahead with AES GCM mode for finalizing the encryption algorithm. Now there are a couple of things which we need to understand before diving into web crypto APIs. The first one is the crypto key. What exactly is a crypto key? So crypto key is nothing but an opaque representation of a cryptographical key. When I say opaque, it means you cannot view the bytes of the crypto key. Even if you are the developer who has generated it, you cannot view the bytes of the crypto key. All you have access to is these 4 parameters, which is the type of the crypto key, whether it's a secret key or public key. What algorithm have you used to generate that crypto key? What is the usage? For what purpose have you generated this crypto key? Is it encryption, decryption, signing, verification? What is the purpose? This is an interesting and my favorite. So, as I mentioned, you cannot view the bytes of the crypto key, but when generating the crypto key, you can say that I do want to extract the bytes of the crypto key later because I have some things to do. And for that, you have to set this parameter to true. Then only you can extract the bytes later. By default, it is false. So yeah, if you have to extract the bytes later for some purpose, make sure to set this parameter as true. So that's about the crypto key. Now let's go ahead with AES-GCM 128 encryption algorithm. 128 is basically the length of the crypto key, which is 16 bytes. And it also needs an IV. IV is initialization vector. It's basically a set of random numbers, nothing else. Initialization vector is just a fancy name, but it's just a set of random numbers which we need to generate. And the minimum recommended length of an IV should be 12 bytes. You can go more, but don't go beyond, like less than 12 bytes. So these are parameters AES-GCM needs. Now let's have a quick demo of, just to understand the visualization of how AES-GCM 128 works. So I have this quick demo. So let's first try to generate a crypto key. Now the parameters look good. Algorithm and user and everything is set correct. Let me try to build it. Okay, it's breaking there, but I think there's some resolution issue. So it says that it failed to export the key because extractable is set to false. I need to set it to true, then only I can view the bytes. So let me actually set it to true, and now let me generate the crypto key again and view it. Now I am actually able to view the crypto key. What internally happens, I'll be diving into that, but for now I want to show you that when you set the extract parameter to true, you can actually view the bytes of the crypto key with the help of some APIs which WebCrypto APIs give. So this is the basically the exported format of the crypto key. Let's call this encryption key. And let me have some text here. So let's say JS Japan. Now this is the output in bytes which you are seeing. All the output will be in bytes. This is the data in bytes, this is the conversion, and when I encrypt it, this is the output and this is the IP. Now notice here, when I click on encrypt again and again, the output is changing, if you notice, and so is the IP, but the text remains the same. And this actually creates an illusion to the outer world, because they'll think that the output is changing, which means the input is also changing. But in reality, the input still remains the same. So this is possible because of this IV. IV basically adds randomness to the output. It randomizes your output, and this way it makes it more stronger and harder to decrypt. And that's why you should never reuse the same IV for encryption. For every encryption, regenerate your IV so that the output is randomized. That is the purpose of IV. If you use the same IV, then the randomness is lost and you really don't get the benefit out of it. So now let me copy this output and try to decrypt the data here. And I need the encryption key. So let me copy this as well. I cannot copy the crypto key, so I need to export the bytes and copy the encryption key. And now let me copy the IV as well. Okay, so now this operation failed. I just copied the parameters. Can someone tell me if I did anything wrong? Why did the operation fail? Because if you notice, I actually changed the IV. I tweaked the IV. So let me change it back. And now it works. So basically, the thing to note here is that when decrypting the data, along with the encrypted content and the encryption key, you also need the exact same IV. If you tweak the IV, it is going to fail. So let's make a note of it that you need the exact same IV with which the data was encrypted. Now, let's go back to the slides. And yeah, let's build a note-taking app. So we want to make it end-to-end encrypted, and we want the ability to share the notes, so that I can share a link with you and you can actually go ahead and access my notes. So let's take a look at how we are going to encrypt the data. So this is the encrypt API. It basically needs the algorithm parameters, which is the name and the ID for AES-GCM. It needs a crypto key. Every algorithm needs a crypto key. And it needs the node, but in bytes, because the input and output of all these crypto server APIs is going to be in bytes. So let's look at how you create an IV. IV is nothing but a random set of numbers, that's it. So it's pretty simple to create. Just initialize a unit array with 12 bytes. It gets filled with zeros, and then just fill it with get random values, because we are dealing with security. We don't want anyone to guess my ID. That's why we use the get random values. And that's it. You create an ID and you are ready to use this. No crypto key. We know what a crypto key is and how it looks like, but how do you generate it? So we have an API for that. You basically use this API crypto.circle.generate key, and it has the algorithm parameters which it needs, which is basically the name of the algorithm and the length of the crypto key. Now extract table, I need to set it to true, because when I share the link of my notes with you, I want you to decrypt the data. So I need to extract the bytes of the crypto key later. I'll show how. But for now, let's set it to true. And it is going to be used for encryption and decryption. So with this, as soon as the promise is resolved, you will get the crypto key. Now, this is how the crypto key looks like. Exactly similar to what I showed you a couple of minutes back. It has the algorithm parameters, the extractable parameter is set to true because I need to extract the bytes, and the type is secret. So everything looks good. Now the last is the notes but in bytes. So that's also simple to do. It's a string, so just use the text encoder.encode API, convert it into bytes, and you are ready to go with encrypting the data. As soon as the promise is resolved, you will get the encrypted buffer. So now, as I mentioned some time back in the demo, that I can just go ahead and load this encrypted buffer to the server so that you at your end can fetch the data. But you also need the ID to decrypt the data successfully, right? And ID is not something which I want to really hide from the entire world, because I am going to regenerate the ID for every encryption. So it's not something which I want to hide it from the entire world. It's a one-time use. So I can actually upload the ID along with the encrypted buffer to the server as well, so that when you fetch the data at your end, you get the encrypted data which I had uploaded, and also along with that you get the ID. So the first 12 bytes of my payload is going to be ID, and the rest is encrypted data. So let me just go ahead and upload this to the server, and once it is uploaded, you will also have the access to the data. So now what is left is, you still need the encryption key, right? Without which you cannot decrypt the data. So, and for that I need to export the bytes. That's the reason I set the extractable parameter to true. But how do I share the crypto keys securely so that no one else in this room will have access to those crypto keys? So for that, let's look at this link. It has it's basically a normal URL. It has a scheme, it has a domain, it has a path, it has a file, and it has a fragment. We as software developers, you often use this fragment. Where do we use it? Any guesses? How often do you use it, and where do we use it as developers? Sorry? So I'm not able to hear you. Encore. Okay, so what I was going to refer to is, we all use GitHub, and it's also used in the GitHub Markdown for navigation, and that's where you use this hash a lot just to navigate. Now, is it sent to the server? It's never sent to the server, right? And we can take advantage of this behavior. We can actually store the encryption key right after the hash and share that URL. So when I share this URL with you, only you will have access to the encryption key. No one else, not even the server, because that key is never sent to the server. So with this, I can actually go ahead and share the URL. But there are some exported formats which are supported with the Web Crypto APIs. These are the supported formats, and we are not going to dive into all these formats. But let's have a quick overview of where these formats are supported and for which algorithm it works. So these are basically raw, PKCS8, SPKI, and JWK. So this is the quick overview of which format is supported for which algorithm. So raw format works for AES, HMAC, and electrical public keys. PKCS8 works for RSA and electrical private keys. SPKI works for RSA and RSA public and electrical public keys, whereas JWK works for all. So JWK is something, if I change the algorithm tomorrow as well, I can still use the JWK because it is supported for all the formats. It's supported for all the algorithms. Now, JWK basically stands for JSON Web Key, and this is how it looks like. It's basically a JSON, and you have these parameters. And what I'm interested in is the K parameter. That is my encryption key. This is what I'm actually going to share with you in the URL. And now with this, we have the export key API, which basically you pass in the format, which is JWK, and you pass in the crypto key, and then I can get this encryption key, and then the next step would be just to create the URL and share it. So in the URL, I'll be also sharing the nodes ID. Let's assume that it's some ID which you use to fetch the nodes from the backend, and the next one is the encryption. So with this is the URL which I'm going to share with you. Now, when you receive this URL, the first thing which you do is, fetch the data from the backend. So when you fetch the data from the backend, these are the two attributes which you have. You have the nodes ID, so you can fetch the data from the backend, and you have the encryption key in the URL as well, right? So let's just fetch the data from the backend, and this is the decrypt API. It is exactly same as the encrypt API. It needs the exact same parameters. It needs the name of the algorithm. It needs the original ID with which I have encrypted the data. It needs the original crypto key with which I have encrypted the data, and the encrypted content. Now these two things are already available, right? It's already available in the payload because I just uploaded the encrypted buffer along with the ID so that you can have access to it. So let's just get it from the backend and let's get the ID. The first 12 bytes are going to be the ID and the rest is the encrypted buffer. So these two things are done. What I'm left is with crypto. Now, what I shared with you was the exported format of the crypto. That is the encryption. I used the export key API and I shared the encryption key with you. But this API is compatible with the crypto. So we just need to do the reverse engineering and go back to the crypto key format so that it works with this API. So what we do is we just add the missing attributes. This was the K attribute if you remember. We just add the missing attributes and convert it to this JWK format so that it looks like the JWK format. In this case, if you notice, extractable parameter is set to false because now I don't need to extract the bytes anymore once the decryption is done, and the operation is just decrypt. And similar to export key API, you have the import key API which you can use to convert an exportable format to the crypto key. So that's what you use. You just pass in the crypto key, or you just pass in the exported format, which is JWK, to the import key API, and it gives you back the crypto key. So now you have the crypto key, so just go ahead and decrypt the data. And once the promise is resolved, you will have the the decrypted data, and you will just run the text decoder.encode API to actually convert it to the original plain text. Now this is done. Now the end-to-end encryption works. I am able to share the data with you, and you are able to access it with the end-to-end encryption which we just implemented. What if the last step? What about adding a password protection layer on top of it? So if someone has access to your machine, they still cannot access your nodes unless and until they know the password. So by this I mean is, let's generate a crypto key from a user-generated password. So for that, let's understand hashing. So by what is hashing? Let's consider SHA-256, and you have a string. You get a fixed output of bytes. If you change the string, you again get a fixed output. If it's a multi-line string, still the output is going to be a fixed length. It's not going to vary whatever the length of whatever the input is. But this process is irreversible. That's how we store the passwords in data, right? We use hashing. And this is what we are going to use. And along with this, there is this algorithm called PBKDF2, password-based key derivation function. What this does is it basically helps you to generate a crypto key from a user-generated password. And this is how it's going to work. So you take a user-generated password, feed into PBKDF2 along with SHA-256, add some salt to it. Salt is nothing but similar to ID, just a random set of numbers. Iterate this at least 100k times. This is the minimum value recommended. You should at least iterate this whole process 100k times, and then you end up generating a strong cryptography. In this case, we are using AES GCM for generating the cryptography. So when it comes to the code, it looks like this entire thing can be taken care by the derived key API, derived key. And when it comes to the code, it looks like some sort of this. So you need to pass the algorithm to generate the base crypto key, which is PBKDF2. You need to pass the base crypto key, which is being generated from your user-generated password. Basically, you are converting the user-generated password to crypto key, which with the 2 bytes with the help of import key API and derived key algorithm, and the rest of the parameters are same as you use for generating the key. This is how it looks like. So this is the algorithm which we are going to use, and this is the password crypto key, base crypto key. These are the derived key algorithms, the extractable parameter, and the usage. And once the prompt is resolved, you get the crypto key. So I just have a side project which I had built as a result of learning the WebCrypto API, so I'll just show that. So this is basically, let's say I have some string. It basically uses AES-256 and PBKDF2 to generate the password, generate the crypto key from the password. So let's say I have a string, I have Japan, and I enter some password, and I encrypt it. So instead of those boarding bytes, you actually see the emojis, and you can actually play with the theme here. And since I'm giving this talk in Japan, so I added this kanji theme. So emoji is my favorite. So let me just copy this and type the password here, and that's it, you decrypt the data. So it's open source, you can actually check it out. And yeah, with this, let's just wrap up with the takeaways. So we learned about different types of encryption, symmetric and asymmetric. WebCrypto APIs have good support in majority of the browsers and Node.js as well. Typed arrays to deal with binary data. Crypto.get random values to generate the randomized numbers. Various AES modes and AES GCM is recommended as it provides integrity and authenticity. Crypto.circle for encryption and decryption in browsers. Usage of fragment in URLs to share the secret keys. Various export key formats and usages. PBKDF2 for deriving the crypto key from password. But the thing to remember here is that the algorithm can be slower. The more the number of iterations, the more the stronger crypto key will be. And yeah, the one question to you all is, can you add end-to-end encryption in your app or parts of your app? Let's discuss this, I would love to know. And these are some amazing encryption talks which I would highly recommend if you are interested in diving into encryption. I really love these talks. And yeah, these are my resources. All the resources are shared in this QR code. So you can scan this, all the projects and whichever I showed you. Everything is available here. And that's it. I am doing this Canvas workshop in January. So if this is something which interests you, you can actually check it out. And that's it. Ariya Gozaimasu, thank you so much. And thanks to Yosuke for helping me with the Japanese translations. So yeah, thank you for having me.
So thank you for listening. So next talk is baseline, the browser. And so the talk will begin at 3:30 p.m. 7 minutes left. So and then 始めます。皆さん、はい、お願いします。じゃあ、
ありがとうございます。はい、皆さんこんにちは。前の方にも席があるからぜひぜひぜひ。小さまりです。インターネットではこんな顔で存在しています。なんか1年ぐらい前からツイッターがどうなったのか、私はどこにみんながいるのか全然わからないので、逆に今日教えてください。どこにポストを流したらよく見ますっていうのを。とりあえず全部何でもやってるし、どこでも大抵小さまりです。オフラインだとダイナソーが動く Chrome の、チームからやってきました。で、今日なんですけど、ウェブプラットフォームの話をしたいなと思っていて、最近、ウェブプラットフォームにはいろいろなものが追加されてですね、過去2年間というか、3年間 ?22、23、24で、こんなにいっぱい、主要ブラウザーで全部サポートされた、機能が入りました。で、ここで突然質問なんですが、サブグリッドってもう結構何年か前からいろんな人がこういうレイアウトができるようになるんだよ、こんな簡単になるんだよって紹介してると思うんですけど、もうサブグリッドって使っても問題ないと思う人、いない、ちょっといた。そう、さっきのね、フィーチャーリストをちゃんと見ていた人はあるんですね、全部のブラウザーにサポートされてます。で、でもこういう疑問って普段から考えますよね。こういうカンファレンスに来たりとか、技術ブログを読んだりとかして、ちょっと新しいことを学んでも、実際になかなか仕事で使うにはもうちょっとリサーチが必要で、can I use 見てみたりとか、MDN のこのブラウザ互換のテーブル見てみたりとかして、全部緑、じゃあ使えるかなって思って考えると思うんですけど、この緑が全部並んでて、どのブラウザーでも同じ機能が使えますよってなった状態を、インターオペラブルと言います。ちょっと覚えておいてください。インターオペラブルという言葉です。で、インターオペラブルっていうのは、インターオペラビリティとかって言うんですけど、標準化で例えば WCC とかでスペックを書いたら、で、勝手にじゃあスペックになりましたって言って、ほっといたらインターオペラブルにはならなくてですね、私たちが普段コード書くんだったら、コードベース1個にコミットしたら、インフラエンジニアの人がデプロイしてくれて、出るってなるんですけど、ウェブプラットフォームの場合はですね、まずそもそも主要なブラウザエンジンが3つあって、さらにその3つの上に4つの違うプロダクトが入っていて、で、その各プロダクトごとにデスクトップだったりとか、違う OS だったりとか、いろんな形と OS があるわけですね。で、そこにそれぞれ出していくので、もうそうなるともうコードのターゲット先が複雑だし、ご覧の通り各プロダクトでベンダーが全然違う会社ですから、それぞれ製品としての思惑とか方針も違うので、あるブラウザーではすぐ実装されても、逆に他のブラウザーはずっと実装しないで、インターオペラビリティになるのを遅らせるっていう、こういう駆け引きなんかもあるわけです。でも、そうなると、あの機能で使えるんだっけっていう、サブグリッド使えるんだっけっていう質問に答えるのが、ものすごく複雑になってきます。で、ここ数年でこの周りすごい良かったことは、インターアッププロジェクトっていうのが立ち上がってですね、これは主要ブラウザー間で立ち上がって、他にもブラウザーを作る会社だから、イガリアとかも入ってるんですけど、それぞれのブラウザベンダーとが集まって、年に1回、この機能をインターオペラブルにしましょうっていう約束を交わして、1年かけて実装を進めていくっていうプロジェクトです。ちなみにこれ知ってたよっていう人はどれくらいいます？結構ありますね。で、これプロジェクトのダッシュボードがここにあるんですけど、この進捗の数字ですね、これ今朝取ったんで、もう2024も終わりに近いんで、最後のブラウザのリリースがもう起こってるんで、かなりスコアが高いですけど、この進捗の数字は、ウェブプラットフォームテストっていう、ブラウザーがみんな共通で使ってるテストスイートがあって、その実行結果が反映されているので、要するに年始にブラウザー同士でもうこのテストたちを通すぞっていうふうに決めて、このダッシュボードができて、そのパス率が1年を通してこう上がっていくっていうプロジェクトです。で、もう終わり近いんで終わりですけど、2025年のリストはちょうど今、次をどうしようかっていう話をしているんで、多分1月末、2月頭ぐらいに各ブラウザーからインターオップ2025等についてみたいなブログが出ると思います。ということで、最近インターオップになった機能ですね。最近 インターオペラブルになった機能の中でも、このインターオププロジェクトっていうのに乗っかって、こうすぐに1年かけて、1年の間に、できてたAPI っていうのは結構たくさんあります。でもそれでもやっぱりインターオププロジェクト以外でもブラウザーの実装ってどんどん進むんで、どうやってついていけばいいのかとか、そもそも何見て調べるのが一番いいのか、Can I use とか MDN だってさっき言いましたけど、それが正解なのかどうかもいまいちよくわかんないし、あと、全部緑でインターオペラボって言っても、いつ頃実際にこうプロダクションで使っても支障がないのかとか、結構悩みは尽きないわけです。で、みんなこんな感じで一生懸命調べて、最終的にいろんなことを加味して判断するわけですが、これってめっちゃ時間がかかりますよね。しかもチームの一人一人が同じことを考えて、で、他のチームで働いたみんな同じことをして、みんな一人一人、こうしようっていうふうに決めなきゃいけないので、めちゃくちゃコストがかかります。さらに、この作業って、エラーがめっちゃ起こりやすいです。エラーが起こりやすいっていうのは、例えば CSS のギャッププロパティとかですね。随分と長い間、グリッドレイアウトでは使えたんですね。でも、フレックスでは使えなかった。で、そもそもグリッドでギャップっていうプロパティが使えたら、他の場所でも使えるって思って当然だと思うんです。だから、フレックスで使ってみて、で、なんかバグになったりとか、なかなかどうしてここが動かないのか分かんなかったりとかにハマったりして、イライラするわけです。実際に私が Chrome のブラウザのチームで、開発者の人にアンケートとかをよく取るんですけど、4分の1の人がですね、アップデート、ウェブプラットフォームのアップデートについていくのはすごい大変っていうふうに回答をしています。さらにブラウザって OS と違って頻繁にアップデートが出るし、さらに不定期で出てくるやつもいるわけです。Chrome Edge Firefox は一応4週間ごと言ってますけど、今月はクリスマスの時期に関わるんで、変則的になったりとか、Chrome は結構4週間で出てくるんですけど、Firefox は月1の頻度だったりとか、で、サファリは大体この時期に iOS アップデートと一緒に来るなっていうのはわかるけど、メジャーバージョンが出た後に、マイナーバージョンはいつ来るのか全然わかんないし、さらにマイナーバージョンが出た時にそこにすごい重要な機能が入ってたりとか、結構複雑です。しかも、ブラウザのバージョンナンバーってこんな状況であんまり意味をなさないですよね。例えば、Chrome 50でこんな素晴らしい API が入りました。何か覚えてますかChrome 50って2016年なんですけど、ヒントは、携帯で PWA 的なやつで結構みんなが欲しいってその時期に言ってたやつで、何かって、会長知ってるプッシュ API が入ったのが Chrome 50です。でも Chrome 50って言ってもらっても覚えてないですよね。じゃあ今度はサファリ16には何が入ったでしょうか、会長。サファリ16はですね、プッシュ API がサファリに入って、やっとインターオペラブル、全部のブラウザーでプッシュ API が使えるようになったのがサファリ16です。ちなみにサファリ16は2023年だったので、Chrome に最初に入ってから6年、7年経ってるわけですね。さすがにこれをいろんなブラウザで使いたいと思っても、その情報を頭のメモリに残しておくにして6年は長いかなっていう。で、新しい機能がいろんなところで頻繁に更新されていく今の Web プラットフォームの実態って、例えば他の OS のバージョンアップデートみたいに、このバージョンを使うぞって年1回切りにくいんですね。過去にはそういうふうに切って実用的に実際にはやってた例っていうのが Web でもあって、これはクライアントの要件定義とかそういうふうにみんな書いてたんですけど、要するに IE サポートの時代ですよね。IE で動くようにとか IE8 で動くとか IE6 で動くって実質的には過去にある日に起こった Web プラットフォームのバージョンをみんなターゲットにしてたっていうことです。ただその時考えるの楽だったなって今なら思いますけど、IE の時代には私は戻りたくないですし、あの頃ってずっと古いことサポートしなくちゃいけなかったりとか、考えることも多いし、そんでいて新しいことは諦めなきゃいけないし、あんまり面白くない時代だったので、っていう話をですね、先週してたらですね、学生が多いカンファレンスで、インターネットエクスプローラーのことなんて全く分かってもらえなくてですね、もうすごいびっくりしちゃったんですけど、今ちょっと笑いが起きたんで、みんなには分かってもらえると思って続けます。ということで、こういういろんなことが起こる状況でも、バージョンナンバーみたいな、分かりやすい開発同士で使える何かがないかなっていう話をですね、私ブラウザーの世界にいますが、ここ3年ぐらいいろんなところでいろんな人と話をしている プロジェクトにいて、ちょうど1年半くらい前に発表したのが、ベースラインっていう概念です。で、ベースラインって何かっていうと、簡単に言うと、今、ウェブプラットフォームで今、どの機能、この、例えば、トップオーバーって決めた、この機能が、主要ブラウザ、プロジェクトの中ではコアブラウザって言ってるんですけど、主要ブラウザで今、問題なく使えるかどうかっていうのを示す言葉、もしくはアイコンです。だから使い方としては、この機能 X はベースライン、それともベースラインじゃないみたいな感じで使うっていうことですね。で、コアブラウザーセットっていうのは、いわゆる主要ブラウザ4つです。で、デスクトップとモバイル両方っていうのがキーで、よく互換性テーブルでブラウザーアイコン 4個だけ出てきて、全部に対応してますってあると思うんですけど、たまに、例えば、Chrome の iOS は動かない。Chrome のデスクトップは動けない。iOS は動かない。中身が WebGPU じゃなきゃいけないんで、とかありますよね。だから、ベースラインもそこも加味していて、両方ともサポートされてないと、ベースラインとは呼ばれません。なので、例えば技術ドキュメンテーション読んでたりとか、ライブラリを使うときに、この機能はベースラインですっていうふうに書いてあれば、一目で、この機能はメジャーなブラウザで全部動くんだっていう指標として使うっていうことを、想定しています。で、最近は実際に、web.dev っていううちのチームが作ってるサイトとか、MDN なんかで、こういうロゴのウィジットを見た人もいるんじゃないかなと思うんですけど、見たことある人。すごい嬉しい。で、これ、ウィジットを見たことある人は、2つバージョンがあるのと思うので、ちょっと説明させてください。1つ目はですね、青いチェックマークのベースライン Newly Available っていうステータスです。で、これは、すべての機能、この機能が全部のコアブラウザーの最新のステーブルバージョンですね。一番、ユーザーが使ってるやつ。で、サポートされると、チェックマークがついて、Newly Availableといって、晴れてベースラインの仲間入りをします。で、最新のブラウザセットって動くってことは、古いブラウザとかデバイスでは動かないかもしれないし、でも、プロジェクトによっては、ユーザーさんがアップデートが早いとかだったら、このバージョンで使ってもいいかもしれません。例えば JavaScript だと、今年 Newly Available になったのは、セットメソッド、セットの、新しいメソッドがあるんですけど、ちなみにNewly Available はですね、ベースライン2024みたいに1年単位の年号をつけて表記されます。で、今年ベースライン Newly Available になったセットって、この New セットって言って、セットを作るのは ES6 からもう入ってるんですけど、これにもっと数学的なオペレーションができるメソッドが追加されて、それがインターオペラブルになったってことですね。例えば、ピザトッピングのセットを作って、あとパスタの、作る材料のセットを作って、ピッツァ、ユニオン、パスタっていう風にすると、そのユニオンの新しいセットが返される。とか、あとは例えばトマトソースっていうセットを作って、で、パスタっていうセットを作って、トマトソースはパスタのサブセットですかっていうふうにメソッドを叩くと、はい、サブセットですっていうふうに返ってくるみたいな。他にユニオンとか、結構いろんなのが6、7個あるので、興味があったら試してみてください。なんか CSS で簡単ないいやつとかだと、例えば今年はテクストラップバランスっていうのがインターオプで入って、これはもう本当に1行、これだけです。で、これも何をするかっていうと、組版をするときに、こっちの皆さんから向かって左側ですね。左側は、通常今までの状態です。で、組版するときに、最後この改行した行が、言葉が少なかったりすると、改行をもっと前にしてバランスよくしましょうっていうのがデザインの作法であると思うんですけど、これを今 Web でやるのは結構面倒くさかったです。できないとは言わないですけど、勝手にはブラウザはやってくれない。ただ、もうさっきのテクストラップバランスっていうのを1行入れるだけで、こっちの新しい改良に自動的にしてくれる。これはもうプログレッシブエンハンスメントするのにすごい良くて、新しいブラウザ使ってない人は今まで通りこれが出るだけなんですけど、新しいブラウザ使ってる人はこれを1行入れてあげることでこっちの綺麗な方で表示されて、読みやすくなるっていう、機能です。で、それがニューリーインターオペラボー、ニューリーアベイラブルなんですけど、ベースラインにはもう一つですね、ワイドリーアベイラブルというステータスがありまして、これは、ものがニューリーアベイラブルに初めてなってから、30ヶ月が経過したら、その同じ機能はワイドリーアベイラブルに進化します。で、これ約2年半なので、 まあ、インターオペラビリティになってから十分な時間が経って、機能も使い方だとかドキュメンテーションの観点でも確立されているという時期です。で、もう一つ表示上、リミテッドアベラビリティっていうこの×マークもあるんですけど、これはもう単純にベースラインじゃないっていう機能を識別するだけなんで、機能がなんかどっか一つか二つのブラウザでサポートされているだけっていう状態ですね。こういくと、つまり最初に機能が実装され出すと、その機能はリミテッドアベラビリティという扱いです。で、ここからプッシュ API みたいに6年とか7年かけて、インターオペラブルになる機能もあれば、インタープロジェクトみたいなのに乗っかって、もうすぐ、インターオペになるっていう機能もあります。で、こうインターオペに晴れてなると、ブラウザーサポートが増えて、ニューリーアベラブルっていう、青いチェックマークがついて、そこから30ヶ月経つと、晴れて緑のワイドリーアベラブルに進化するという状態です。でちなみにこのベースラインというアイデアは私Chrome から来て Chrome の人の話してるの Chrome の話かと思ったと思うんですけど、実は W3C の Web Developer Experience Community Group っていうところで、策定していて、このグループはですね、各ブラウザーベンダーと、あとエコシステムでサービスを提供している企業、イガリアとか、バーセルとか、あとは MIT の Web 系のリサーチャーの人とか、いろんなところから集まっているグループで、ベースラインの、話をしてるんですけど、それだけじゃなくて、例えば、State of HTML っていうサービス、アンケートあると思うんですけど、あれを、State of JS をやってるチームと一緒にタッグを組んで、State of HTML をやろうとか、そういうリサーチのプロジェクトとかもやってるグループです。で、誰でも参加できるので、なんか面白そう、我こそはという人はぜひ参加してください。で、このグループでこういうダッシュボードも作ってて、どの機能がベースラインかとか、これ、ワイドリーアベラブルのタブを今表示してますけど、ニューリーのタブもあるし、ただ、これを見ると、あれじゃあこの情報がどこから出てきたのっていう話になるわけですね。さっき言ったように、ブラウザアップデートを追うのは大変で、エラーが出やすいし、何をもって判断するのか、なんでっていう話なんですけど、ベースラインというプロジェクトを進めるにあたって、Web フィーチャーズというデータセットをさっきの WCDC のコミュニティグループの下で用意していて、ベースライン1年半ぐらい前に発表したんですけど、ここ直近1年ぐらいは、コツコツとこのデータを揃えるっていう活動が行われていました。これじゃあ何かっていうんですけど、中身はYAML ファイルなんですけど、私がデザインしたんじゃないんで、そこは、申したいことがある人はコミュニティグループに入ってください。で、各機能ごとにですね、この例は A タグを1機能として、紹介文、ちょっとしたものを書いたりとか、それに付随するコンパクトフィーチャーズって言って、A タグに入るものがこうまとめて書かれたファイルです。で、ここね、入ってるものは、じゃあどこから来るのっていう話なんですけど、これは別のプロジェクトから引っ張ってきていて、ブラウザーコンパクトデータっていう MDM が持っているプロジェクトから引っ張ってきてます。略してよくみんな BCD とかっていうことが多いですね。BCD は、要するに、ブラウザに入っている機能を一行一行マップしてくれるんですけど、昔はマニュアルでアップデートしてたんですね。でも最近は BCD コレクターっていうプログラムが動いてるんで、ブラウザがベータバージョンになったら、BCD コレクターがそのアップデートを見てですね、こんな感じで、何が変わったかっていうのを教えてくれて、プルリクエストが作られるんで、もう、ブラウザに本当に何が入ったのか、一番こうブリーディングエッジで知りたいっていう人は、この BCD のプルリクを見ると、分かりにくいですけど、分かるには分かります。ちなみにうちのチームにですね、テックライターで、もう本当に何年も標準化とかに携わってて、その人に聞けば、どのブラウザに何が入ったか分かるみたいな、こうマジシャンみたいな人がいるんですけど、その人が、私はブラウザのリリースノーツとかも読むし、バグトラッカーも見るけど、この BCD のアップデートのプルレクエストを見て、初めてこれも入るんだって分かることも多いって言ってたんで、結構面白い情報が、そういうのが好きな人には面白いと思います。で、BCG の中身は JSON なんで、一つの API のファイルが JSON で入ってるんですけど、じゃあ、ここまでざっくり言ってると、じゃあなんで2つに分かれてるのっていう話なんですね。で、実は1つの機能って何っていうのは結構深い話というか、例えば HTML タグなら、タグだったら1つの機能だろうと思うかもしれないですけど、 じゃあ、OL と LI は一個一個の機能、それともリストっていう一個の機能とか、JavaScript だったら、ビルトインプロジェクトで、インテルとかは、インテル、セグメンターは一つの機能、インテル、デートタイムは一つの機能、それともインテル一つが一つの機能みたいな、結構深い考えをしなきゃいけないわけですね。で、ベースラインでやりたいことって、この機能って開発者の人が検索したら、ベースラインじゃないっていうのを表示したいわけで、じゃあ、そういう一番考える機能っていうまとまりが何だろうっていう、チェックマークを出すにはどういう情報がまとまってたらいいだろうっていうのを決める必要があります。なので、BCD は細かく、この一行一行が BCD キーって呼ばれてるんですけど、分かれてるので、Web フィーチャーでやってるっていうことっていうのを、この1年くらいコツコツやってましたってやってるっていうことは、この Web フィーチャーズになってるこういうリストをですね、一個一個まとめて、一機能として整理して出すっていう編集作業です。マニュアルで誰かがコツコツ、これは一つの機能を決めて、YAML ファイルを提出して、他のコミュニティグループの人がいいねって言ったら入るで、もう完全に誰かが編集作業をしている状態です。で、このプルレクエで言えば、例えば、インテルのセグメンターは一つの機能としましょう。で、さらに、インテルっていうグループを作って、これはデータでね、インテルセグメンターとインテルデートタイムが全く違う場所で表示することってないと思うので、付随情報としてグループっていうものを作りますみたいな、プルリクなんですけど、そういう感じでやってます。で、これでできたデータを作って、さっきのダッシュボードも表示できるし、私が最近好きなのは、うちのチームが作り始めてオープンソースにしている、ウェブプラットフォームステータスっていうサイトがありまして、この webstatus.dev っていうやつはですね、結構便利なんですけど、いろんなクエリでフィーチャーのフィルターができるんですね。このフィーチャー一個一個はさっきの YAML ファイル一個一個っていうことです。でも、例えばこれから年末になるから、じゃあアドベントカレンダーで、2024年 Chrome に入った、Firefox に入った、Safari に入った、この機能みたいなブログを書きたいって思ったら、今はベースラインデート、この1年にしてますけど、Chrome リリース、この1年みたいな風にもフィルターできるので、それでババッと出てきます。で、こっちの、数字は Web プラットフォームテストの、テストスイートのカバレッジの方ですね。で、さらに最近追加されたやつでですね、ここの、パーセンテージフィーチャーマップっていうのがあるんですけど、これは何を示しているかというと、BCD キーっていう大きな別プロジェクトのデータがあります。それを編集して YAML ファイルに移すっていう作業がどれぐらい終わったかっていう指標です。なので 78% は Web フィーチャーがカバーしているということです。で、これを100に限りなく近づけるっていう目標で一応年末までやってるので、数字としては上がり続けると思います。ただ、BCD コレクターも毎回データバージョンが出るために新しいものが入ってくるんで、100になることはないと思いますが、極力100に近づけるというふうに動いてます。で、整理すると、ブラウザコンパティビティデータ、細かいブラウザーデータが入っているのに、BCD コレクターっていうプログラムとか、もしくはマニュアルで、誰かが追加していって、で、これを Web フィーチャーっていうリポでは、そのデータを使って各機能に分けたり、説明書いたりっていう編集作業をします。で、これが今のところ 78% ぐらい終わってると。で、そのデータをダッシュボードだったりとか、いろんなツールが使うっていう構図です。で、このですね、構図が動いてて、ちょっと面白いなと思ったことが今年ありまして、ポップオーバーっていう API がベースラインに入ったんですね。で、要するに HTML で JavaScript なんか書かなくても、ちょっとしたツールチップみたいなポップオーバーを作るっていうことができる API なんですけど、ベースラインになりまして、すごい便利なんで、うちのチームとか大々的にですね、ポップオーバー API runs in baseline ってブログ書いたりとか、ビデオもあるし、いろんなのを知ったんですね。で、私この年末にこういう相談とかするんで、ちょっと24年のベースラインのフィーチャー確認しようと思ってダッシュボード見てたらですね、あれなんか知らないけど、リミテッドアベイラビリティになってると思って。と思って。で、ここのスタータスのリポになんかバグってんじゃないのって言ったら、だって4月からずっとポップオーバーがベースラインだって私言ってきてるよって言ったら、なんかね、BCD の方でデータが変わったらしい。 で、なぜかっていうと、iOS のサファリ、だからサファリとしては対応してるんだけど、iOS 環境でだけは、ディスミスっていうの×ボタンを押しても、ポップオフが消えないっていうバグがついてるらしくて、それを、このルークさんが、BCD を直してくれたので、その直したことにより、Web フィーチャーズのリポの方でも、直ってしまい、そうすると、さっきも言いましたように、ベースラインってモバイルもデスクトップも対応しなきゃいけないんで、じゃあベースラインじゃないんですねっていう形で、リミテッドアベイラビリティに自然に変わってしまったという、そういうふうに動いて、データが動いてます。で、最後にベースライン、私ベースラインって言ってたので使い方なんですけど、リミテッドになっているフィーチャーは、サポートデバイスとか、ブラウザのバージョンが指定できる環境なら羨ましいです。どうぞ使ってください。で、ニューリーの方は、今後、1年先にリリースする予定の新しいプロジェクトなんだよなとか、だったらもう結構ワイドリーに近い方になってるはずなんで、今使ってもいいと思いますし、あとはユーザーが最新のデバイス買ったりとか、新しいブラウザリリース出たらアップデートしてくれる人たちなんだよなっていうんだったら、ニューリーでもいいと思うし、で、さっきテクストラップの時みたいに、プログレッシブエンハンスメントで出せるような機能はもうどんどん使っていけば、ブラウザアップデートしてない人には今まで通りの体験が出るだけなので、そういう場合はどんどん使っていただいたらいいと思います。で、ワイドリーは先ほどから言っているように、どのサイトで安心して利用できる。で、これも、その WebDX コミュニティグループで、最初、Chrome がこういうのやろうって言った時は確か2年って言ってたんですけど、Firefox と他のブラウザベンダーさんがいっぱいいろいろ彼らのデータとかを見ながら30ヶ月っていうところに落ち着いたんで、一応ブラウザが持っているこのシェアデータとかを見て、30ヶ月っていうふうに落ち着きました。で、今までベースラインの定義とか表示とかっていう話をしてきたんですが、ドキュメントに、表示されているもの以外にも、ベースラインを今使うっていうこともできるので、ちょっと最後紹介させてください。例えば、ウィジットですね。これはさっきポップオーバーの時に見せたサポートデータとは別でですね、これはうちのチームがブログを書くときにタグでナンバーを自分で手で入れていけばこういうふうに表示されるっていうウィジットがあるんですけど、そうじゃなくてですね、こっちのベースラインウィジットっていうのにだんだん、もうこれリリースされたの今年の下半期なんで、だんだんこっちを使うように変わっていってるはずなんですが、このウィジットはオープンソースで公開されてます。ベースラインステータスという Web コンポーネントがあるので、NPM でインストールするか、もしくはプリコンパイルされたやつをインストールしてもらうと、こういうふうに、書くとですね、さっきのウィジットがサイトに埋め込むことができます。で、この ID 部分はさっき言ったフィーチャーリポの、各フィーチャーの ID ですね。なので、例えば、社内ドキュメンテーションサイトとか、あとはテックブログ書いてる人は、これ埋め込んでおいてもらえれば、あと1年後ぐらいに、フィーチャー、互換性できたのかなって言って自分で変えなくても、勝手にウィジットがアップデートしてくれるので便利だと思います。そうですね、こうやって表示されます。でもし、ベースライン使ってるよとか、このサイト、こういうサイトで使いました、こういう登壇しましたとかっていう場合にですね、コミュニティグループのサイトに、ベースライン in the wild っていうページがあるので、ぜひ、プルリクエストを送って、ここに置いてください。今、MDN とか入ってるんですけど、ここにあなたのサイトをぜひ、使って、プルリクを送ってください。今、ベースラインっていう概念をみんなに使ってもらおうっていう気合が高まっている時期なので、このチームの人たちはみんな喜びます。PR を送ってくれると。で、最後に、ベースラインをツールで使うっていう話で終わりたいんですけど、リントツールでベースラインのバージョンをチェックしてくれたりとか、例えばプルリクエストをサブミットしたら GitHub アクションとかでチェッカーを動かしたりとかしたら、便利ですよね。で、最初に対応してくれたデベロッパーツールは、RAM アーカイブのインサイツページっていうのがありまして、これはどれくらいのユーザー、彼らがトラックしているどれくらいのユーザーが各ベースラインの都市の機能をサポートしているのかっていうのを表示してくれてます。で、私の記憶が正しければ、RAM アーカイブのそのプロダクションの方で、あなたのサイトのデータで、この情報、今、RAM アーカイブ全体のこのデータが出てますけど、そうじゃなくて自分のサイトの情報も見れるようにするっていうロードマップだったはずです。ベースラインニューリーアベイラブルってさっき言ったように2年半の期間があるので、 もうちょっと細かくバージョンサポート考えたいなとかっていう場合は、ベースラインをこう年ごとに切って、ベースラインイヤーっていう考え方で使うのもいいと思います。ちなみにですね、2025年はいろんなツールとかサイトでベースラインを対応してもらおうっても動いているので、もしなんかうちのサイトで使いたいとか、こういうツール持ってるんだけど対応したいという方はぜひ教えてください。プロダクトマネージャーが喜びます。そしてデブレルも2人いるので全力でサポートします。ということで、ぜひ話しましょう。で、最後なんですけど、ぜひぜひセッションのアンケートに答えてください。3本ぐらいしかない。すっごい簡単なので、1分もかかりませんから、ぜひぜひ答えてくれると、このコンセプトをリリースしてから、やっとその 75% データができたので、1年半前に言った時は、フィーチャー3個ぐらいしかデータがなかったんですよ。だから、カンファレンスに行って使いましょうって言っても、ウィジットもなければデータもないみたいな、どうするのっていう状態だったんですけど、やっと揃ってきたので、こうやってカンファレンスとかに出てくるようになって、みんな、便利なのかな ?1 年半も話してきたけど、いいのかなこれでっていう状況なので、ぜひ答えてあげてくれると嬉しいです。はい、ありがとうございました。
いやー、暑かったですね。ありがとうございました。最後のトークになるかなと思いますが、まだでもあれなんですよね。この後スポンサー LP と、あと最後のキーノートがあるんですよ。この次の発表の後ですね。ここですので、はい。あ、来てきた。
Hello everyone, I'm Ricardo. I'm going to be, am I talking to close to the microphone? Is this good? Okay, all good. I'm going to be talking about WebGL, WebGPU, and how we're transitioning like the library like Three.js from one to the other one, like in the community. Just to get an idea, like how many of you have ever used Three.js? If you can raise your hand. Okay. This right audience. So, as a quick introduction to the people that is not aware of it, it's a library that I've been working, well, with the community we've been working on for like 14 years now. We have like around almost 2,000 contributors on GitHub. This is a little bit like how, I guess it doesn't work, but like this is a little bit how the visualization of the last 14 years, where at the beginning there were like mostly like 2 main contributors, but like over the years it's like, you know, every little dot is a contributor basically. So you can see there's been quite a lot of activity in general, and it's in a way like pretty like community driven, like people that find issues with it, they can go directly and fix the issue instead of like depending on fix on it. The website is there. This is still one of my favorite websites. That's from an agency in Japan. I don't know if the screen is a little bit small. Oh, there you go. So, in a way, it's a little bit like what people used to do. Like most of the people that use it, like tend to use it for like the kind of website that we used to see like 10 years ago with Flash. Some people also use it for gaming. Like this is like for creating like games, online games, or like also visualizations, stuff like that. So like this is a good example of kind of things that you could, it enables to what it comes to the kind of website that you can do with it. If you don't do JavaScript directly, but you are like more into like component-based development, I guess, which is like if you have like if you use React, you have React Fiber, which they have like pretty good set of documentation, a good set of like examples. Yes, the internet is a bit slow. You have like a bunch of examples here, and in every example you can go on it and open the code sandbox. I think you do need an account for modifying, but I think this is a bit up. The app is there, so like React Fiber like makes an interesting abstraction, like kind of HTML based on top of like Three.js. So all what we used to have like what we have in JavaScript in Three.js is like a scene graph that is all like JavaScript based. Like here they make it all like as if it was like HTML elements that you can like move things around and everything's like pretty composable. So like this is for example, like this is the scene itself. Like here you can like interact with the scene and like select things like, and out of these like you have basically this is the main scene, and then you also have like another like you have an effects on top of it, so you can have like some blur on top of it. Like so the scene, for instance, it will go to this one, and here you can see all the elements there on the scene. So everything you've done any React probably is very familiar to you. What's this for? Is it this one again? Taking some time. Yeah, there you go. If you use Vue.js, there is also Stress.js. Similar thing. You go to the website, they have a lot of like examples how the code will look like. It's all. I don't have much experience using these frameworks, so to me it looks pretty much the same. Same thing like with Svelte. To my knowledge, this is the best supported like frameworks on top of for those like React, Vue, and Svelte. So, kind of like giving an extra background for the project. Like the project started like 3 years ago in a way. Like I started to work on it like around 2006 in Flash. Like the original code was made in ActionScript. And then when there was like the transition to HTML5, like I converted the code to JavaScript. And at the beginning, the very beginning, 2009, like actually the first render was using SVG, so it was creating an SVG image basically every frame and deleting everything and then creating everything again. It was fast enough to like get it was also similar to what Flash kind of does, it's all like vector-based. Then with the Canvas 2D, like a year later, like it seemed like more scalable way of doing it. And then like a year later, like, all these 3 years are all pretty, we just kept like changing from render to render. Like a year later, then we had WebGL, which really enabled like a proper way of like having like 3D on the web. And like even, like with Canvas and SVG, if like an object is behind another object, we didn't really have a way of knowing it. Like, you will have to sort everything, and like if you like polygons will pop all the time. So with WebGL, which allows you to use GPU, like you can't do it all day, you don't have to, everything will look like properly, except if it's transparent. And then about like last year, I think last year is when like WebGPU became like enabled on Chrome. So now we're doing like, it's been like 12 years, but like now we're transitioning to WebGPU, which is basically a modern way of like doing 3D on the web. Like you see, like WebGL was based on OpenGL, which is like at the time was already like pretty old. Like now WebGPU is based on Vulkan, Metal, and that is like it's kind of a mix of whatever, like a mix of them, and trying to, and then they use that underneath. So for the last 4 years or so, we've been working, like doing like basically like a new render, like a WebGPU render, mostly like by all these people doing like excellent work. And the idea is that what we want to do is to make it so whenever you like if you're working on a WebGL on a project using Three.js, it should just be like replacing the render that you're using from WebGL render to WebGPU render. Like that's the goal. But the problem is that there is also the issue that like WebGPU right now is still not enabled in Safari and still not enabled in Firefox. It's getting close to Safari. So for the time being, and we want like people to start using it, like we had to add like a WebGL 2 fallback in the WebGPU render. So like people don't really know, but it's like sometimes like they get like WebGPU examples that are working on Safari, but it's actually underneath it actually using WebGL 2. But whenever like Safari enables like WebGPU, then it's going to use the WebGPU part of the code. Eventually, this fallback is going to, probably like 5 years, maybe 10 years, we'll be able to get rid of it. But one of the problems that we have like from the current code is that if you're writing shaders, like WebGL has like GLSL and WebGPU has Weasel. We have done like, we'll show later, like we do have like a code for translating one language to the other one, but it's not very easy. So this is basically how it looks kind of different. So writing one shader, another shader, like in another shader language. So one of the proposals like from Sunak, from the project, is like to create like yet another shading language. Like in this case, like it's a JavaScript-based one that is able to generate one or the other one, depending on like if it's running on WebGL or it's running on WebGPU, and it's also like node-based. So it also solves the problem that we had that people will want to use like materials from the project, but they will want to like it looks they will have like a material that looks metallic something, and they have like some texture in it, but they want to be able to like hack the material to add something specific for the project. And the API that we had for it was pretty bad. Like it was basically you had these only for compile callback that whenever that material is going to be rendered before displaying it to the screen, you had a chance to like modify the shader, like modify some chunks in it, some strings, and you will have to basically know how internally all the materials look like. You will have to know how our code look like from the inside, and it was very fragile. Like we could change something for some reason, and your project will, it's not going to break, but if you have to like update it, then you're going to deal into these kind of issues. So the new code is actually, for doing the same thing, like it looks like this. Instead of using mesh standard material, like we have a mesh node material. So these node materials have like new properties. So in this case, it's like the material color node. So in this case, all these new methods that we are like importing from TSL, those are actually like proxies. So whenever you execute them, it generates one string on the other screen. So for this case, we have a texture function that you pass the color map that you're going to use for the color, for the texture of the object, and then you can multiply detail, which is detail in this case is like another texture with another that has more repetition, so it creates more variety, visual variety into it. Like this code was doing exactly the same thing, but it's just way more like harder to understand and basically more fragile. This is what the API allows, the new API allows, and at the same time, like it's just much easier to it's much more versatile. Like we we won't be able to break this, like you can continue working on it. Like, we may add like more functions to it, but the code will be pretty resilient from now on. So it does like JSL on whistle generation. For these, you can go to the examples. There is this editor that you can play with. So here we have like another like TSL example, which will be mostly like this part, where it's defining a texture, like it's saying like also like putting a name to it, like a label to this texture itself. And on the side, on the right side, you can see the way the whistle code that it generates. So you change. I wonder, actually, I haven't really tried this. I change my texture to somewhere. I don't see it. Oh, there you go. Right, isn't this case? But this is basically, you can see, if you're like working on TSL, you have a way of like butting the shader that you're doing, and you can see the code that it generates, and also you can also see the GLSL that it generates from it. This is something that still we're working on. We keep adding functions to it, but we are still we really think that it has a lot of potential. If you want to get like some GLSL code that you have, like we also have a transpiler. Pretty early days for it though, where basically you can copy, like you can paste the GLSL code that you have on the right side, and then on the left side. On the right side is going to show you how the TSL code will look for it. So with this, we don't really have like a lot of documentation for all these yet, but for now we're still working on it, and this is what people are like experimenting with. They basically use these tools for learn how it works. One of the big benefits from TSL is actually tree shaking. So before with WebGL render, with the previous renderer, all the materials for like standard and all the materials for lines and everything, all the shaders were inside WebGL renderer. So there was no way to, the way that I architected it, there was no way to not shape all these shaders that you're not using. Like with the new approach, like because you're like importing all these, like texture from TSL, or only the thing that you're actually using the material, and then next time the material is going to use also specific things from TSL. But if you're not displaying like points, for instance, on your website, or you're not using like lines or like other shaders that we tend to bundle into the render, like now we have enough. Now we're not be able to shape all that, and it's going to be much smaller builds. Another interesting feature that this enables is procedural gradients, basically, or like this one example that you can do. So in this color node, for this example, we can do like a vector, like vec4, which will be like the color. So in this case, it's like red, green, blue, and the alpha. So this code basically does a red. It's going to make this, in this case, whatever object is going to make it red. You can still use the previous way, but like from here it just enables more things. So as an example, let's see if this works. We have, this is one of the new examples that we have for WebGPU. It's like a flocking birds simulation. But we originally always had like with this white background, and what I was trying to like make it a little bit more appealing. So when I was trying to do it, when I looked into that, basically I realized that you can go like right now, like basically we need a sphere to have some sort of sky to it. So we put that there. We should see maybe a little bit hard to see. So now this sets as the base of the object that we want to have as a sky. And I think it's using wireframe. Yeah, we disable this. And then it's going to be like all black probably. Yeah. But like here, in the color node, this is the color, this is what we define how we want it to look like. So we put it, only one is going to be used, all red. But here we can make, for instance, this will be like writing the TSL. So we make one, and we have these variables, or these, way like objects. So position local is something that we know. It's something that you can use as a reference. It's going to be the y of the object, but in object space. So you can divide, or you can subtract position with a y. with 1, and then you're gonna get like a gradient from top to bottom that it goes from like 0 red on top and then kind of gonna become whitish for tone mapping reasons, but like in the bottom it should be just red. So if we start playing with that, what I ended up doing is just this will be the red, green, and the blue. Now we have like a more like complicated gradient that it will go to kind of emulates a little bit what the sky will read. If we apply also fox to it, and we rotate it to where the sun is supposed to be. We end up like having like some kind of like more, like we have a little bit more like they're not just like floating in the void. You have a bit of an idea of like, oh, there's the sky and the sun is in that way, and the sky is kind of like where the sun is there and the sky is on the other side. On that way, we avoid having to load any textures for this, like it's all generated in real time, and we can also like the fact that we're using like barring here is actually means that all this is only running in vertex, so the shader is not running on per pixel, it's just running per vertex, so it's way faster. Another thing that we can do with it will be the procedural textures. So it will be interesting, like the more that we work on this, like to have like something like a npm package where you can like import, in this case, like it's an example like importing like a wood texture. So this is kind of like something it will look like doing that. One of the benefits from doing procedural textures is that you can zoom into it and you're never going to see the pixels because it's being generated every frame at any resolution that you are looking at. And you, again, in order to like get this kind of like quality, you will have to load like 8K texture or something like that, but you will eventually see the pixels. But like this is close. It doesn't matter how close you are; it's always going to look perfect. As a matter of fact, like Pavel is something that he's been working on. Like he has like he started again kind of a repository for textures. So you can go to that website and you can have like a bunch of, you can see like for instance like this protozoa one, like to see how, when you zoom into it, how it looks like, and then you wanted to use it. I think it's this one, you want to use it like you basically import TSL texture protozoa from npm, and this is the parameters that you have to use, so you can play with it and you can get this kind of results. One of the things that WebGPU enables is like now we can use compute. For those of you that know compute basically allows us to use the GPU for doing computations. Like up until now, like with WebGL, you could do that too, but basically you're using like a graphics API, like a pixel-based API. So you're drawing colors into a texture, and then you have another shade that is reading the colors. And like the computer allows it to like make it like it's more native into the GPU basically. So we're still like developing that, but we do have like and explaining that is a little bit like longer. But like if you want to use like compute, we have this is the entry point at this point for that. So this is like one of the kind of things that you can do. Like we have like some examples of how to use it. We have this, and also Christoph Choco. I also have like some. Especially there's a lot of like particles examples, the kind of things you can do. Like this is not generated, like this is not being computed on the CPU, this is all computed on the GPU, like all pretty fast to execute. It saves a lot of battery. And also like Bruno Simon has done like a lot of examples. So a couple months ago he contributed a bunch of examples, the kind of thing that you can do now, like has this kind of tricky too. You can play with this thing for quite a while. So it's not only like you can modify geometry. You can use it a lot for particle simulation, so like this is where they start from. On every frame there's updating positions. For generating textures, so far I haven't seen something like that, like people actually using it for that, but this is the kind of thing, like, to not only for like examples so people can use it, but also like for us to like, we need like more examples to see that the kind of data that we're designing is something that is flexible enough for everything. And I do have like a demo sim background where everything is generated, so for me, like these kind of things where we're generating everything and we don't have to download models or textures, it makes me extra happy. For this last one, there was this is not a Bruno one, but like Maeda Mameo. He used that one as a kind of like he played with the one that Bruno did, and like ended up like doing this one, which is much more realistic. And again, this is it's a MacBook M1, and it's running like pretty well. And the last one that like Bruno did was just copy example where the smoke with the smoke geometry is also like being like twisted and generated, and also the texture itself it generates like using TSL. That's all. If you wanna continue, you wanna like follow like more things, like see what people are doing with it, you can follow the project on Three.js, on Twitter, or like Blue Sky. Thank you very much.
ありがとうございます。This is your PC, right? This is your laptop? Yes. You can take it. 一旦これで、通常の、発表、プレゼンテーションは一応終わりです。で、次の4時、40分からですね、スポンサー LT を始めようと思います。でスポンサー LT および次のキーノートに関しては、ルーム A でもやるんですけど、一応ルーム B、ルーム C でも見れるように、ストリーミングを再生する形で見れるようにしようと思っているので、ルーム B ちょっとこう、後ろの方とか、もしかしたら、割とこう、話し放題できることがあるんだったら、B とか C で見ていただいてもいいかなというふうに思っております。はい。というわけで、休憩です。So, we will start at 4:40. And the next session is sponsor LT. And then you can see sponsor LT in room B and room C. Streaming live streaming.
移り次第始まるんで、まだ席ついてない人は席でついてきてください。あと、ルーム A だけじゃなくて B と C でも見れますので、よろしくお願いします。じゃあ、着いたんで行きましょう。お願いします。
皆さん、こんにちは。ハイアールです。We are High R making coding test. で、最近ですね、なんかコーディングテストやるときに AI 時代のスキル面接っていうことを我々言葉として使っています。We using a phrase, skill interview about AI era. So, AI 時代のスキルコーディングっていうことで、皆さんコーディング試験中に AI 使ってると思うんですけど、皆さん使ってますか？はい、maybe everyone using AI for coding test. で、自分の意見なんですけど、コーディング試験中別に AI 使ってもいいとは思ってるんですけど、it is okay. For using AI, なんでなら私たち別にプロダクトを作ってるわけで、プロダクトを作るとき AI 作るのって普通だと思うので、なんか別にコーディング試験中も使っていいと思うんですけど、そんな感じで、ただ面接中にやっぱり嘘をつくのがいけないと思ってまして、AI 使ってるのにAI 使ってないよみたいなことを言うのはちょっとまずいと思うんですよ。lying so bad。例えば、君 AI 使ったでしょって、いや、使ってないですよ。使ったでしょ、使ってないですよ、みたいな。それはダメだと思うんですよ。で、そこを見破るのにどうしたらいいかっていうことで、ちょっと前置き長くなったんですけど、我々コーディングテストを使ってます。はい。で、コーディングテスト、こういった画面なんですけど、左側に問題があって、ここでコードを書いて、でも実行までできるっていうことです。で、これ裏でも全部、キーボードの入力だとか、ピペロだとか、どのウェブサイト見に行ってるとか全部わかりますので、そのあたりで AI をどの程度使ってるかの進歩とかを測ることができます。で、これはあれですね、システム設計の問題で、コーディングテストじゃなくて、こういった問題もつけれる。This is a question for system design。こういった問題を作れたりします。で、実際にどうやって、我々の、プロダクトを使うのかっていうと、これデモ画面なんですけど、This is a demonstration。なんかこうやってクリックをして、もうすぐ問題を作ることができます。で、そのまま候補者の方に URL を送って、こういうふうに問題を解いていただく。そうすると、可視化ができたりだとか、こうやって AWS だとか、設計問題もたくさんあります。で、こういうふうにスキルが評価されるわけですね。はい。これ、うちのボスに流せって言われて流してるんですけど、ちょっとお待ちください。終わりまで。僕の意思で流してるわけじゃないんですよ。そう、これ YouTube で流れてるんで、うちのボス見てたら怒られちゃうんですけど、終わりました。で、うちら4年経ったスタートアップなんですけど、ありがたいことに結構いろんな企業さんの方に受け入れていただいてます。Our product is received many companies. すぐそこにブース立ってるので、来ていただけたら、お菓子死ぬほど余ってて、このままだと我々カロリー摂取で死んでしまうので、皆さんお菓子いっぱい持っていただけると幸いです。はい。So we have many sweets for JavaScript engineers. で、長くなってるんですけど、私たちJapan's No.1 Again っていうミッションをやってます。Our mission is Japan's No.1 Again で、日本も一度ものづくりで一番いいということで、いろいろ頑張ってます。で、なんかこれ我々の行動指針なんですけど、ものづくりの集団の我々が座席に入るフルスイング成功しっていうので、なんか最後の漢字いつも僕読めないんですけど、なんか車っていう辺があるので、多分車の後をつけるっていう感じのあれです、行動指針です。はい。なんか俺らの背中を見せようぜっていうやつですね。はい。 で、まだスキル可視化のところしかやってないんですけど、これから教育だとか、補習団形成だとか、選考プロセスの改善だとか、あと評価ですね、そのあたりをどんどん広げていくので、全然エンジニアが足りません。はい。エンジニアどころか営業もいないし、CS もいないし、あと、人事もいないということなので、誰でもウェルカムです。はい。で、一緒に青春しませんかということで、We are hiring ということで、はい、ハイアールでした。
ありがとうございました。じゃあ次お願いしますと同時に、次の発表の方お願いします。次の発表をこちらにしてください。ラインヤフーさん。はい。
よろしくお願いします。株式会社スプレインです。まず会社の紹介簡単にさせてください。2021年の7月に創業した会社で、今4年目入ったところで、規模感として大体180、200人ぐらいで、開発者50人ぐらいいるみたいな感じです。で、ちょっと成り立ちが特殊でして、誰かが創業したっていうわけではなくて、いわゆるジョイントベンチャーっていう感じで、小松が親会社で、ドコモ、ソニー、NRI が、ジョイントベンチャーとして立ち上げた会社になります。で、何やってんのっていう話を次にするんですけど、動画を持ってきたので、動画を見てください。お願いします。スマートコンストラクションっていう、ソリューションを提供していて、これ音声が入ってないんで自分でアテレコしないといけないんですけど、まず現場に、行って、これもハードウェアですね。エッジコンピューターを、設置して、ドローン飛ばして、現場の地形っていうのを、ポイントクラウドデータ、点群データという形で、取りますと。で、これをエッジコンピュータ経由でアップロードすると、私たちのサービスにアップロードすると、こんな感じ、これウェブブラウザーで動いてるんですよ。すごくないですか？ウェブブラウザーで、現在の地形が見れて、完成付けと比べて、今進捗どれくらいだね、みたいなのがわかりますと。で、実際に工事する前に、これ一回やるんですけど、道をここに仮設道路をここに作って、で、こうやって機械を置くと、こっちの方が、土運ぶの最適だよね、みたいなっていうのが、シミュレーションできて、で、最後にそのシミュレーションした結果を、実際の研機を使って、現実世界に落としていくっていうような、これちょっとうまくいきすぎな例で、こんなにスムーズに今繋がってないんですけど、ざっくり言うとこういうことをやりたいという会社ですね。ちなみに何やってるかっていうと、マシンガイダンスって言って、その完成図面のように、掘るように、マシンがいろいろ指示してくれるっていうようなものになります。これは小松が親会社なんで、最後その土掘るところまでいけるっていう、そういう感じです。こんな感じに PDCA サイクルを回していくのを現実世界というか、土木の現場でやりたいよっていうのが、やりたいことですと。で、今もう言っちゃったんですけど、こんな感じでその PDCA サイクルルール回して、なんていうんですかね、土木の現場を最適化していきたいっていうのがやりたいことですと。で、今見て分かったと思うんですけど、この一つのソリューションがいろんなプロダクトから構成されていて、面白いのが、ちょっと冒頭出てきたんですけど、現場のデータを取るにはハードウェアを作らないといけないんですよね。で、このハードウェアから、すごい大量のデータがアップロードしてくるので、それをうまくさばいて、で、それで、ユーザーの方に分かりやすい形で表示するっていう、ソフトウェアもそうですし、ハードウェアとの連携っていう意味でも、ちょっと結構やりがいがあるような、ものになってるかなと思います。あと、このプロダクトの中の、一部、途中で出てきた、施工状況を確認できるアプリケーションあったと思うんですけど、あれは日本だけではなくて世界でも使われていて、グローバル展開もしているというような感じです。で、最後にどうやってんねんっていう話をするんですけど、これさっきこういう図出したんですけど、なんとですね、この部分、ハードウェア以外の部分、JavaScript、TypeScript 結構使ってます。で、しかも、面白いのが、まず、このフロントエンドで言うと、普通のReact.js とかっていうのもあるんですけど、要素としてあるんですけど、こうやって、ブラウザ上で3D 空間を再現して、で、ここ掘るとか掘らないみたいな、そういうのを表示したりするアプリケーションを作ってるんで、いわゆる複雑 GUI みたいなものを作っていて、それも面白いし、あとバックエンドで言うと、これもう普通にあれですね、バックエンドもタイプスクリプトとかで、開発していっているっていうような感じです。なので、本当にいろんなところで使ってますよっていう感じですと。 で、あとAPI ゲートウェイでも使ってて、API ゲートウェイだと Node.js じゃなくて、バンとかのバンじゃなくて、D のランタイム使ったりとか、してまして、で、これはさっき残念ながらルーム B が人気すぎて、あんまり人が多くなかったんですけど、エフェクトスキマによる不安全な定量 BDD の実践っていうのを、さっき話したので、この後資料を公開するので、もしよろしければ見てください。そんな感じでですね、本当に、本気でグローバル目指していて、でしかも、道具業界っていうかなりリアルにインパクトが大きいような業界で、なんと JavaScript で書いてるっていうのは結構面白い会社だと思うので、もしよかったらお声掛けとかしてください。以上です。ありがとうございました。
次、第2のブーさんお願いいたします。
はい、ではよろしくお願いします。次はですね、LINE ヤフーから、浜田とキラクから発表させていただきます。実はそのスポンサー LT がやるっていうことを我々知らなくて、今、すみません、アドリブで話させていただいて、変なこと話してたらすみません、ちょっとオフレコにしといていただけたらなと思います。はい、で LINE ヤフーなんですけど、すごい大きな会社として皆さん認識いただいているのかなと思っています。ヤフーに関しては月間8000万以上のアクティブユーザーがいる大きなサービスで、なかなか大規模組織で動きにくいんじゃないかなって印象を持たれる方も多いかなと思うんですけど、実は今日 JSConf のセッションでは3つもLINE ヤフーからですね、セッションを出しているぐらいアグレッシブに新しいことをやろうとしてます。例えばまず LT ではこの知恵袋のフロントエンドリアーキテクトの話をツールからさせていただきました。他にもですね、セッションとしてはYahoo Japan トップページにおけるマイクロフロントエンドの取り組みとかも話しています。でこれに関しては、マイクロフロントエンドという新しい技術を取り入れながら大きなウェブサイトを構築しているので、すごく面白い経験ができると思います。でさらに我々のセッションでは、プリレンダーという技術を Yahoo Japan に導入してみて、その結果どうなったかというところを話したりしていました。今日はちょっとこのサマリを振り返りながら、どんなことをやっているかというのを軽く紹介できればと思います。プリレンダーって呼ばれる技術なんですけども、我々パフォーマンスを速くするために、いろんなところの取り組みをやっています。でパフォーマンスの取り組みっていうのは、これまでどういうふうにユーザーが使うかっていうのを予測して、そのパフォーマンス先読みをすることで改善をしてきたんですけれども、そうですね、いろんな技術があります。こんな多分聞いたことない API とか見たことある API もあると思うんですけど、こんな技術があります。でこの中から我々は、一番下に書いてあるところ、スペキュレーションルールズ API というところを Yahoo Japan トップページに適用して試したりしていました。その結果がですね、どんどん次のスライドに書いてあるんですけれども、結果的に言うと、成果が出ませんでした。やってみたんですよ。めちゃめちゃ速くなりました。プリレンダー入れたことで、次のページが先に読み込まれるので、クリックした瞬間にもうページが切り替わります。Yahoo トップページから Yahoo ニュースへの遷移の動線でこれを入れてみたんですけども、すごく速くなりました。ただし、次に来ていただく通り、なかなかちょっと渋い結果で、ビジネス指標は上がらなかったです。でユーザーの滞在時間も上がると予測したんですけど、なかなかそこが上がりませんでした。で我々はそこからただ、そのプロジェクトをちょっと諦めるんではなくて、どういうところにこれを入れると有効なのかっていうところを調べたりしていました。で一番最後にちょっとまとめを書いているんですけれども、もう一個下。はい、そうですね、得られた知見としては、やはりそのプリレンダーするような大きなところに関しては、ちゃんとユーザーがクリックする確率が高いところに対して見つける必要があるっていう知見を得ました。ヒットレートを向上させるためには、コンテンツの特性とかを踏まえたところを選定しなければならないというところを学んで、今次のステップとして挑戦をしているところです。 はい、ちょっとこんな風に我々ですね、なかなか大きな会社で少し新しい取り組みを動けないんじゃないかっていうふうに捉えられる方も多いと思うんですけども、実はそんなことなくて、私たちのように新しい取り組みをどんどん入れていって、どんどんユーザーの改善をしていこうと思っているところもあって、私なんか全社ところでパフォーマンスの改善というところをチームを組んで取り組んでたりしますので、もしこういったところに興味がある方いたら、この LINE や風にぜひお声掛けいただけたらなと思います。そこにブースがありますので、もしこういった話に興味があれば、そこのブースに立ち寄ってみてください。はい、で採用も絶賛しておりまして、今何枠あるんでしたっけ？何個の採用？そうですね。はい、122件の採用ポジションが我々の会社ありますので、絶対に皆さんの合致するポジションがありますので、ぜひ見ていただけたらなと思います。そして、ここにいらっしゃる方、フロントエンドの方も多いと思うんですが、フロントエンドはですね、12月に採用イベントを実施します。はい、12月11日にこのフロントエンドエンジニア採用説明会やりますので、ぜひここの採用説明会参加していただければと思います。さっきの説明、ちょっとでも興味ある方いたら参加いただければと思います。はい、LINE ヤフーから以上になります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
12月11日、僕の誕生日ですね。LINE ヤフーさんのフロントエンド勉強会があると思うんです。はい。次、ヘルプフィールさん、ここに NEXT LD スピーカーとして来ていただければ。ヘルプフィールさんいらっしゃいますか？
はい、そしたら、レイヤー X から来ましたクレストが発表します。私は、ユーヤクレストというアカウントなので、ぜひ Twitter を見ていただければと思います。資料を上げてます。私はバックラクというプロダクトの、正規書受け取り仕分けという経理の方が使うものを作ってます。ちなみに空気を読まずにこの後会社の宣伝は一切ありませんので、相変わらずご了承ください。私たちバックラクではですね、NEXT と NEXT がちょっと混在しているような感じになってまして、プロダクトですね。で、今 NEXT を使っているチームがちょっと一部 NEXT.js にしたいなみたいな話をちょっとチラチラとしていて、いや、それ、フレームワーク違うんですけど、どうしようかなみたいな話を、検証していくというのを今から話します。で、素直にやると、多分そのページ、ごめんなさい、URL ベースのルーティングで、ある URL だったら Next.js 読み込んで、ある URL だったら Next 読み込むみたいな感じでやると思うんですけど、この場合だと Next と Next の境界をまたぐと、ハードナビゲーション、つまりページ全体がこう一瞬白くなって読み込み直すみたいなことが起きてしまいますと。でかつ、経理の方のサービスなので、感情感覚っていうその情報を、JS のステートにキャッシュしてたりとかするんですけども、これも失われちゃいますと。で、ちょっとそれだと、体験的によろしくないんで、なんか他に方法ないかなと思って、Next.js の中に Next を何とかして直接埋め込むことができるかということを検証していったのが今日の話です。で、ちょっと話長くなるので、ここは飛ばすんですけども、最終的には iFrame を使ってその中に読み込むのがなんか一番コスパ良さそうだよねみたいな話になって、それを検証しました。で、実際どんなことをやるかというと、外側はいわゆる普通の Next.js で、リアクトが普通に使えますみたいなものを用意しておりますと。で、その中に iFrame を置いて、ある条件を満たす URL なら、iFrame を全画面で動かしますみたいなことをやったという感じになります。で、ただ、これだけだと、iFrame の中と外でその URL が2つある状態になってしまって同期されないんで、例えばその NEXT の中でなんかリンククリックされたら、ポストメッセージ、皆さん大好きポストメッセージです。で、外側のその Next.js に、URL が変わりますよというのを、通知してあげて、で、その結果として Next.js 側で URL がこう、遷移して、で、もう一回ポストメッセージです。で、ポストメッセージで、NEXT から NEXT に、URL 変わりましたというメールを送って、結果 NEXT 側でルーターリプレイスを走らせるみたいな感じに実装してみる感じのことをしました。この方法を使うと、Next.js のルーターというか、ブラウザの外側に見えている URL のバーの中身がですね、整理になることで、戻る進むの時の対応も容易になるというメリットがありますって感じでした。 で、じゃあ実際どうやって実装するのって話なんですけど、Nuxt の方ではヒストリー使いたくないんで、よくドキュメントの隅っこを見てみるとですね、超端っこの方にこのカスタムヒストリーっていうアドバンスドなんて書かれてるやつがあるので、これを使うとウィンドウヒストリーを違うものに差し替えることができちゃいますと。で、私はなのでプッシュされたらウィンドウポストメッセージを使って、なんかプッシュされましたみたいなのを親フレームに送るみたいなものを実装しました。で、下の方でちょっとなんかリスツンっていうのがあるんですけど、これはつまり Nuxt 側のアプリが、なんかそのNuxt 自体ですね、が、ページ遷移されたことを検知するための、コールバックを送ってくれる場所になってるんで、親フレームというか、Next.js がページ遷移されたら、このリスナーのところにポップとかプッシュされましたよみたいなのを送ってあげるということで、Next 側をページ遷移のイベントを発火させるっていうようなことをやっています。できたんじゃねって思ったんですけど、そんなはずはなくて、私たちSARS を作ってるんですけど、大体なんか何かを書いたときに編集中のものを保存されませんみたいなダイアログ出してですね。で、一方で Nuxt はそれができるんですけど、Next.js でそんなものはないんですよ。で、ないので、ちょっとどうにかして実装しましたって話なんですけど、この話普通に15分かかるんで、上に書いてあるスライドの URL をぜひご覧になっていただきたいです。で、かいつまんで話すと、Next 側でモドールが例えば実行されたら URL 書き換わるんで、その際に発生するポップステートイベントをですね、ちょっと超無理やり握りつぶすことによって、握りつぶしてる間に Next の方にまたポストメッセージを使って通知してユーザーに本当に遷移していいですかって聞いて、ダメって言われたら、その情報を戻してあげて、で、最後に URL を元の位置に戻す。URL が変わっちゃってるんで、元の位置に戻すみたいなことをやったっていうやつをやりました。で、これでできた。で、もう一つは、タイトルタグを iFrame の中で書いても全く反応しないんで、それを、リアクトのコンテキストプロバイダーみたいな仕組みで、ビューのプロバイドインジェクトという仕組みで、設定されてるんで、それを上書きすることで対応しましたっていう話をやりましたって感じですね。とりあえずこれでできたわけですよ。できたんですけど、なんかハードナビゲーション遅いからやばいよねって話だったんですけど、Nuxt SSR したらそもそもハードナビゲーション自体が爆速になったんで、これやらなくていいやって話になって、グッってなったのがオチですって感じですね。ここ笑いどころでした。でもページ遷移の飛べる話は実際導入されたので、よしってことにさせてください。そういうわけで、プログラミングが超楽しいです。もしよかったら、この話とか、懇親会とかツイッターとかで、話せたら嬉しいなと思います。ぜひお願いします。以上です。
どうぞ皆さん準備してください。Next と Next、ちょっと発音にちょっと難しいです。そろそろなんか次のNext みたいなの出てくれないかな。昨日話してたけどね。はい、じゃあお願いします。
はい、お願いします。ミダス株式会社の長野です。よろしくお願いします。で今日はですね、ミダスのご説明、主になんかベタな授業紹介とかしようかなと思ったんですけど、今日実際に会場にブースに来ていただいた方とお話ししてて、ミダスの提供している診断とかに関しての反応が結構良かったんで、ちょっとそっちの話に急遽切り替えて、ちょっと話ができればなと思ってます。ちょっと簡単にミダスの会社概要なんですけれども、会社は2019年に立ち上がって、今5年目の会社になっています。オフィス渋谷に一応あるんですけど、開発部は今全員フルリモートでやっているっていうような環境でございます。会社全体は今600名ぐらいで、開発部は100名ぐらいの規模感っていうような感じですね。で、今、法人導入者数43万社ぐらい、ユーザー登録数累計135万ぐらい、2020年度で売上62億ぐらいという感じです。で、サービスなんですけれども、いわゆる採用マッチングのサービスをやってます。で、一般的な採用マッチングって、当たり前ですけど、経歴とかスキルとか、そういうもので企業と人材をマッチングするっていう感じがあると思うんですけど、ミーダスはもちろんそれもやってますし、そこに加えて、ミーダスが提供しているコンピテンシー診断とか、バイアス診断ゲームって呼ばれる、コンピテンシーっていうのはその人の行動特性とか、バイアスっていうのはその人の思考の癖とかですね。こういうのを診断を受けてもらって分かるようになったら、その結果に応じて企業と人材がマッチングできるみたいな。これをやってるのがちょっとミーダスの採用マッチングの特徴なんですね。で今日お話ししてて反応が結構良かったのが、じゃあ診断結果ってどういうものが見れるんですかっていうのが、これちょっと赤裸々に僕の 診断の結果なんですけど、例えばパーソナリティの特徴として、バイタリティ、人当たり、チームワーク、創造的思考力、問題解決力、バーッとことが出てきます。これあくまで高ければいいとか低ければ悪いという話ではなくて、適正の問題っていう感じです。あとはベタに適職診断みたいなものとか、あと結構面白いのが、ちょっと詰まっちゃいましたけど、ストレス要因とか、どういう環境にストレスを感じやすいかみたいなところも出れるようになっている。あとは上司とか部下の適性みたいな感じで、あなたの部下としてのタイプはこういう感じ、上司としてはこういう感じとか、こういうのが一つ見れるっていうのが、多分転職するしないにかかわらず結構見てて面白いです。でかつ、こういう診断がうちの HR サイエンス研究所っていう心理学とかデータサイエンスの博士号を持っている人たちが結構頑張って作ってくれてるんですね。なので、ここの内容すごく面白いですっていうのと、もう一つがバイアス診断ゲームと呼ばれる、さっき言った思考の癖とかですね。で、例えば、有名なところとかだと、例えばフレーミング効果とか、これは表現が変わると意思決定が変わりやすい人の特徴とか、こういう感じで診断を受けると、あなたの意思決定とか行動特性っていうのが結構細かく見れるようになってます。なので、これすごい面白いんで、まずぜひ皆さん受けてみてくださいっていうのと、もう一個ちょっと面白いのが、さっき見せたコンピテンシー診断に応じて、あなたの紹介を AI がラップでしますっていうサービスがなぜかあるんですね。で、それを僕の診断結果に応じて生成されたやつをちょっと見ていただきたいんで流します。っていうのが、さっき見ていただいたコンピテンシー診断を受けると、あなただけの AI ラップっていうのが自動生成されるっていうのが、サービスとしてあるんですね。なので、これすごく面白いです。例えば、オンボーディングの自己紹介に使っていただいたりとか、ただただ SNS でシェアいただいても面白いと思うので、これもぜひぜひ見ていただきたいなっていうふうに思います。はい。ということで、ミダスは採用マッチングをメインにしているんですけれども、今サービスとしては9年目になっていて、採用マッチング周りはもちろんちょっと磨き分けしていくものがある程度できてきますと。ただ、それ以外のサービスっていうのは結構今どんどん新しく作っていっているので、例えば育成研修系とかサーベイとかタレントマネジメントとか、こういうのをどんどん増やしていっているので、まだまだ新しく作る領域っていうのも多いですと。で、それに応じて、通年でもフロントエンドエンジニア、バックエンドエンジニアっていうのを採用をしています。で、わかりやすいところでいくと、初日からうちフルリモートでできるので、結構ワークライフバランス的なところはやりやすいかなというふうに思っています。同時に新しいものを作る環境というのもこれからもどんどん作っていきますので、興味ある方はカジュアル面談からで全然大丈夫ですので、お話聞きに行っていただけるとすごく嬉しいです。ミダスエンジニア採用とかで検索していただくと、エンジニア向けの採用ページ出ますので、ぜひご覧ください。はい。で、最後にブースのお知らせですね。入り口のところでブース出してますので、ミダスのキャラクターのこの可愛らしい猫師匠っていうキャラクターのグッズとか配ってますんで、ぜひぜひ皆さんこの後いらっしゃってください。では、ミダスから以上です。ありがとうございました。あ
りがとうございました。じゃあ、メルカリの方、セットアップして、キントテクノロジーズさんとアイブリーさん来ていただいてもいいですか？はい。アイブリーさんも来ていただいていいですか？じゃあ、AI ラップすごかったですね。やってみたい。OK。
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I cannot speak Japanese, so I will do presentation in English. So first of all, I'm John from Mercari. Very excited to be here and very happy to share a bit of our work at Mercari today. So first thing first, in Mercari, we really value our ability to enable our engineers to go bold, to bring their expertise with their real experience to bring impact to our customers in all four environments. So what does this all mean is that very often our engineers and teams can decide what kind of how they want to work. This includes process and technology stack as well. So this is where we end up. We have multiple products in Mercari, and everyone uses different technology. And this is only in front end, and we have back end and Android and iOS as well. But yeah, let's go through very quickly. In Mercari C2C, we use Next.js. We have our own design system written in React. We use JS and Playwright as our testing framework. We use SWR because our backend is REST-based API. Meanwhile, in Mercari shops, we decided to go with GraphQL. That's why we use Apollo client instead.
And then I think back when we start Mercari Shop, our internal UI library is not as mature as now. That's why we use Chapter UI. And we also use Cypress instead of Playwright because our engineer are more familiar with it. And Hello, which is one of our most recent projects. We have a lot of lessons learned from the previous 2 projects. That's why we switched back to our internal design system, and we switched back to Playwright as well. Meanwhile, in Bay, which is our fintech arm, it's totally different over there because our core library is in Vue.js, therefore we use Nuts, and all the supporting library are very different. And don't get me started with internal tools. It's Wild West over there. It's very chaotic. You can see everything from 2.js, jQuery, all the way to Chassis, which is a more modern UI library. So yeah, we bring a lot of value to our customer because we enable these passionate engineers. We empower them to iterate faster, launch product faster. Therefore, our customer can enjoy new feature, new product faster. But that's also come with cost, like fragmentation. We cannot really share knowledge between teams, so everyone uses different things. And then we cannot build single solution that solve all the problems because, again, we use different things. And scaling the team is very challenging as well. We have different pipeline because for different positions because we have different technology that we use, and we cannot really share resource between teams as well. So this brought us to come up with some frameworks and tools in order to solve this particular issue. So it's nothing very technical. So first thing is architecture design record. So basically how it works is that we elected a committee that consists of people from different expertise. And then we review the design doc and spec and make recommendation according to our experience as a company. So the recommendation usually come from tech data, which is basically a list of all the things that we have tried so far, and then we assign different status based on our experience with it. It can start from whole, which is we try it, we see it's problematic, therefore we don't recommend anyone to use it. And also, and adopt means we try it, we love it, we highly recommend everyone to use it, for example. But again, we cannot force, we don't want to force anyone's hand to like, okay, please use this, please use that, because we still value our autonomy and innovation, right? So, but yeah, if team does not have very strong opinion on what they want to use, we have golden path, which is basically a list of the technology or tech stack that we highly recommend you to use it. So if you use our golden path, it means that you will get first class support from our platform team. This way, our platform team can stay laser focused on support this technology, so that we can build a better developer experience and make everyone happy, basically. So yeah, it's very short talk. Thank you very much, everyone. And I think our boss is already gone, but you can, if you have any question, you can catch up with people with Mercari logo. Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.じゃあ、ヒントテクノロジーズのお願いします。テックレーダーをステートとして扱うのは僕もよくやってますね。それはボブさんからはゴリゴリの採用登録しますってじゃあお願いします。
はい、ヒントテクノロジーズでございます。ご覧いただいた通り、ここ1個の採用登録します。よろしくお願いします。はい。言い訳なんですけど、私最近転職しまして、技術トークがですね、現職ベースのうちで何にも持っていないという事情がございまして、はい、こんな感じで行かせていただきます。はい、アホと申します。よろしくお願いします。もともと Web フロントエンドの人だったんですけれども、前職は開発一応してたんですけれども、最近はですね、ちょっとサラリーマンっぽい仕事の比率が増えております。ちょっと詳細伏せますが、懇親会とかで興味がある人、昔から知ってる人が、お前今何やってんのっていうのがあれば聞いてください。はい。 さてですね、弊社、キントテクノロジーズ、KTC って冒頭にありましたけれども、KTC は、キントテクノロジーズコーポレーションの、頭文字とっての KTC です。とりあえずこれだけ覚えてください。弊社 KTC、社員数約350名、全員中途入社会。ウェブサービス開発のエンジニアを中心にデザイナーとか QA とか、あとコーポレート IT とか、一気通貫でウェブサービスの開発とか、IT 支援が行える体制を構築しており、拠点3つあって、今、東京が最大勢力、350分の300ぐらい、東京なんですけれども、あと大阪に30ぐらいという形に、なっておりますと。はい。で、右上に書いてありますけれども、トヨタ自動車のグループの子会社になってまして、経営者のトヨタ自動車の下のトヨタファイナンシャルサービスの下のキントテクノロジーという感じでございます。はい。はい。では、ここからですね、あなたたちが KTC に入るべき3つの理由を、お話ししたいと思います。1つ目、ウェブサービス経験をそのまま活かせる。この場、おそらくウェブに関わっている方がばっかりかなと思うんですけど、私たちが関わっている主要サービスの一つ、車のサブスク、キントというサービスありますけれども、車のサブスク、トヨタ、レクサス、最近、トヨタじゃないけど、スバルさんも、ラインナップに加わったりしてるんですけど、やってることはいわゆるリースですね。フルサービスリースなので、それこそ駐車場代以外は全部保険とかも全て込み込みで、月額いくらで車を使えますというようなサービスを提供しています。はい。で、ウェブで契約が完結するということで、まさしくウェブエンジニアが作り慣れているウェブサービスを提供しています。はい。まさしく 2C 領域というところもそうですし、全国のトヨタの販売店向けのプロダクトとかサービス、ソリューションの提供もしていたりとかするので、2B っぽい性質もあったりするんですけれども、はい。書いてあるとですね、キント以外にも実はトヨタグループの様々なサービスを手掛けているというところで、名前よりもちょっと実はいろいろ手広くやっているというところだけですね、頭の片隅に置いていただきつつ、何にせよ総合的なユーザー体験が結構大事なことをやっております。先ほど申し上げたように IT 事業会社と同じような一気通過のサービス体制、開発体制作っているというところと、あと、設立してもこれでまだ3、4年ぐらいの、比較的近年作られているというところで、技術スタッフが比較的新しいというメリットもあるんですけど、歴史の浅さで成熟したいというところもあって、異臭だらけなので、経験豊富な皆さんがきっと活躍できる場じゃないかなというところが1個でございます。はい。2つ目、100年に一度のくっそ大きく出ましたね。一度の変化球を体験できます。はい。自動車業界全体で、コネクティッドとか、オートノマス、シェアリング、エレクトリックとか、頭文字を取ってケースとか言ったりするんですけど、その中でとにかくですね、モビリティカンパニー、車を売るだけじゃないよみたいな、ところとして、電動化、知能化、多様化ってテーマを掲げていて、ちょっと詳細は、本当に興味がある人はググってください。はい。で、我々モビリティサービスの多様化、多角化という面で特にコミットしているという文脈なんですけれども、とにかくこれまでお客様と直接接点を持つような商売はほとんどしてきていません。なので、さっき紹介したキントみたいなので、初の D2C ですね、ウェブサービスを展開しているという文脈があります。で、そういう意味では、新しい販売店だけではないウェブを含めた販路の確保であったりとか、サブスクリプションというモデルに関しては、車を所有するのではなくて、利活用するというスタイルへの転換というテーマを持っていたりだとか、あとお客様が車を手にした後のモビリティライフ全般で関係性を作っていくという点で、キントテクノロジー含め、ウェブサービスとかで、幅広くチャレンジをしているというところでございます。はい。で、最後3つ目。大企業入門編にちょうどいいと言い張らせていただきます。はい。ぶっちゃけ、どうですか？大企業です。はい。びっくりですね。はい。大企業ちょっとなと思っている方もいらっしゃるかもしれません。で、確かにトヨタグループという単位では、皆さんがイメージする大企業かもしれませんが、多分そうです。はい。でも安心。KTC、独立した子会社なので、社内制度から近年フルスクラッチ済みでございます。はい。でもちょっと言うと、結構 IT 需要の裾野が広がるにつれて、ウェブエンジニア、IT エンジニアって、もともとその素養が IT とか、ウェブサービスじゃない会社でも、どんどん選択肢がこれからどんどん増えていくと思うんですよね。そういう中で、ウェブエンジニアが活躍できる機会として、一個大企業、ジャパニーズな、昔からあるカンパニーみたいな、はい、いろいろあると思いますけど、そういうところも選択肢入っております。KTC なんですね、そんな大企業と、小回りの利く子会社、両方の空気がします。決して大企業の中でベンチャーっぽいとかスタートっぽいとは申しません。両方存在しています。はい。なので、両方楽しめます。はい。というところですね。今後のキャリアをですね、いろいろ考えている方いらっしゃると思いますけれども、一つの選択肢として頭の内に留めていただければと思います。 で、ご就職時、ご覧の通り、Web 系の事業会社の皆さんからするとおなじみのラインナップです。はい。本当にWeb のフロントエンジニア、バックエンド、あとフルスタックとかも全然あるんですけど、モバイルアプリとか、プロダクトマネージャーとかありますので、ぜひご応募いただければよろしくお願いします。で、いろいろ聞いて、本当にって思った方がいらしたら、それも含めて私に聞きに来てください。はい。以上でございます。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。じゃあ、アイブリーさんセットアップしてる間に、大企業入門編ってますか弊社大企業中級編ですかね。エネチェインさんいらっしゃれば、ネクストスピーカーズサークルに来ていただければと思います。はい、じゃあお願いします。お願いします。
アイブリーの大月です。スポンサー LD よろしくお願いします。普段のこのハットのアイコンでXで活動したりするので、よかったらフォローお願いします。突然なのですが、皆さん電話好きですか？私はめっちゃ嫌いです。そういう人多いんじゃないかなと思うんですけど、電話苦手あるある言います。今、相手は忙しいかもしれないと思って一生電話かけられない。電話をかける前に台本を書く。通話中は緊張してうまくおしゃべりできない。知らない番号からの着信には絶対出ないし、知ってる番号からの電話も出られないタイミングで出てきたら、かかってきたらパニックになる。あとはネット予約の可能しか予約できない。なんか心当たりある方いるんじゃないかなと思います。これ全部私のことなんですけど、ここでちょっとケーススタディを見たいと思います。JSConf なので、せっかくなので会長のアイコンをお借りしています。会長がお店に電話かけたいとします。あんま考えなさそうな人があるんですけど、今お店の人忙しくないかなとか考えますよね。で、電話かけて、今駐車場ありますとか質問します。お店の人は今、肉焼いてる真っ最中なんですけど、電話かかってきたから慌てて出て、駐車場ありますよみたいな返事をするんですね。で、電話終わった後になんか忙しそうだなってかけた人ももやもやするし、電話取った方も、肉焦げちゃったとか、今日駐車場の問い合わせ3回目だよみたいな虚無な気持ちになったりっていうことがあって、あんまりハッピーじゃないということがあります。でそこでアイブリーなんですけども、アイブリーっていうのはこのトップページの右の黄色いボタンをポチッとして、で簡単なフォーム入力して、そうするともうここで電話番号が発行されるんですね。で、この画面の中でいろんなタイプの応答ができるんですけど、どんな応答をさせるかっていうのを選択することができます。で、その機能の一つに、よくある質問を登録すると AI が応答してくれるっていうのがあります。それを使ったバージョンを見てみましょう。電話をかけます。すると、アイブリーにつながるんですね。で、駐車場ありますとか聞くと、アイブリーちゃんが答えてくれると。で、はい、1台に4台分ございます。さっきより丁寧に答えてくれますね。で、せっかく電話かけて、相手も忙しくなさそうなので、気になったら今日の日替わりメニューとか聞いちゃったりとかして、で、ちゃんと肉も焼けると。みんながハッピーですね。はい。ということは、さっき言った電話苦手な人あるあるって、全部アイブリーが解決できると。そんなことをしています。でこのアイブリーなんですが、この JSConf にいるということは、JS 周りの技術をたくさん使っています。さっきの管理画面は Next.js と TypeScript の SPA 構成になっていまして、今日スポンサーの発表ブースで、弊社の佐川を発表したんですが、その資料も公開されているので、気になる人は工夫なんかを見ていただけると嬉しいです。で私、知ったような口を聞いて喋ってるんですけど、まだ入社してから半年なんですね。でこの半年ですごくびっくりしているのは、とにかく企画検討からリリースまでが早いっていうことです。でこの半年で担当した案件を紹介したいんですが、ダッシュボード画面というのがあって、電話を受けたお店の人とかがどういう着電状況かっていうのを見れる画面を作りました。この画面をゼロから作り始めて、すでに大きな機能のアップデートを2回その後やっています。その他に保留転送機能と言われるやつで、電話かけたときに担当者におつなぎしますみたいな経験されたことある方いるかと思うんですが、その機能を追加しました。アイブリーって裏側というか電話の部分はThree.jsの SDK を使っているんですが、Three.jsは転送の機能というのを提供していません。なので、そこを、アイブリーのエンジニアが頑張って作ったという形になっていて、フロントエンド部分だと、その転送のステータスによって UI 切り替えたりとか、あと従来の電話の転送に慣れた、経験に慣れたユーザーにとって違和感ないような UX を提供するというところを工夫しています。でそんな感じの案件を、フロントエンド触っているメンバーが今、 他にも4、5人はいるので、同時に走っていて、ここ半年でこれだけの機能をリリースしています。これ抜粋なんですが、この他にも当然保守運用的なタスクがあったり、LP の SEO 的な対応があったりというので、もっといっぱいやります。でそんなスピードで開発してるならもうやることないんじゃないのって思った方もいるかもしれないんですが、そんなことは決してなくて、まだまだやりたいことがいっぱいあります。ちょっと具体的なことは言えないんですが、本当にたくさんあって人が足りていません。でその他それだけ人が増えて、機能もどんどん増えていくと、機能面以外でもテストが足りてないなとか、パフォーマンスをもっと良くしたいなだったり、デザインシステム整備したい、スマートテストってどうやったらいいの、アクセシビリティちゃんとしたいみたいな課題もいっぱいあります。というわけで、本当にやりたいことがあるので、一緒にサービスを開発してくれる仲間を募集しています。はい、宣伝させてください。来月12月にアイブリーのオフィスで LT 大会をします。アイブリーのオフィスにはモニタリングの壁があるので、その壁見たいという方もぜひ遊びに来てください。ここの QR コードの他でも、コンパスでも公開しているので、よろしくお願いします。でその他、会場内にこの緑のパーカー着てる社員が多分うろうろしてると思うので、よかったら話しかけてください。懇親会に参加される方は、ノベルティとして、アイブリーのステッカーが貼ってある守護伝説っていうスカイオイ防止のサプリメントを配っているので、ぜひ声をかけてください。はい、以上になります。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。じゃあ、接続している間に、さっきのアイブリーの LT 大会の12月11日なんだね。LINE ヤフーさんのフロントエンドの TikTok も確か12月11日で、あと俺の誕生日っていう。はい、じゃあ行きましょう。お願いします。
はい、桜インターネットのスポンサー LT を担当します、フォーリーです。こちらにあるのは、桜のフロントエンドエンジニアが、作ったゲームなんですが、桜に入社すると遊べるようになります。で、この話をしたいわけではなく、ちょっとごめんなさい。ちゃんとスライドを用意してきたはずなので、出したいと思います。こっちですね。はい。ちょっとごめんなさい。はい、桜の JS っていうちょっとなんか関連があるのかないのかみたいな話をしていきます。はい、私はホーリーと言います。フリーランスのエンジニアということになってるんですが、桜インターネットでもう10年ぐらい仕事してて、フリーランスというのは本当かと言ったり、やってる仕事がここにあるような技術広報的な仕事でエンジニアというのも本当かみたいな、ちょっと怪しい感じになってます。で、桜インターネット28年ぐらいやってる会社で、今本社が大阪にあり、あと東京、福岡、沖縄、あと、北海道にデータセンターがあるという会社です。で、大阪の本社今年9月に移転して、新しく綺麗なところになって、これ、ノードレッドのイベントに先月、会場提供したんですが、こんなこともやってます。はい。で、事業として左側にあるのが、割と昔からあるレンタルサーバー的なサービスで、右側は、最近 GPU のレンタルとかもしてるんですが、いろんなサービス出してるんですが、ほとんど全てのサービスで JS は使っています。で、どういうことかというと、これらのサービス、基本的に結局ブラウザーで操作をするんで、その時にJS のコードが当然入っていて、でそれらのコードは桜のエンジニアが自分たちで書いています。ということで、JS を書いているエンジニアは、だいたい10人から20人ぐらい、あとフロントエンド開発のグループもあります。で、どういうことにどう使っているかっていうのはちょっと取材して、はい、紹介しますが、まずサービスの紹介するサービスサイトというやつですね。これは、Vue.js とか jQuery とかで、そのまま読み込んで使えるような JS を書いて、使っているという感じになってます。で、この他に各サービスにコントロールパネルという管理画面があるんですが、これがサービスごとにそれぞれあって、あと開発始めた年代も違うので、使っている技術も違うということで、ちょっと順に紹介します。まず桜のレンタルサーバーってホームページとかでよく使われているサービスが、これは20年ぐらいやっているサービスなんですが、今のコントロールパネルは2018年から提供していて、ここはリアクトを使っています。で、桜の VPS という単体の仮想サーバーを貸すサービスは15年ぐらいやってるんだけど、2021年から今のコントロールパネルになり、こちらは Vue.js 使っています。で、桜のクラウドも、15年ぐらいやってるんですが、こちらは2015年、ちょっと前ですね、こういうコントロールパネルになってて、こちらも Vue.js、あと一部独自UI ライブラリもあるということです。で、クラウドの方はバックエンドでも使ってて、Express.js を使ってAPI を開発して、使ったりしてるのもあります。 で、あと、コンソール機能って言って、SSH でログインしなくても、画面からログインできる機能があるんですよ。ここでも、JS を使っています。はい。で、JS、すごく使ってるんですけど、長く使ってる中でいろいろ依存関係が多くて、ちょっと大変だったみたいな経験があるので、その元にいろいろ、例えば最近は、CI を使ったりとか、あと、最近は AI 使ったりとか、いろいろな工夫をしております。で、あとその他ですね、社内の公式コミュニケーションがスラックなので、スラックのボットなども JS で開発して使ってたり、あとは最近はタイプスクリプトをかなり積極的に使っていて、さっき紹介したコントロールパネルは今は基本的にはタイプスクリプトで作っています。はい。で、あとフロントエンド開発については、デザイナーとかデザインエンジニアと呼ばれる職種の人たちも社内にいます。で、あとフロントエンドのエンジニアと協力してデザインシステムを作ってたり、あとドメイン駆動設計をやったりとか、そういったことも最近は取り入れています。はい。この辺はさくらのフロントエンドエンジニアにダーシノっていう人がいるんですが、その人が発表したのがあるので、検索すると出てくるので、よかったら見てください。はい。ということで、まとめとして、さくらインターネットすごくサービスで、JS はたくさん使ってますので、あとプログラマーもたくさんいますので、はい。来ても墓地にはなりません。はい。で、最近のサービスも、古い、歴史あるサービスも、いろいろ最近の手法も取り入れつつ開発してます。はい。ということで、そういう仕事を興味あるような方がいましたら、この後懇親会出ますので、よかったら連絡ください。あと、コミュニティの、支援をたくさん、今年支援っていうか、協賛した技術コミュニティなんですけども、はい。これで全部ではないと思いますが、これからもたくさんのコミュニティを応援していきたいと思います。発表は以上です。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。次のセットアップをしていただいて、さくらのクラウドのコンソール機能、Web ソケットだったんだなと思いました。はい。ありがとうございます。落ち着きましょう。いきます。はい、お願いします。
じゃあ、NHE さんです。
お願いします。桜 UI の話します。一緒にやっています。あと2社なんで、すいません、皆さん聞いていただければよろしいです。はい。5分の LT なんですけど、昨日ちょっと練習したら15分くらい喋っちゃったので、早口で話します。頑張ります。はい。アジェンダこんな感じです。まず、弊社の技術スタックとアーキテクチャ構成ってことで、チャクラ UI 使ってるので、リアクトを使ってます。あとはストーリーブック入ってます。で、背景はこんな感じですね。はい。STA 使ってて、スタートアップで社内向けのプロダクトを合わせて常に立ち上げがあるので、その辺早く、プロダクト作れたらいいよねっていうことで、こんな感じになってます。はい、次行きます。アーキテクチャはこんな感じですね。はい、シンプルです。ありがとうございます。はい。続きまして、チャクラ V3 概要を話します。時間がないので概要になります。はい、リリースアナウンスあるので皆さんこちら見てください。ありがとうございます。まず最初のアナウンスですね。はい、8月号に出てました。すごかったです。はい。最初は3月の時点でですね、こんな感じで着火になるよっていうことはあったんですけど、無事10月にリリースされました。おめでとうございます。おめでとうございます。ありがとうございます。本当に言うことでもないんですけど、はい、ありがとうございます。で、RFC、はい、対応まだ入ってません。すいません。クライアントサイトのコンポーネントのみ提供させていただいております。ライブはエモーションのままになってますね。アナウンス画面に行ったらこういう図があるので、最初、チャクラ V3 が出たとき、とうとうパンダですかみたいな感じになってたんですけど、中はエモーションのままです。はい。図解にはパンダあるんですけど、チャクラがエコシステムとして今後こういう構成を目指していきますっていうための図を皆さん勘違いしてしまったということで、FAQ でもコメントありますが、まだパンダ図使ってません。はい。状態管理と書き味です。中の状態管理がですね、アークUIになったので、コンポーネントの書き方がガラッと変わりました。はい。結構大変なんですけど、マイグレーションするときにはですね、スニペッツってやつが提供されるようになったので、そちらの代わりに今まで使ってたチャクラの UI からインポートしてたのを、そのスニペッツの方にインポートを書き換えて、上げればある程度動くようになるんじゃないかなと思います。はい。じゃあ、最後に、なんでチャクラを V3 にするのかっていうところを話していきます。そもそも、我々の、すいません、デザインシステムの話でした。はい、デザインシステムがですね、UI コンポーネントライブラリに依存してるのってどうなのみたいな話あるんですが、先ほど冒頭でも言いました。チャクラ UI をですね、最小単位のところを、言うに言われるアトムみたいなやつを代替することによって、より早くプロダクトのコンポーネントを提供していくっていうところにフォーカスしてます。あとは社内の全プロダクトチャクラにも、チャクラ UI に依存しているので、デザインシステム単体からですね、剥がしたとしても、今もうすでにデザイナーと合同とのフェーズでもチャクラの話してたりするので、なかなか難しいよねっていうところで、まだ話には上がりませんでした。
っていうところで、運用上、しんどいところないんですかっていうことなんですけど、全然あります。はい。ですね、デザイントークンを持っているので、その着レイ側がですね、意図せぬ上書きっていうのが発生することがあります。なんかデザイントークン入れて、こういう色にしたかったんだよねってなってても、なんかプロダクト側で気づいたら着ラのカラーが使われてて、全然違うんだけどみたいな話が社内で上がったことがあります。大変でした。はい。着ラ UI をですね、剥がして、RPUI にするのはどうかっていう話もありましたが、RPUI だけにするってなると、その着レ UI 自身が持つデザイントークンの上書きが、防止できたりとか、あとは着レ UI の、もう着レ UI 自体から剥がしちゃうってなった時に、より軽量になるので、RPUI にしておくっていうところもあったんですけど、やっぱり先ほど言った通り、前置作業されているので、だいぶ難しいよねってところと、我々自身がそのエモーションを含めたスタイルの、機構を自前で用意するのはなかなか難しいんじゃないかなっていうところで、チャカラ V3 でアップデートすることになりました。なぜかっていうと、兼任メンバーのみで今、デザインシステムの方を開発と運用しております。社内には10以上のプロダクトがあって、全部剥がしていって、全部チャカラ V やっていきましょうっていうのは多分我々がやることになるので、ちょっとそれは難しいんじゃないかっていう意思決定でした。あとはですね、V3 の移行によって、そのスニペッツが提供されている単位で、その V2、自分より触ったことある方だったら分かると思うんですけど、スタイルの注入がより簡単にできるようになったので、いい感じってことですね。はい、ありがとうございます。最後に、チャカラ V3 のアナウンスから、チャカラエコシステムの今後を紐解きました。UI っぽい書き味になるので、割と RPUI の状態管理周りの移行が影響していて、書き口、そこそこ変わってるんですけど、今までそのスタイルの実装が閉じちゃってた、アナトミを使わないと上書きできないみたいなコンポーネントもよりカスタマイズしやすくなるなっていうところで、我々のデザインシステムをチャカラ V3 にすることにしました。NChain という会社のスポンサーキーでした。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。15分をキュッと3分の1くらい。YouTube で倍速で聞いてたら6倍ぐらいになってます。じゃあお願いします。はい、いきます。お願いします。最後の FT。
そしたら NHA さんが場を温めていただいたところで、株式会社緑から徳永が話させていただきます。Linux SPA モードのファイルベースルーティングを進めるフロントエンド構築と、めっちゃ技術的な感じなんですけど、Linux 使った感想みたいなのをちょっと全体にシェアできればいいかなと思ってます。よろしくお願いします。私、徳永と申します。直近新規事業の開発チームのリーダーを務めております。好きなウェブフレームはこんな感じで、最近ホットな話題としては、スプラトゥーンの直近のフェスで、100件入ってます。よろしくお願いします。はい。今日話すことが Linux の SPA モードということで、ちょっと勘のいい方だったらお気づきかもしれないんですけど、今日リアクトデータ V7 がリリースされちゃって、急遽仕様をいろいろ修正しました。はい。背景として私たちの新規事業の、プロダクトですね。こちらがジョブメドレーという我々の、提供している、プロダクトに関するプロダクトになるんですけど、完全新規のプロダクト開発で、かつ、いろんな動作環境で、プロダクトを提供する必要がありますと。フロントエンドについては特に縛りなく、技術選定できる状況。こういった時に、我々、新規事業の、顧客向けの管理画面で、Linux の SPA モードを採用しましたと。これどうだったかというか、選定の背景としては、SPA でできればやりたいなでもなんか、負債になりたくはないよなっていうところで、剥がしやすそうな Linux を採用したという感じですね。で、懸念としては、当時、リアクトベータとの統合が発表されてて、結構ざわついてたタイミングだったかなと思いますと。で、ただ、ほぼリアクトビートで、ルーティングだけファイルベースで使いたいなと思ってたので、最悪にこうかのかなと思って、使いました。で、実際どうかって言いますと、結構普通にいいです。はい。プロコン軽く話すと、ほぼリアクトビートなんで、困ったら剥がせるよねって安心感が結構ありますと。で、最悪 SSR したくなったら NEXT に移してもいいですし、直近はLinux の SSR コンス外すだけで Linux SSR 使えるので、それでもいいと。あとは、これ一番やりたかったんですけど、ファイルベースのルーティングができるので、実態と、ルートが乖離して困っちゃうみたいなこともないし、キャッチアップコストも結構安く済みますと。で、あとは SSR サーバーを気にするコストですね。これ削れました。ユーザー体験考えるともちろん SSR した方がいいんですけど、結構新規事業の開発なんでスピードが求められていて、ある程度、後で時間取ろうかなという背景になります。で、本としては、ファイルベースルーティングにちょっと若干癖があったので、その辺話させてもらいたいなと思います。
リミックス、リアクトルーター V7 のルーティングとしては、基本的にこんな感じでフラットにパスを書いていきますと。なんちゃらドットなんちゃら DSX みたいな感じで、ルーツ DX にガーッと書いていくと、それベースでパスが生成されるような感じになります。で、ネストしたディレクトリ構造でのパス表現ができないって書いてあるんですけど、ネクストは結構ディレクトリがファイル、ディレクトリツリーになって、それがそのままパスになるみたいな感じなんですけど、リミックスはちょっと違いますと。で、個人的には結構ネクスト寄りな、ディレクトリ構造がいいなと思ってて、背景としてコロケーションしたいよね、みたいなのとか、あと、我々が、管理画面なので、そのオーソライズドの画面とアンオーソライズドの画面で明確に分割されてて、そのキャッチアップにね、楽にしたいなってところがあったので、自分は、ネストしたディレクトリ使いたいなと思っていました。なんで、リミックスの、フラットルーツというライブラリがあって、これを導入する、プラグインがあって、これを導入することによって、ちょっとネクストライクな、ルーティングが実現できるっていうところがありました。で、これ、今朝見てみたリアクトルーター V7 サポートと書いてあって、すごく安心しました。もうこれがサポートされてなかったら今日、何も話すことないなと思ってたので、はい、すごい良かったです。なので、ここにマイグレーションしていく感じになるかなと思います。で、実際のコードちょっと貼ってみたんですけど、こんな感じで、ちょっとプラスがあったり、アンスコがあったりで、微妙にネクストと書き味は違うんですけど、慣れたらある程度いける感じですね。で、あとは、ルーツ配下のファイルが、基本的にはルーティングされないで、オフトインでルートに入るみたいな感じなので、結構パスの制御が簡単になっています。という感じです。なんで、リミックスと話してたんですけど、今日からは、リアクトルーター V7 になるので、ぜひ、そんな感じでスピード感を求めたフロントの開発には、これ使ってみてはいかがでしょうかという、発表でした。最後に、メドレーという会社が医療ヘルスケアの未来を作るということで、医療 DX やってます。で、いっぱいプロダクトがあって、こんな感じでたくさんプロダクトあるんですけど、エンジニアはまだ、100人ぐらいしかいなくて、すごく、エンジニアさん、集めてますので、ぜひ、興味ある方は後で、2階でブースやってたりしますので、ぜひ来てください。よろしくお願いします。以上です。
ありがとうございました。じゃあ、スポンサー LT は一旦以上でおしまいで、最後のキーノートが5時50分からになります。休憩になりますのでよろしくお願いします。5時50分のやつが終わったら、懇親会、クローズトークして懇親会なんですけど、クローズトークって僕がありがとうございましたって言われたので、そんなに長くないです。懇親会行く前に、カードキーは、帰るときには受付に返しちゃってください。はい。で、スライドがあるんですか？